Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference with the theme, The Role of the Populace on Peace and Development for Sustainable Governance Through Evidence-Based Policy Making. We are live here at the CHED Auditorium, Diliman, Quezon City, and we are also live through Core Research Foundation's YouTube channel and through official Facebook page of the PUP Quezon City branch. This event is conducted in celebration of the 25th founding anniversary of the PUP Quezon City. As we celebrate this remarkable happening, it is worth highlighting to inaugurate the first ever Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference. I am Instructor Mark Anthony Aribon III from PUP Quezon City, and I will be your moderator for this morning. This conference, thank you so much. This conference is organized by the PUP Quezon City branch and the PUP Research Management Office in partnership with the PUP College of Political Science and Public Administration, Core Research Foundation, Volunteer Individuals for Peace, and Philippine Commission on Women. We are also glad that this conference was given an endorsement by the Philippine Association for State Universities and Colleges, PASUC. We would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the participating agencies and institutions to which they have shown their best interest to submit their papers to this inaugural event. We have with us in this conference our participants from Ateneo de Davao University, Bulacan State University, City University of Hong Kong, Colegio de San Juan Agustin Bacolod, Colegio de San Juan de Latran, Manila, Consortium of Indo-Pacific Researchers, Department of Transportation, Lorma Colleges, Ministry of Social Services and Development, BARM, National Donghua University, Republic of China, St. Louis University, Baguio City, Schools Division of Tarlac, Department of Education, Social Security System, Sulu State College, Xavier University, Ateneo de Cagayan, Walchand Institute of Technology, Solapur, India, Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila, PUP Quezon City Branch, PUP College of Political Science and Public Administration, PUP Gender and Development Office, PUP Department of Sociology and Anthropology, PUP College of Communication, and PUP Research Institute for Human and Social Development. And that's really quite a lot for a first-time organizer of an international paper conference like PUP Quezon City. Thank you very much for the overwhelming support. I hope you are all comfortable to where you are seated now, and brace yourselves as we have invited a lot of notable people who will join us today. Let us all reminisce the happenings yesterday during our virtual session. Yesterday, Dr. Manuel Muhi, the president of the PUP, officially welcomed us, the participants, presenters, keynote and session speakers, and the organizers to this conference. This was immediately followed by presenting the rationale of this conference, which was shared to us by Dr. Jackie Urrutia, and an introduction to Dr. Ronald Adamat, CHED Commissioner, by the Director of PUP Quezon City Branch, Director Jaime Gutierrez. Dr. Adamat discussed the conference theme, Peace and Education, specifically the topic Education as a Tool for Peace and Nation Building. Further, Associate Professor Sharima Morales introduced Mr. Jose Antonio Custodio as the second keynote speaker, where he discussed the theme Youth and Peace with the topic The Role of the Filipino Youth in Peace Building. Thereafter, the conference went on with a session speaker, the Executive Director of the Philippine Commission on Women herself, Attorney Christine Rosary E. Yuson Chavez, who proudly shared to us the Gender, Culture, and Peace Initiative of the PCW. This part of the program was followed by 6 policy paper research presentations, after which our third keynote speaker, Dr. Mansur Limba of the Ateneo de Davao University, presented to us another conference theme, Peace and the Environment, where he highlighted that peace and environment are deeply connected. During the afternoon session, Professor Charisma Ututalum, the president of the Sulu State College, introduced to us the peace and education initiatives in Mindanao region. In a broader scope, Dr. Vijay Anand Athavale of the Walshan Institute of Technology in India talked about the dialogue on the role of education in building a peaceful, sustainable future in Indo-Pacific region. We also accommodated 10 policy paper research presentations which were given syntheses and praises by our panel of reactors. Day one ended by virtually handing out certificates of recognition and appreciation to our presenters and panel of reactors. We are joyful of the outcome that we had yesterday during the day one of this conference, and we are looking forward also for a joyous celebration for the success of this historical event for PUP Quezon City. Let us proceed with a policy paper presentation, starting with Mr. Kier B. Franco on the paper Integrative Approach to Understanding the Synergy Between Proactive and Coercive Policy Interventions in Emergency Response, Unraveling Factors Influencing Civilian Evacuation. Let's give him a round of applause.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Kier Franco from the College of Political Science and Public Administration. I was contemplating earlier whether to take coffee or not because, it adds to the nerves. But here, my paper is about the integrative approach to understanding the synergy between proactive and coercive policy interventions in emergency response. So there are factors to be introduced here influencing civilian evacuation. All right, so in emergency response, next slide please. We all know for a fact that human lives are the very important concern that we should take into consider, right? If you're a policy maker. And you know for a fact that in times of disaster, whether it be a natural disaster or an armed conflict, there are individuals who refuse to evacuate. That's why we should not allow them to just self-assess the risk. The government should step in and make them realize that they are worth saving for. Now, this study is about the possible policy interventions, whether it be proactive in the sense that we should induce these people to evacuate, and coercive that in cases of where there are individuals who still refuse to evacuate despite proactive measures, we need to force them or compel them to move out of the danger zone. This is what the paper will present to you this morning. Next slide, please. All right, so it's a perennial problem on the part of the state. No? We know for a fact that we have a decentralized effort, no, in disaster response. The Constitution allows, and the local government code allows the local government unit to come up with their disaster plans, right? Now, it is always a constant challenge, no? How do we induce the people and force them out of the danger zone in times of disaster? That's why we should not and we cannot just take a risk on how the people individually assess the situation and decide on their own as the same is a matter of life and death. No? In 2013, no, the Philippines experienced a devastating impact of Yolanda, probably the strongest typhoon ever recorded in the country, which claimed the lives of thousands. So despite the issuance of early warnings and evacuation orders by the authorities, only a small number of individuals complied and evacuated. No? So consequently, we know the effect right after massive loss of life, and this could have been reduced, no? If the authorities had taken proactive steps or measures, or even coercive measures to ensure the safety of the people. In 2017, there was Marawi siege, right? And the people are struggling where to get the right information, no? So they have this belief that since the terrorists are one of them, they believe in the same, they have the same belief system, the terrorists will do no harm. But it's actually the opposite. So there were many people who were trapped in the danger zone. Now, it brings us to the policy problem. What is the policy to be proposed by the state? If you're the state actor, right? If you're coming from the national government, whether you come from the and the RRMC or the local government unit, so it's a concern for you. No? How do you now induce the people, or how do you compel them to move out of the danger zone? But of course, that is also the main objective of the study, to come up with a policy framework, right? Next slide, please. The objective of this study is to come up with a framework per se. It will not deal on the specific provisions of the policy, as the policymakers can freely decide, and adjust, accordingly, depending on the needs of the people and the institutional capacity of the national and central, or national and local actors. Next slide, please. Now, what are the policy options here? So these are made general, to allow the policy makers to come up with their own version of this particular proposals. First one is the author proposes the following: proactive state interventions in cases of high or low risk perception and political trust. Risk perception and political trust are the two main factors why the individual, or why people refuse to evacuate. And I'll tell you more later on. The first suggestion is we need a bottom-up or community-based approach in evacuation planning. It's about involving the people, which I will talk about more later on. Number two, installation of positive reinforcement as a reward for compliance. So if you're a compliant individual, of course, there's certainly, if the state can afford, a reward, or at least a promise of reward. Lastly, future-proofing disaster evacuation strategies, route, and centers. And in worst-case scenario, next slide, please. Of course, we have to force them. And how do we do that? The state is always justified, in exercising the police power of the state. And second, of course, if in worst scenario, we need to punish those non-compliant individuals. All right, so what is the proposed framework? Next slide, please. So here's the proposed framework. So in cases of high risk perception and political trust, by the way, what is risk perception? So risk perception is the assessment wherein the people themselves assess the gravity or the strength or the impact of a disaster. And the government should step in and not let the people decide on their own. The government should spearhead the information campaign. Hey, you know what, people? This is how strong the disaster will be. This is how strong the enemies of the state are, in cases of armed conflict. So low risk perception can cause individuals to underestimate the severity of a disaster. Example, in the case of Typhoon Yolanda, the residents of the eastern Visayas region had encountered numerous typhoons in the past and managed to survive. So the effect, they developed a sense of confidence that led them to perceive Yolanda as just another survivable typhoon, similar to those they had experienced before. And we need to change this mindset, if you're the government, right? Therefore, social context influences individuals to exhibit risk-seeking behavior in certain situations while being risk-averse in others, thereby challenging the hypothesis that people are universally risk-averse. When confronted with risk, individuals often engage in a process of evaluating the advantages and disadvantages of the different options before them. As such, risk perception emerges as a subjective judgment and aimed at assessing the person proactively as to improve the risk perception of the individuals that are likely to be affected by the disaster. Hence, the government can conduct a bottom-up or community-based approach in evacuation planning, in which controlling the narrative by retelling the horrors of previous reinforcement to effectively encourage the target population to align with the government's desired ends. However, this provision of rewards may face hindrance due to government's limited resources, right? So there could be a problem with yung lack of institutional capacity. So that is the downside of grant of reward. Now, numerous studies have established a correlation between individuals' trust in the government and their willingness to adhere to evacuation orders. That is the second main important factor, the level of political trust. If you trust on the functionality of the evacuation centers in Eastern Samar, and you know what? 634 out of 634 designated evacuation centers, only 8% were considered usable. No? 92% among those assessed are completely damaged or destroyed. So it will not entice the people if we maintain building code. And in cases of, for cases of high political trust and risk perception, sustaining the government efforts and future-proofing the same to anticipate more powerful disaster or a future armed conflict is of timely essence. So these strategies infrastructure should be in accordance with the national and international emergency guidelines, and the emergency routes coercive policy measures come in a linear spectrum. Only when the proactive policies are proved to be futile that we need to force the people or compel them to move out of the danger zone by imposing coercive policies, and one of them is the exercise of police power of the state and imposing punishment for non-compliance. Lastly, the possibility of coexistence of proactive and coercive policy measures for the evacuation of civilians in times of disaster like typhoon and armed conflict. And I think that ends my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening.
Ms. Patricia Camille Villa on paper titled Fostering Peace Through University Community Partnerships, a case study for strengthening extension programs in state universities and colleges.
Peace building is not an easy task. It requires a two-way process between civil society and the government. So through this policy paper, I hope to advocate for state universities and colleges to become agents of peace building through extension programs. So next slide, please. Number 3 is the institutionalization of university community partnerships. So I hope to advance as well the argument that by targeting the aforementioned areas in strengthening extension programs, like I said, SUCs can become useful agents in promoting peace. Next slide, please. Failed attempts at commencing peace talks, different counterinsurgency measures led by state forces, as well as calls by the civil society to address the root causes of armed conflict. The latter calls for the implementation of developmental projects that target the poorest of the poor, both in urban and rural areas. While civil society organizations actively engage in community service to augment the sustainable extension programs in line with research produced by the institutions. By virtue of CHED Memorandum Order Number 52, Series of 2016, higher education institutions are, and I quote, positioning business and industry in facilitating transfer of knowledge or technology on specific developmental areas that directly affect the lives of individuals, families, and communities. So in this regard, SUCs have much leeway in terms of creating programs that would better the lives of its partner beneficiaries. Peace building in countries such as the Philippines, where there are varying angles of conflict, is no easy feat. Like I said, government efforts at curbing the adverse effects of armed conflict, while extensive, have been inadequate considering the depth of the country's problems concerning peace. Problems with insurgency, secessionism, and terrorism bridle any genuine attempts at building just and lasting peace. Hence, higher educational institutions like SUCs have the potential to hit target areas of concern typically associated with the roots of armed conflict, like poverty and economic inequality, access to education, technological deficiencies, and livelihood, due to its nature as a bastion of knowledge production. Its membership is comprised of experts in different fields that can be tapped to address the aforementioned areas. These are reasons as to why there should be a move to further strengthen extension programs in SUCs in the Philippines. Next slide, please. So I make the case for strengthening extension programs in the following areas. Number 1 is through funding. Number 2 is through emphasis on programs that promote peace and peace building. And number 3 is through the institutionalization of university community partnerships. I hope that by targeting the aforementioned areas in strengthening extension programs, we become useful agents in promoting peace. So next slide, please. I aim to push the following through this policy paper. I hope that I hope that this paper achieves the following objectives. Number 1 is to enable SUCs to implement sustainable extension programs aimed at promoting peace and peace building, to increase the number of implemented extension projects geared toward promoting peace and peace building, and to push for the institutionalization of university community partnerships as a standard practice in extension undertakings for SUCs. So I further argue that SUCs are not just bastions of knowledge production, but as well as agents of peace building through knowledge and technological transfer. So given na po iyon na tayo as faculty members in higher education institutions, we are required to do research, but more than that, we have to push the usefulness of these research to our immediate communities. Next slide, please. So here are the policy options that I present. So these have been repeatedly mentioned earlier. So let me just elaborate a few. Number one is better funding support. So annually extension undertakings. For instance, in the case of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, there's a sizable amount that is being allocated to extension as the university's delivery units continue to increase the number of projects implemented every year. Funding support coupled with streamlining has been beneficial for the university and its partner beneficiaries. So this enables SUCs to maximize the kinds of projects that they can deliver to communities without much financial constraints. So in turn, this could lead to more sustainable extension programs to be implemented. The second one is the prioritization on the implementation of extension programs that promote peace and peace building. After all, this is part of the ating mga extension agenda, supposedly, in our respective institutions. SUCs, with the encouragement of the Commission on Higher Education, shall be made to prioritize the implementation of extension programs that promote peace and peace building. Following better funding support, the next step is to ensure that such funds will be used to implement peace-centered extension programs focusing on livelihood, poverty alleviation, and tech transfer, among many others. These have the capacity to target key problem areas associated with the roots of armed conflict. And the third one is the institutionalization of university community partnerships in the process of knowledge and technological transfer. Now, I have no doubt in mind that this is a standard practice in PUP, but I can't speak for other HEIs, so I hope that this becomes also a standard practice for fellow HEIs like ours. So relationship between universities and communities are built on the common goal of development. Communities benefit from the knowledge produced and transferred by universities, whereas we in universities benefit from the rich data provided by communities in different aspects of scientific inquiry. Institutionalizing this partnership strengthens the ties between knowledge production and transfer, creating a form of synergy that can contribute to building peaceful societies. The institutionalization shall be supported through the forging of outlines the nature of the partnership and the inherent duties and responsibilities of both parties in promoting peace through knowledge and tech transfer. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so excuse me, medyo maliit po, no? But anyway, sige, next slide na lang po for the framework, since it's going to have the same content. So this is the framework that I intend to present in enabling SUCs as agents of peace building. In the contents of my policy paper, I pushed that each policy option, that I hope that each policy option should be one, pero sana there are three components that could make up for the strengthened extension programs of SUCs. So for better funding support, again, it could aid in the increase of extension programs to be implemented by SUCs no longer face being unable to financially carry out every program implemented. Then with the prioritization of extension programs that promote excuse me, peace and peace building, we encourage this prioritization so that SUCs can become actively involved in peace building. No? And number three, the institutionalization of university community partnerships help both the university and the partner beneficiary to better define their duties and responsibilities. So through this, we can not only ensure that the partnership is not only built on mutual goals of development, but it's also officialized through former legal channels. So again, I argue that all three policy options make for a strengthened extension program. Universities shall be considered as well as strategic actors in the state's goal to create just and lasting peace. These have, SUCs rather, now have faculty experts who are trained in different fields and are tasked not only to teach, but as well as produce and transfer knowledge. Their different expertise addresses different deficiencies in our society, creating a complementation of service deliveries with different government agencies. Next slide, please. Okay, so with that, to sum it up, my recommendation, if there would be one policy option, would be better funding support for extension programs that are geared at peace and peace building. Projects and programs need to be adequately funded in order to be sustained in the long term, and long-term sustenance is required in order to see their impacts. So while the government ensures that SUCs have their budgets ready at the start of each fiscal year, we have yet understandable are diverted to research production. However, this should also serve as a reminder that research produced will not amount to anything if the results will not benefit an institution's surrounding community. This is why in this policy paper, I propose that the best policy option to take that could strengthen extension programs and activate, or initially activate at the very least, an SUC's role as an agent of peace building would be to have better funding support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Patricia Camille Villa, on the paper titled Fostering Peace through University Community Partnerships, a case for strengthening extension programs in state universities and colleges. Next, paper by Mr. Christopher C. Mantillas on the paper titled Core Competencies of the Department of Education Finance Personnel and Their Level of Work Performance in Selected Divisions in National Capital Region, Basis for Financial Management Program.
Good morning, everyone. So my paper entitled Core Competencies of the DepEd Personnel and Their Level of Work Performance in Selected Divisions in National Capital Region, Basis for Financial Management Program. Next slide po. Due to globalization, the Philippines underwent significant changes on many fronts, including the economic, political, cultural, and social fronts. The majority of Filipinos feel frightened by this change since it would reevaluate and redefine their employment and abilities in order for us to keep up with global trends. Governmental organizations accepted these changes brought on by globalization, decentralizing its organizational structure, which places financial management at the level of field offices and schools, is one of these adjustments. Management and financial officers play critical roles in the financial management and budgeting communities. Employees occupying these positions serve as the office generalist. Ay, sir, hindi po na-capture yung isang PowerPoint. Yung latest po, yung pina-edit. Sorry.
We also have coffee at the back of our hall, so you feel free to get one. I hope you're all comfortable. Medyo mahaba-habang oras natin. Siksik-liklik ang ating mga presentations for this for the day 2 of our conference. Alright, apologies for the technical problem. We proceed to the next paper presenter titled COVID-19 Pandemic, Social Media and Local E-Governance, the Unintended Digital Transformation in the Face of a Global. Troy F. Bahar and Mr. Marcos Pars Ludwig.
All right. Good morning. My name is Jason Troy Bahar, and I'm currently a PhD candidate from the PhD program in Asia Pacific Regional Studies at National Tonghua University at Republic of China, Taiwan. And I will be serving a faculty position by August at the Xavier University in Cagayan de Oro. And I co-written this paper with my PhD supervisor, Dr. Markus Porsche Ludwig, and he is a German professor from also from my University of Public Administration. So the title of our governance, the unintended digital transformation of the Philippine public administration. Next slide, please. During the COVID-19 pandemic, local government units drastically shifted processes and procedures to digitized alternatives. They complement the popularity of the platform in the Filipino households. For a developing country like the Philippines, e-governance has been seen as a cheap and effective way of reaching to the population, given the high, that is 67%, internet penetration in the country with more than 71 million Filipinos accessing one, shows that there are about 89 million social media users in the country and 83 million of them, and that's about 93% use Facebook and are actively engaged or contributed in terms of the content. And Facebook is reported to be leading source of news information for at least one jurisdiction local digital initiatives. This paper concludes with a strong recommendation for a developing policy framework for adopting social media platforms for e-governance, which is absent as of writing. Next slide. For some LGUs, social media environment policy action. Remarkable observations pointed out how premature digital innovations limit the full potential of maximizing the benefits of available utilities and features. Next slide. My dissertation, and actually it's the first chapter, and I haven't tailored it yet as a policy paper. So this paper now is currently for publication also with the Philippine Internet Studies by develop and maintain their digital information networks on Facebook for local e-governance. The main argument of this paper revolves around how such digital transformation has been unintended, which consequently affected how digital platforms were effectively used in the public sector. In addition, these expertise to manage social media tools led to experimental use of these utilities and features. This paper argues that there is a need to systematize the use of social media, particularly for local public governance. Next slide. So this paper is anchored on the legitimacy theory in public administration. So in public policy and public administration, legitimacy refers to the general confidence that a policy is justified and appropriate, being an exercise of power by government in favor of the other. In this study, legitimacy theory explains how the digital transformation of the Philippine public administration is justified as a legitimate political action, albeit unintended. This paper offers an explanation justifying how the unintended ensure that the public policy caters to the concerns not only of certain privileged few, but to the entire Filipino population, regardless of the social status. Next slide. Here I'm showing the map of South Cotabato and Oxygen region. It's composed of one component city, 10 municipalities, and 199 barangays. So there are three reasons why this LGU was chosen. First is the inclusionary perspective in the capacity utilization by this LGU. And third is the somewhat effective pandemic response of the LGU. The province of South Cotabato is also acknowledged both locally and internationally in terms of their digital efforts. Actually, they were acknowledged by during the and they ranked second, and they were also requested to present their initiative at the Open Government Forum in the United Nations Assembly. Next slide. So here, I'll just present a brief overview of the fight. It's, I co-written this with Professor Thomas Barker from Australian National University. And it's now published in the Philippine Sociological Review, volume 69. And here I'll just gaze. Local government units do not fully maximize several strategic navigational features of the digital platforms. Local governments need to strengthen their implementation of the digital platform in terms of account configurations, management of content in terms of its accuracy, structure, and style, online coordination. In this paper, we argue that say for example, there are some local government units that use Facebook profile instead of using Facebook page. Right? Like that. So it limits the friends up to 5,000 friends. And that only limits your network to 5,000 people. Where in fact, if you use Facebook page, that would be more, that would disseminate more the content of your page. Next slide. Next is, this is also another chapter, which journal. So here, local government units, So local governments implemented prioritization, appropriation, and amplification in fulfilling adjunct roles of being public administrators and content creators. Appropriation of online content includes how it must be allocated rightful time and space in the online platform, along with other relevant public news and announcements. And amplification is to ensure the content that they publish must reach the widest audience possible. These other forms of unlikely appropriation may also be present, such as that it may be difficult to distinguish if an update is depicting a content of public value or otherwise. For now, the paper will not offer claims that these platforms are politicized, just like discussions, though we may also experience, considering that there are no current frameworks that guide, regulate, or prohibit several forms of content. Next slide. So in the information age, local e-governance becomes non-negligible component of public administration for institutions of a democratic state such as the Philippines. Next slide. When the government makes its presence visible on these platforms, they echo a strong statement that legitimizes democratic political authority, which cascades into citizen engagement and participation. These preconditions are necessary for the ideal function of the bureaucratic institution. So the use of social media for public sector hence offers a greater potential for an imagining which may come into fruition if ICT for government is effectively utilized. Local governance must therefore be fortified as an indispensable aspect of Philippine public administration and eventually evolve into social media as part of e-governance initiatives of the country. And actually in other countries, that's also one of the major dilemma. Because say for example, according to Constance Mergel, Ines Mergel from University of Constance in Germany, one of the major dilemmas is who will be assigned in these social media pages and who will manage them. Because right now, in my field work, I also did one LGU is where under the office of the mayor. So when the change of administration happened, so that office was practically dissolved and wasn't continued by the next administration. So the important thing here is to acknowledge that the social media of news and information. However, right now, when there is a social media at our hands, the government can become direct source of news information for the people. I think that would be all. Thank you so much. Next slide. Yeah. That's just it.
Jason, sure. Let us continue to learn from our invited experts. May we welcome on stage Associate Professor Rosalier M. Malabanan, the PUP Assistant to the Vice President for Branches and Satellite Campuses, to introduce our
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to our next keynote speaker who just arrived from. It's my pleasure to introduce to you our next keynote speaker, who is a Dean's Lister and who graduated on top of her class in the Asian Institute of Management with a master's degree of development management with the development management. She finished 2 bachelor's degree. First is the Bachelor of Arts in Slam. Currently, she is the Deputy Minister and the Regional Program Coordinator for Administration and Finance, Ministry of Social Services and Development, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. She was a senior consultant for the Philippines. She also served as resource speakers in different trainings and conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce to you our session speaker, Ustada Nur Aini T. Lim.
Hindi ko pa na-update yung picture. Good morning! Beautiful presentation a while ago. It was nice hearing about research. My topic today is one that's very close to my heart. Gender, culture, and peace. I want to attack this and peace is so much interchangeable with each other. You cannot have one without the other. That's what his an hour. Just gender alone needs, hours to talk about. So I'm not going to delve into details. But first, we're going to talk about redefining gender roles in society. Second, yeah, it's like, I'd rather look at my phone. Para hindi ako magtingin doon. Second, the significance of cultural influence. And third, the importance of gender and culture in achieving gender roles, because we cannot talk about gender right now for just 30 minutes. We cannot give it justice. So the definition that comes first is how we're expected to act, speak. That's what they call gender roles. And I think for me, just this definition alone is problematic. And that's why we have a lot of issues related and a lot of confusion. And that's why What I wanted to emphasize today is respect. Because we talk about freedom of expression, when we talk about happiness of every individual, it goes back to that, doesn't it? How are we defining ourselves? How do we ourselves to? Not just with gender, but the individual identity that makes up every single member of society. So gender roles in society change. It's not something that is written in stone. It is so much dictated by the era, by the circumstances, by so many different factors outside of just a single. What do I mean by that? When we limit our women to just these roles that you are allowed to play, and we also tell men supposed to, what a person's capability to contribute and to be productive in the society. And subtopic is reading. Roles should be defined by the individual, who he or she wants to become, what contributions he or she wants to give back to society, what he or she can do. Not just one. Someone can be a mother, someone can be a wife, someone can be a professional, someone can be a father, someone can be a husband. We are fulfilling so many different roles in our lives. And the power being their glass ceiling. If you don't mind, I'd like to share, perhaps, campaign for women's rights. If we study the history of Islam, at as second-class citizens, invisible, to the point that they would bury from that darkness. Islam gave women the rights to vote, the rights to inheritance, the rights to be seen, that are in line with our continuous efforts push forward the women's agenda. How was it done? And this is a step out of the 23 years. None of the laws were passed towards women within the first 10 years. During the first, in preparation for the 13 years of law, you know what it was? Just one. Aqidah, creed, oneness of God. To establish the authority from where laws will be derived from. That preparation, you know, we call it social preparation, right? We know these terms. That preparation to accept the new change that is coming, it took almost half of the time for people to actually accept the laws once it came, and it became immediate. 10 years, just one message. Once that message was received, the heart was ready to accept social change, major social change in just 13 years. When we apply that to how we're doing now, where we skip that process and we proselytize, instead we become irritants in society, rebels, without a cause. And this is where research comes in. Because it bridges ignorance
Mas maganda rin managyan sila ng trabaho. Oo, kaysa sasabihin nila na, ikaw lang man ang may posisyon, bakit ako magsa Doon. Ba't may sabi siya na laro-laro? Siya ang kwan.
Hindi madinig. Bakit kaya ito hindi madinig?
Gender roles should empower and enable rather than limit and discourage. And I want to also advise myself first before anyone. Let us not be someone else's glass ceiling. Let us be agents who will empower our children, our sisters, our brothers, our colleagues. That is a measurement of how at peace you are with yourself. Because war takes many forms. Bringing down someone in order to get up, move forward. That is a behavior that is wartime and not peacetime. So we don't have to think big. It's in the little details that how we conduct ourselves that we have to control over, that we can change, and thus changing inevitably the culture around us. Peace can be achieved once justice, equality, and equity overpower injustice, inequality, and inequity. I did not say eradicate. That is impossible. Not one civilization was perfect. There will still be injustice, there will still be inequality, there will still be inequity, because that's what we're supposed to do, right? Our lifelong purpose is to do good so that it overpowers evil and ills of society. We're supposed to be agents of change. And we fight what we can during our lifetime. So we're not looking at utopia right now. We're just trying to live in a place where the risks are lower and that we can continue to live in relative peace within our own contexts. I hope you don't mind me sharing, especially since our guest speaker is Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr. If there is one thing that he saw that was missing, or that was something that can be strengthened in the peace process in Mindanao, it was empowering the women as peace negotiators and seeing their role in bridging. Sometimes, there are some roles that women can play if they are empowered to do so. And that can sometimes be stronger than guns and weapons. That can sometimes prevent guns and weapons from firing. And alhamdulillah, since the past 6 to 7 years, since the administration of President Duterte, we have somehow sustained our peace in Mindanao. And alhamdulillah, we hope that it will continue and to be sustained, because we see that not just the women are playing bigger roles, but also the youth in Mindanao, in BARM. So when we talk about, gender is such a big issue with the youth right now. So it's good. We're talking about it. We're researching about it. We're looking at our culture and its adaptability. How long can we sustain the culture of peace in Mindanao? With how the conversations are running, how the relationships are building, and how our champions of peace are all talking to each other and united for the next generation. We hope, tulad nga sa Tagalog, tuloy-tuloy na, inshallah. So to conclude, I hope hindi ako overtime. To conclude, I think it's safe to say, for a society to prosper peacefully, we should all be champions against discrimination. We should all be champions for mutual respect. And we should all be champions of empowering each and every one of us to fully achieve their individual potential so that they would be productive citizens whose lifelong mission will be served, inshallah. So, Jazakumullah khair, and thank you so much for giving me the time to share my thoughts. I apologize if I hope I didn't offend anyone, and thank you very much for listening very intently. I think this is one of the best audiences I've had. It's like you can hear the pin drop, and I could really feel that you were very engaged. Thank you very much for the respect. Thank you. I think my Q&A pa, should I stay here or should I go down? Oh, wait. The most important thing, I put it here. I have to acknowledge. First, I'd like to thank PUP, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, QC branch. Thank you so much for the invitation. The Research Management Office especially, PUP College of Political Science and Public Administration, Core Research Foundation, Volunteer Individuals for Peace. Yung VIPs, kayo talaga ang real VIP. To volunteer your time, effort, really, volunteer, victory na yan. Thank you so much. Thank you. This has been a pleasure, and I'm so happy na hindi ko na miss. I moved my flight specifically so that I would arrive on time, and alhamdulillah, no delays. I'm so happy to have shared this morning with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ustada Nur Aini Lim. It is the pleasure of our university to have you physically in the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference. Your time and your commitment to really be here with us are really appreciated. We also acknowledge the presence of our good commissioner, Dr. Ronald L. Adamat, also the ambassador and founder of the Volunteer Individuals for Peace. Not to mention also that Miss Lim came here straight from Dubai, from airport. Just imagine the 9-hour flight and then straight to deliver a talk. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of our PUP Vice President for Branches and Satellite Campuses, Professor Pascualito Bigatan. Also, the former Commissioner of NCMF, Yusuf Morales. Allow me to share my insights on Ms. Aini Lim's talk. She mentioned earlier that you cannot achieve peace without gender and culture. You cannot attain sustainability without gender and culture. Just to mention also that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights highlights in its preamble the integral relationship between peace and human values that is essential to the concepts of social and gender justice, and which inform a culture of peace. I quote, "Recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." Let us share again another round of applause for Ms. Ustada Nur Aini Lim, Deputy Minister of the BAR Ministry of Social Services and Development. We can accommodate 2 questions from the audiences. Ms. Lim is very glad to address some of them.
Good morning, ma'am. On this. My question is about, can you maybe talk a little bit about Muslim feminists and how they reconcile with the traditional Muslim culture?
What's your good name, ma'am?
Miss
Ano?
Professor Joanna Oliquino.
Professor Joanna. Thank you so much for bringing that up, because I actually put that on my list to talk about Islam and culture. So, we have to be clear that Islam is a way of life. It's a religion followed not by a singular nation, but all over the world. Okay, you don't have to be an Arab to be a Muslim. Okay, however, cultures can be for each nation, ethnicity. Okay, even within the Philippines, we have our different cultures, right? Where feminism starts is where culture ends. Bakit? Feminism is a movement that is very similar to the Islamic movement of women's rights back then, trying to change the culture of the Arabs from discriminating against women, burying them alive just because they're girls and not boys, not giving them inheritance, they cannot vote. Okay, they are actually properties, to what they became now. However, there are still some cultural norms that are against Islam that permeate our Muslim societies. For example, in Islam, it is not allowed to force a woman of any age to get married to a man she doesn't want, for any reason. Not the father can force a woman. She just has to say no, no reason. But what happens in cultural societies? In patriarchal societies, where even children, this is haram, even children are sold to marriage. Yes or no? Is this Islam? No. Is this allowed in Islam? No. But is it allowed in culture? They accept it as such, some. And that we're trying to change with the laws in the land, right? You know very much this Child Marriage Act. Okay? That's another topic because there are still some thoughts I want to share about that, but we do not have time. So when you define feminism as advancing rights of women for their own benefit, for their own good, for their own, if it's for their health, for their mental well-being, then this is something that is in line with Islamic women's rights. So there is no blurred lines. They can coexist. However, your fight and Islam's fight against cultural norms that discriminate against women, that take away their rights from them, we are together in this. So, I hope you don't mind me sharing. I was in a talk with the ambassador of UK to the Philippines. And, I was telling her, I think you all know I'm the daughter of Professor Nur Miswari. So I told her, in the early stages of organizing of the MNLF, it was the women, who went around, who talked about the cause, because, they're women, they're not touched with the military, and they could go in discreetly to communities. So, and then, I was telling her, my father always used to tell us, get educated, our cause doesn't see men or women. We all have to work for this cause. And he's a women's rights advocate. And you know what she said? She said, you don't have to tell me. I see it in you. This is how we do it. We inherit the nurturing of the previous generation and we pay it forward. So this women's agenda, this will not end in our generation. We will not solve it now. But we need to keep talking about it so that our children, our children's children, will be able to carry that torch and they can immediately, in their own lifespan, contribute to eradicating maybe a fraction of what still persists of the evil that we're trying to. When we say evil, I'm not saying religious evil, because we're not talking about religion here right now. When I say evil, it's what harms the individual's health, mind, no matter the religion, race, or background. Okay? Just want to put it out there. So yun po, Professor John, I hope I answered your
Magsukol. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Ainlim. Now, the second question will be coming from Attorney Jeffrey Reyes.
Good morning po, Ma'am Lynn. You mentioned a while ago about certain laws about women empowerment. So I believe that there is recent law that was recently passed by our Congress, and it lapsed into law, the Bangsamoro Basic Law. So with the emergence of that particular law, which I believe passed last year, few years ago, so what is the effect of that law in the situations or in the situations of women in the Bangsamoro region? Or is that has a significance to women? Or the women will be more empowered by the passage of that law, ma'am?
Honestly, I love your question because I'm so passionate about this. I was just interviewed by Ma'am Karen Davila asking exactly the same question. How has BARM, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the Bangsamoro Basic Law, how has it empowered women in politics, in the society? And I answered the way I'm going to answer it to you now. Remember what I said about it takes time? Okay. Look at the progression of BARM in the past 4 years. 4 years. In the first 3 years, the parliament had only 11 or 12 women MPs, members of the parliament. And now that percentage has gone up to almost 25% of parliament are women. And they have, it's actually almost at par with the House of Representatives. And they have now passed a law just a few months back that every political party that will be registering should have a minimum quota of 30% women candidates. Progress? Yes. Second, you see women ministers. We have the Minister of Science and Technology, Engineer Aida. We have my minister in MSSD, Attorney Raisa Jajuri. And the majority floor leader of the parliament is a woman. Right now, women in BARM have the reputation as workhorses. If you want, I heard this, if you want to get something done, give it to a woman. Okay? You know, we even have a joke. You know, baka dapat na mag-man's rights. Just kidding. So yung sa BARM, don't expect things to, you know, Rome wasn't built in one day. But if you look at the progression from day 1 to 4 years hence, imagine what another 4 years will be. Even now, the House of Representatives, I think, has about 26%. They're trying to do minimum 30%, meaning we can expect 100% by 2025, no less than 30% of the MPs will be women. You cannot be more progressive than that. And what's nice about BARM, it's not limiting itself to that small region. They want to be globally competitive. So watch out. Look closely at how BARM is operating right now. The think tanks are there, professionalism is there. Like I said, no civilization, no autonomous region, no country is perfect. But what makes a nation great is realizing where they can still improve and keep improving as the day goes by. And that's what I can say with BARM. They may not have started guns a-blazing, figuratively, at the beginning of being, appointed in the BTA-1. But they learned, they listened, they consulted, and this is the result. At least 30%, you will see women politicians take over the parliament in 2025. So, other than that, and in terms of community-based, community-based naman, how has BARM helped women? Okay, so first, they have the education sector. So in the education sector, we have, the curriculum about gender and development and such cases. However, there is a strong movement towards supporting mothers. Not just financially, like after they give birth, they have social. No. How to help nurture the children. Because, when you educate a woman, she is half of the society. She's also the mother of the other half. So it's like you're empowering the entire society if you invest heavily on women. So that's also what BARM is doing now. They're passing laws to protect women and to empower them. You will see that whenever they have quotas for anything, there's always a quota for women. So there is now that culture of women cannot be excluded anymore. They have to be visible. And women have already proven by the likes of Attorney Raisa, by the likes of Engineer Aida, and Attorney Laiha Dumamba Alba, that they can perform functions that are traditionally given to men. But that doesn't mean we're better than men. Men are not better than women. We coexist because we complement one another. We're equal partners to each other. So we also have to be careful that in our advocacy, we don't also trample on other people's rights. So we have our own roles to play in society, side by side. Not everyone can stay at home. Not everyone can be a professional. Let us just respect each individual's choice of what role they want to play in society, and inshallah, we will be a better society because of it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ustada Nur Aini Lim. At this point, let us give also our appreciation to our keynote speaker as we hand her over the Certificate of Appreciation. May we invite our guests, AVP Malabanan, Com Adamat, Professor Gatan, and also Director Gutierrez. Also, we have Dr. Mantillas in the house to award the Certificate of Recognition. Let me read the citation. Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference. This Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Ustadha Nur Aini T. Lim for her invaluable contribution as keynote speaker on the topic Gender, Culture, and Peace during the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference with the theme, The Role of the Populace for Peace and Development on Sustainable Governance through Evidence-Based Policy Making, given this 25th day of July, 2023 at the Commission on Higher Education Auditorium, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed by Ms. Sushmita Priyadarsani, Director of the Core Research Foundation, President Manuel M. Muhi of PUP, and Dr. Ronald L. Adamat of Commission on Higher Education. Let's give again a warm round of applause for our speaker, Ms. Ustada Nur Aini T. Lim. We will also invite everyone a little later for a photo opportunity with our keynote speaker. Right? May we invite everyone, our participants and presenters, for a group photo. Okay, group photo po. Thank you so much. Everyone? Lahat po, yes. Table 1. With table 1. Per table. Alright, sige, may we request our guests to take their seats so our participants can have pictures. Ayan, usog po tayo dito sa may gitna, bandang gitna po. Sige po, usog po. Compress na lang po. Thank you so much. Pwede pa po dito sa kabilang gilid. Then we invite our table 2 and 3, since maliit lang, konti lang naman sila. And then organizers after. Ready po tayo, organizers? Thank you. May I call our organizers of the event for a photo opportunity. Thank you very much once again. Also to our speaker, Ms. Lim, for sharing us her time, commitment, and expertise in the field of gender, culture, and peace. It's such an honor to be with you in this venue. Moving forward, let's have Dr. Elmer M. Soriano, the Dean of the PUP College of Political Science and Public Administration, to be represented by Dr. Christopher C. Mantillas, the Associate Dean of the College, to introduce to us our next session speaker.
Good morning to everyone. I have the honor to present to you the second plenary speaker for today. He is a chair, professor of the Department of Public and International Affairs and director of the Southeast Asia Research Center. His research centers on opposition to autocratization, authoritarian developmentalism, presidentialism, and dynastic leadership, with a regional focus on East Asia, which includes Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia, and particular interest in the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. The author of over 200 articles and chapters. His research has been published in Top Comparative Politics, International Development, and Asian Studies Journal, including Comparative Politics, Foreign Affairs, the Journal of Democracy, Democratization, Theory and Society, Third World Quarterly, the Journal of Developing Societies, Pacific Review, the Journal of Asian Studies, the Journal of Contemporary Asia and China, quarterly. He has published 11 books, including The Philippines from People Power to Democratic Backsliding, Presidentialism in Southeast and East Asia, China's Singapore Model and Authoritarian Learning, Authoritarian Modernism in East Asia, Routledge Handbook on Contemporary Philippines, Dynasties and Female Political Leaders in Asia, Democratic Revolutions, Asia and Eastern Europe, and the Anti-Marcos Struggle, Personalistic Rule and Democratic Transition. He has received external grants worth over 1.5 million US dollars, with several funded by the Hong Kong General Research Fund. His research, which has been cited over 3,750 times, according to Google Scholar, has been featured in the popular media. To name a few, Time Magazine, The Washington Post, Le Monde, CNBC, and Wired Magazine. He often lends his expertise to government, private, and non-profit organizations in the areas of Southeast Asian politics and development. After teaching at several universities in Germany and the United Kingdom, he came to the City University of Hong Kong in 2010, where he has been director of the Southeast Asia Research Center since 2011. He was head of the Department of Asian and International Studies from 2015 to 2052, a past president of the Hong Kong Political Science Association and the Asian Political and International Studies Association. He was Lee Kong Chan Distinguished Fellow for Southeast Asian Studies at the National University of Singapore in 2008 and Stanford University in 2009. He received his BA from Brown University, an MA from Cambridge University, and his PhD in political science from Yale University, where he was mentored by Juan J. Lins and James C. Scott. Friends, let's all welcome Dr. Mark R. Thompson.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Thompson.
Good morning.
You're just checking the audio.
Okay.
Will notify in a while.
And can I share my screen? 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 Good morning. I hope I can be heard by everyone.
Can you?
I can hear you a little bit.
Sir, yes, you may proceed.
Okay, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. A pleasure to be part of this exciting conference. And I see that I'm having a little bit of difficulty sharing my screen, so perhaps the screen can be shared from that side, and I'll just indicate the next slide. Let me, while that's being done, thank Dean Soriano, who initially contacted me at a previous conference in Iloilo and suggested I join this very prestigious event, which I'm very pleased to be a part of. And we'll see if I'm still unable to share my screen here. Apologies. Can the screen be shared from that side? So if I can be heard, apologies for these technical difficulties. I am having a hard time sharing my screen. I'm wondering if I should just continue without my PowerPoint. I can't hear anything from your side, so I'm not sure I'm being heard at the moment. Perhaps I can be sent a chat message whether I'm being heard or not. So just bear with us, please, for this technical difficulties. Good morning. Can anybody hear me? Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Thompson. We can hear you.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, so as I said, I'm unable to share my screen. And unless it can be shared from your side, I'd sent the presentation. I will just proceed without my screen, my presentation. There it is. Very good. Perfect. So to rewind and to restart, again, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm very pleased to have received this invitation. I'd explained that I'd had a conversation with Dean Soriano in Iloilo in June, and that is the basis of this invitation, for which I'm grateful. Thanks for the kind introduction. And my talk today is about Philippine presidents and the fate of social policy reform in the Philippines. And several of the presidents I'll be talking about are pictured here. Next slide, please. So before I talk about the topic at hand, I wanted to mention my personal connection to PUP, which is via the past president and, dare I say, legendary figure, and of course, namesake of this conference, popularly known, as I understand it, as Doc Prudente. I interviewed him for my PhD research for a book a number of years ago, so many decades ago that I would be telling you my age if I gave you the exact date, but actually you'll figure it out from this slide. There was mentioned I'd written a book called The Anti-Marcos Struggle, and this was based on a series of interviews and other research. And the interview I had with Dr. Prudente was one of the most wide-ranging, inspiring, and open of all, although the situation wasn't very open because of the armed guards present. Necessary, as many of you will know, given the 2 assassination attempts, which had left him wounded and tragically killed several of his associates. So a terrible period in Philippine politics in many ways at the time, which affected him. He'd been jailed during the dictatorship, hunted afterwards, but I found him flapless despite it all, maintaining his commitment to education, the Filipino nation, and its development, with a courage that few academics, myself included, and with due respect to us as a group of academics, possess. It's just an extraordinary dedication to the cause and to academic integrity. So I wanted to start out with that comment. Next slide, please. So the background of this talk is the repeated broken promises which one has seen from presidents, but also governor generals. So I'll talk about that very briefly, particularly related to social problems and land issues. And I think this is a very relevant approach given the hyper-presidential nature of the Philippine political system, according to scholars. So I'll be looking at the social policies of 9 presidents and 1 governor general, and how this has occurred throughout the past 100+ years. My suggestion is we see that presidents both decrying the problems of social inequality and injustice while deflecting from them, while not actually implementing the policies promised. Next slide, please. And I start out with the largest person I'll be dealing with here, Governor General William Howard Taft. Many of you will know him as the first U.S. Philippine Governor General. He also went on to become President of the U.S. and Supreme Court Chief Justice. And he was very much engaged in a kind of discursive battle with the Spanish, even though they'd been defeated, of course, largely by the Philippine revolutionaries, not by the U.S., but that's another matter. The U.S. was, via Taft, was going to gift Filipino cultivators, peasant cultivators, land to demonstrate the enlightened character of U.S. colonialism, contrasting it to the dark age of Spanish rule. It was, of course, aimed to limit peasant grievance and deflect from the authoritarian character of U.S. colonial rule, despite, of course, all the democratic promises made. But in reality, only half of the land was given to small farmers. The rest was sold to US interests and Filipino elites. And those that did receive land, those peasant cultivators, received very little support, kind of, money and know-how necessary to properly cultivate land, leading them, in most cases, it turns out, to actually sell on the land and therefore become, again, landless. And this is the first we will see in a series of failed land reforms, with the US, in this case, showing little interest in uplifting the whole of the Filipino people, as they had promised in order to help justify their colonialism, the colonization of the Philippines. Next slide, please. We move on to Manuel Quezon, Commonwealth President, who also promises social reforms in the context of the Sactal uprising and the rise of the Partido Comunista ng Pilipinas, PKP. Quezon's 1938 social justice policy also had a kind of grand rhetorical flourish. It was to lift the yoke of oppression of the poor through land redistribution, through a minimum wage, 8-hour working day, and peasant and union rights. And while some of these measures did come through, land reform did not. We also see that Quezon was, in a sense, deflecting from his growing authoritarianism. I don't have the time to go into that here, but just before World War II occurs, Quezon had consolidated powers in a way that would only be equaled by Marcos decades later. What Quezon wound up doing, as his land reform did not go through, and he didn't push very hard for it, was to instead increase resettlement in Mindanao. And relating to the previous speaker, this is one of the sources, many scholars argue, of later conflicts there. These settlers who, instead of receiving land in their own areas, were shipped off to Mindanao. Next slide, please. The next slide regards two post-independence presidents. Once the very famous Ramon Magsaysay, in his rule, his administration, I should say, was considered one of the most successful in many ways, but it was not in terms of social reform. There was fierce congressional opposition he was unable to, or unwilling to, overcome. There was also interesting, some of you will know the background of the US involvement in Magsaysay's successful presidential bid in 1953, and also his role as defense secretary before that. So the US is very active, involved, you could say, trying to co-opt Filipino politicians, but it does not push for social reform, particularly after Magsaysay is elected. In fact, a couple of US officials who were very keen on supporting Magsaysay in this were actually removed from the embassy in Manila, showing a shift in US policy, part of the conservative 1950s in the US. And so again, resettlement of the landless to Mindanao was seen as a solution, quote unquote, but in fact, further exacerbated tensions there. Macapagal Diosdado, president from 1961 to 65, had campaigned as a self-proclaimed poor boy from Lubao, Pampanga, but like Magsaysay, was a member of the provincial elite, not a man of the masses. And like Magsaysay, like Quezon, like Taft, his land reform initiative proved of little help. There were high retention limits, allowing landlords to even keep tenants they had ejected, supposedly, but then said, come back, you'll be wage laborers now. In other words, getting around the law in that way. The program was woefully underfunded, and the economic conditions of most farmers, according to scholars, actually worsened during this period. Next slide, please. Then we turn to the long rule of Ferdinand y Marcos, initially as an elected president, then re-elected under somewhat controversial circumstances in 1969. Then, of course, the martial law rule, which was previously mentioned in regard to President Prudente. So Marcos, if one goes back over that, the records of that period, he makes, offers a number of justifications for martial law, but one of the ones that's most important, and the ones that actually gives the name to his project, the New Society, is, the need to get rid of persistent poverty, to need to deal with the great inequality, to repudiate the old oligarchical order of the old and therefore bad society in favor of his new society. So upon declaring martial law in 1972, he pledges to undertake extensive social, particularly land reform. That was a keystone. He said his whole martial law rule could be judged on that basis, but he also undertook, in the spirit of some of the other countries of the region, think of South Korea, think of Indonesia, think of Singapore, large-scale industrialization projects. Now, there's of course a lot of fanfare around the land reform program, but it was in fact riddled with loopholes, according to scholars, with some large rice haciendas broken up, but it still utterly failing to aid the poorest and possibly most numerous stratum, the landless. So it just leaves out the landless altogether. The sharecroppers are helped, but the others are not. And then, according to this economist Boyce, the plight of the landless is actually worsened during martial law. And then, of course, the other aspect of Marcos's rule relevant here is the highly cronyist nature, the cronies taking over various parts of the economy, which ultimately led to a high level of indebtedness, inefficiency, and an economic crash, which of course worsened inequality. And at the same time, we saw the rise of a strong new communist insurgency, this time the CPP NPA won. Next slide, please. So then returning to the post-people power period. And this was obviously a time of great hopes. And I'm old enough to say that I was there. I saw it. I had been actually a student in the Philippines, exchange student at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, during the late Marcos period, and saw the post-Marcos period where I did most of my research for my PhD thesis and my book. So I know about the spirit of that time, and there's been a lot of revisionism about that period, but there were a lot of great hopes, and there were also pledges of social reform. And to be fair to the Aquino and then Ramos and Estrada administration, there were some successes, more than in the past. So one shouldn't avoid mentioning that. But still, at best, they can only be judged partially successful. And I think another important point to make about this period is that there is a strong belief that state-led strategies had been discredited by Marcos's corruption, cronyism, economic crisis, and thus the neoliberal policies that were pursued. And this, of course, was part of this U.S. hegemony of the period, which neoliberalism was prescribed, also with the fall of communism shortly thereafter. So the Philippines was not that unusual, but there was the additional impetus in the Philippine case of, well, Marcos failed with his state-led developmental strategies, so maybe it's state-led strategies in general that are problematic. And I think if you look around the region, one finds that that is not the case, that state-led strategies have often been quite successful, and that the Philippines kind of taking itself out of that state-led strategy was not advantageous in terms of helping the worst off in society. It did, however, as it's important to point out, produce high growth levels. The economy did stabilize and then recovered from the crisis of the late Marcos period. Again, that's subject to historical revisionism, but those are the facts of the period economically. Poverty did fall between 1985 and 2000, but given rapid population growth during this period of the Aquino government, which was pliant, according to Dr. Lasco, who's written a very interesting article about this, the actual numbers of the poor increased. Pliant, I should say, to the Catholic Church. So Marcos had introduced birth control policies, which had met some success, but these were reversed, undermined, and so on under the Aquino administration. Another thing I think worth mentioning is what I would suggest we could call proletarian populism. This is before the populism of the Duterte administration of a different variety. And I think of course, Joseph Estrada, but also Fernando Poe Jr. and even Jejomar Binay, who had promised in their campaigns, and in the case of Estrada during his presidency, to help the poor majority. But as we know, Estrada was less than 3 years in office. He was overthrown, even though he had, in my view, a fairly serious land reform team, which was starting to undertake some serious reforms. They were cheated in the case of Fernando Poe in 2004, and Binay, before running in 2016, was subjected to a highly selective, I think one can suggest, a Senate investigation helping discredit his candidacy. So this kind of proletarian populist alternative in Philippine politics is effectively discredited. Next slide, please. And then we turn to Duterte's war on drugs. And I think the argument can be made that this was a diversionary tactic to some extent. Of course, I don't doubt the former president's commitment to ridding the Philippines of the scourge of drugs, as he repeatedly said. But it was also part of this discourse of Duterte being a socialist, as he would say in the early days during his campaign in 2016 and the early days of his administration. And let's recall he appointed 4 leftist cabinet members who did in fact advocate genuine land reform, universal social welfare, limits on mining, and so on. But instead of listening and implementing these policies, Duterte largely followed the advice of his neoliberal economic managers. In other words, these pro-market reforms continue under Duterte that have been followed by his predecessors in the post-people power period, as I mentioned. He did have social policy initiatives, particularly universal health care, but again, these were underfunded. And the war on drugs, if one looks at what he was saying about it, was offered as a way to free the poor from violence and poverty. And the program was, of course, very popular as you look at opinion polls. But in the course of this campaign, Duterte had demonized and scapegoated small-time drug users and dealers. And then, of course, the hard-headed pasaway during the COVID-19 pandemic. And these were this kind of scapegoating got away from the major structural issues that are behind this high levels of poverty in the Philippines. I've described Duterte's governance as a kind of brute force, a personalized strongman rule involving blame shifting and securitization. But it did, of course, win public approval despite the failure of the drug war to seriously reduce drugs in the Philippines, and of course the COVID-19 lockdowns to reduce the spread of the pandemic. So it was an effective political strategy, but it wasn't effective in terms of actual social policy reforms, reducing drug dependency, addiction, and of course, effectively coping with the pandemic. Next slide, please. So to conclude, and I'm following here the politician scholar Walden Bello, who has written many things about this issue, but one book I'm citing here is his very interesting book called The Anti-Developmental State of 2009, which talks about the utter failure of repeated administrations to reduce inequality. And what I've done in this presentation is attempt to outline an over century-long neglect of the poor majority, going back way back to Taft. I've been going back into colonial history here, but also talk about Quezon's Commonwealth and these promises to uplift the poor majority through social reforms that ultimately are failed or at least only very partially successful. Also discuss the post-independence presidencies of Magsaysay and Macapagal. Again, particularly Magsaysay, great expectations, but actual social reform output was quite minimal. Marcos's martial law, developmentalism, as it's often been called, had a social welfare component, but land reform was undermined through loopholes and the economy through cronyism. The post-Marcos period is dominated by this pro-market neoliberal strategy that does lead to high growth, but with limited social reform, poverty stays high. In fact, this is crucial, I think, to mention the Philippines is the highest poverty incidence among the ASEAN 6, and this is expected to remain the case for at least the remainder of this decade. There was a missed opportunity for proletarian populism under Estrada, Poe, and Binay, who, it's hard to say, and of course Estrada is a very controversial president, but there seemed to be some, at least rhetorical commitment to that by these 3 candidates who are president. Engaging in pseudo-reform, Duterte kind of claimed the drug war to be a silver bullet for social and poverty issues. That was not successful, as I've suggested. Now, the current president, Marcos Jr., Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is also committed to reducing poverty. That he made very clear from not just his SONA yesterday, but his first SONA. But given this historical record, I think there's some reason for skepticism, although always, of course, room for hope. The next slide, please. Just wanted to mention this new book that I've published, and if there are those here interested, please email me about the book, which is available in a PDF copy. And one more slide, please. Just to say maraming salamat and to offer for those interested a brief account of some of the sources I've relied on, particularly the historical sources. There's a really a great wealth of literature on this issue, which I've been able to draw on. And thanks for your interest and your attention. And I look forward to any comments or questions you might have. Maraming salamat.
Actually appreciate with Mr. Dr. Thompson, we will see you again later.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
She likes peace. Okay? And I do like peace too. Okay, the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, we call it the NTF-LCAC, is a policy initiative established in the Philippines to address the persistent communist insurgency that has plagued the country for over 5 decades. Please take note. There is nothing wrong about communism as an idea, as a concept, subject for discussion, very noble because it can really help us. Because the main purpose of communism is leading us to utopia. Di ba alam natin yan? Pagkakaisa, katahimikan. And it becomes negative if such thought is converted into an overt act that produces criminality, like burning buses, taking lives of fellow Filipinos. Destructive acts, that becomes a criminal act. And therefore, they will be subject to interrogation, they will be subject to the arms of the law. But communism is not at all wrong. The policy decision to create the NTF-LCAC was driven by the need to promote internal stability, security, and safety, and to counter the communist insurgency led, okay, quote unquote, by the Communist Party of the Philippines and its armed wing, the New People's Army. The significance of this policy decision lies in its aim to unify, coordinate various government agencies and local government units in eradicating the political and armed groups associated with the communist insurgency. Again, for emphasis, communism is not at all bad. But when they go into another way that promotes revolution, it becomes bad. Okay. So, the communist insurgency in the Philippines has been a long-standing challenge. 52 years of existence, with the NPA engaging in armed struggle and carrying out attacks against state forces and infrastructure. Although previous administrations have attempted peace talks with the CPP and PA, sad to say that these efforts have often failed, leading to a resumption of hostilities. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, 52 years ago, a lot of Filipinos died. Maybe some of you is a relative of them, both the military, the government authorities, and the the New People's Army. Nakakalungkot dahil tayo ay mga Pilipino. Even if we go abroad, even if there is a chance for us to change our status from a Filipino to a US citizen, to an Australian citizen, or to any kind of citizenship, the fact remains that we are Filipinos. Kahit anong gawin nyo, sa mga itsura pa lang natin, tayo ay dugong Pilipino. Wala tayong magagawa dyan. And therefore, we Filipinos must protect each other, must love each other, and therefore we should unite. In response, the NTF-LCAC was established in 2018 under Executive Order Number 70 to adopt a whole-of-nation approach. Dito nga dapat sabi ko, hindi lang the whole-of-nation approach, but the whole of barangay, approach. Because every barangay, every province, every town, we have different needs. Hindi lang manggagaling sa taas ang gusto nating mangyari sa baba. Tignan natin ang pangangailangan ng bawat barangay, ng bawat probinsya. That is a one-nation approach daw. Pero sabi ko nga, iyon ang ibig sabihin noon na every barangay, every province, we have to look at their needs. Okay? And all these approaches were made possible, okay, through the help of our local units. The policy decision to establish the NTF-LCAC aimed to address not only the armed aspect of the insurgency, but also the political mobilization and recruitment efforts of the communist insurgents. In addition, the policy recognizes that the communist insurgency is not deeply a military and securing issue, but is also rooted in broader socio-cultural, economic, and historical problems such as poverty, historical injustice, social inequality, and a lack of inclusivity. So these are the policy options. Continuation of current approach. The option involves maintaining the current strategy and implementation of the NTF-LCAC, focusing on coordination of government agencies, law enforcement, and local government units to suppress and eradicate the communist insurgency. It would also include sustaining military operations, intelligence gathering, and community-based program aimed at addressing the underlying causes of the insurgency. So again, I will discuss to you, okay, the reframing the policy. Kailangan natin baguhin, i-reframe natin yung dating kaalaman at dating pagkaintindi natin what LCAC is all about. The option comprises of fundamental rethinking of policy approach. It recognizes that armed conflict cannot be resolved solely through military means and requires a comprehensive and multifaceted approach that addresses marginalized communities, socio-economic and political grievances. This would involve prioritizing development programs, poverty alleviation, land reform, and inclusive governance to address the root causes of the insurgency. Alam mo, nakakatuwa lang, yesterday I was listening, talagang concentrating on the sona of the president. Talagang natutuwa ako dahil although he did not mention about West Philippine Sea, he did not criticize any political party, all he discussed is about unity, pagkakaisa. I may not have voted for him, but now I like him because he's trying to put us together. Put aside, okay, all political adversaries. Importante sa ating mga Pilipino ang pagkakaisa. I was discussing with the good Professor Lim kanina, no? Tayo, we produced a lot of professionals every semester in the whole country, millions of them. But look at you now, look at me now, look at us now, still belonging to the third world country. And they say that's not politically correct to say that we are in the third world country. Ang sabi nila, developing country, which I agree. But go down deep there, we still, okay, belong to the third world country, despite the education that we had. And I want to challenge everyone present here. All of you are professors. Okay? Bakit natin sinasanay sa pagtuturo, okay, ang ating mga estudyante na pag-graduate nila ay maging empleyado sila? Bakit ganon? Bakit mga estudyante ang gusto nila makatapos lang para pumunta magtrabaho bilang isang empleyado? At sinisisi natin ang mga kapitalista dahil sila ang gumagawa sa atin ng mga empleyado. Many of us would say, my students in MBA, for example, I challenge them, kung talagang kayo ay seryoso sa pag-aaral, okay? Pag-graduate nyo, sa dami ng nanalaman nyong prinsipyo, okay, sa management, business management, magtayo kayo ng sarili nyong negosyo. The only thing they always say, sir, wala kaming kapital. Money is always a problem. But I dare you, money is not a problem. You must have the guts. Pwedeng magnegosyo ng walang kapital. Gamitin na ang utak para magkaroon ng kapital. Huwag kang mag-alala dahil pag hindi naging successful ang negosyo na yan, wala kang ininvest na pera, kahit pamalugi yan, hindi masakit para sa'yo. But today is the best day for us to realize that even without the presence of money in our hands, we can establish a business. You ask me why or how? That's your assignment. You think about it. Ang dami natin pinag-uusapan. Marami kaming dapat i-discuss. Look, we are feeding prisoners in Muntinlupa. We are feeding, prisoners sa Iwahig. We are feeding prisoners sa Mindoro, no? We spend millions for their food. Every week, millions for the electricity bills and water bills. Millions for the guards. Bakit hindi natin dalhin lahat mga yon? Sa West Philippine Sea, create a community, bring their families. Less ang cost ng electricity, less ang cost for the guards. They live their own life, they cannot escape. But they are given the second chance to live with their family. O pwede yun, di ba? Political will. Okay. So let me continue, no? There were options of dialogue and negotiations between the government and the CPP-NPA. Furthermore, it recognizes the need for a political settlement to achieve a lasting peace and addresses the demands and concerns of the communist insurgents through negotiations. It would entail engaging in confidence-building measures, exploring potential peace agreements, and establishing mechanism for disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of former rebels. Based on the policy analysis, it is recommended to pursue option 2, reframing the policy. While the current approach has demonstrated some success in suppressing the armed aspect of the insurgency, it falls short in addressing the root causes and achieving long-term peace. Thus, reframing the policy prioritizes development programs, poverty alleviation, okay, and inclusive governance is essential to addressing the socio-economic and political grievances that fuel the insurgency. Bago tayo makipag-usap at bago tayo magkaroon ng unawaan sa ating kagustuhan, pagkakaisa, the government has the right, the privilege, and the only system that can bring about unity by simply solving first, okay, the basic needs of our people in the grounds. To use a colloquial term, sa magsyota, sa mag-asawa, sa magsing-iro, imposibleng hindi magkakaunawaan yan. There will always come a time na meron silang mga bagay na hindi pagkakaunawaan at mag-aaway. And therefore, these couples will never resolve such an issue without first trying to find out what causes misunderstanding. Ganun din sa ating bayan. Okay? Bakit ba merong umaalsa? Sa PUP main or in other campuses, bakit nababawasan or if not, kokonti na lang ang mga nagrarally? Because we always address their issues. Sabi ko, press, hindi natin pwedeng pabayaan ang kanilang mga demands. Let's sit down with them, talk to them. Ano ba talaga kailangan nyo? Kapag kaya nating ibigay o sa abot na ating makakaya, ibigay natin because they deserve this. We cannot just make a policy banning all this activism, okay, in our university because they have reasons, okay, to form a group and go against the administration because we administrators, sometimes we fail them. Ganun din po sa insurgency. Bakit umaalsa ang ating mga kababayan? Dahil hindi na-address ang kanilang pangangailangan. At kapag sila-sila na ang nag-uusap, ang pananaw nila ay pinabayaan sila ng gobyerno. Let's go back to the basic. Feed them of what they need. But that's why we need researchers like you. We should also research, okay, on how to sustain in helping them. We will not only feed them by simply doling out, but we should teach them how to fish. Ganun lang yon. Kapag sila ay nakuha na natin, bigyan mo ng 50 mil, isurrender ang baril. Delikado sila. Paano mo isusustain? Dapat may programa tayo, pangmatagalang programa, upang mamuhay sila ng katulad natin. You know, these are the things that we need really seriously to deal with because I pity them. They are fellow Filipinos. Their heart desires to surrender. Their mind wants to be with us. But they have second thoughts because they do not know where to go after they surrender. So that is the aim, that is the purpose of this study. In fact, I have submitted this sa national security and also to the armed forces of the Philippines para lang malaman din nila. Kasi, promotion para sa military. Pandagdag, rango, kapag marami nag-surrender. Pagdagdag sahod kapag na-promote. Pero yung mga nag-surrender, after the picture taking, they're left on their own. And therefore, we should have a better program for them. A sustainable program to help them survive with their family. Okay? This recommendation acknowledges the complex nature of the conflict and the need for a multifaceted approach. It recognizes that a purely military response is insufficient. You agree with me, right? And the sustainable peace can only be achieved by addressing the underlying issues of poverty, as said, historical injustice, and social inequality. Marami. Dito tayo magdi-deal. Di ba? Sabi niya, ni Prof. Lim kanina, we should be equal. Ganun ba ang pananaw natin that we should always be equal? Di ba? Hindi ganon ang pananaw ko. Okay? There must be a root cause of inequality. And in order to say that we should be equal, let's define terms deeply. There are other forms, okay, that we can consider before we can say that we are equal. In reality, life is unfair. We can never be equal, whether you like it or not. So these are words. We can play with words, highfalutin terms, but let's go down, okay? Let's make sure that we understand every word that we discuss here. So again, addressing the root causes. In addressing the root causes, education has a very important role. And that's why we have our very good commissioner here. Okay? We have a very good composition of CHED, I hope. Di ba, sir? Kayo po ang mag-guide sa amin. And it is very important that our commissioner here, Commissioner Adamat, is promoting peace, of which I am a director in that organization. And that's why, sir, oh yes, and also a floor leader. No? And I would like to invite everyone to join us in that endeavor. VIP. Okay? Tayo, kailangan natin ang pagkakaisa. Okay? So, doon sa implementing option 2, no, will require a long-term commitment. Ito yung sinasabi kong hindi panandali ang pakikipag-usap o panandali ang pagbibigay ng candy sa mga surrenderies at sa mga kasamahan nating mga naliligaw ng landas ng ganun-ganun lang. Okay? From the government and the allocation of resources to support development programs. Alam mo, I teach in public ad. Nung merong ito, LCAC, I see some conflicting policies of the local government code. And I was discussing that to Sir Chris, di ba? Sabi ko, bakit ganun? Hindi ba pangdagdag korupsyon ito? Dahil ang LCAC ay meron silang pondo to build, okay, a road from farm to market roads. Or from, yes, di ba? Meron silang pondo to build bridges. Meron din ganun ang local government. Meron din ganun ang national. Parang na-confused ang funding natin, ang mga resources natin. Di ba? Siguro that is one way also of checking this executive order para lang maging maayos, because Executive Order 70, it becomes an intelligence fund later on, which is not subject to audit. Dapat po, I'm not really sure of that, but dapat magiging organized ang distribution of resources, okay? Para nakafocus tayo sa pagtulong sa ating mga kababayan na naliligaw ng landas. In addition, it will require concerted efforts to engage marginalized communities, address historical grievances, and promote inclusive governance. Hence, by reframing the policy, the government can work towards achieving a sustainable and lasting peace that goes beyond suppressing the armed insurgency and focuses on addressing the root causes of conflict. Napaka-importante nun. Okay? Now, in implementing option 2, will require a long-term commitment from the government and the allocation of resources to support development programs, poverty alleviation initiative, and structural reforms. In addition, it will require concerted efforts to engage marginalized communities, address historical grievances, as already said. Ito ang masasabi ko sa inyong lahat. Alam mo, itong LCAC ay isang creation ng ating dating presidente sa kagustuhan na tayo ay magkakaisa. I agree with him. Sa kagustuhan niyang sana matapos na itong pakikibaka. Pero hanggat meron naaapi sa ating lipunan, lahat ito ay mababaliwala. For all of us present here right now, my name actually, the real name is Pascualito, as you may have seen it. In the seminary, USD Seminary, Central Seminary, they call me Pasky. In San Pablo Seminary in Baguio, they call me Tolits. In PUP right now, among my friends, they call me Lits. L-I-T-S. That's my name, Lits. And our good commissioner usually calls me Lits. Lits Gatan. Today, with that name, I would like to challenge everyone. Lits stands for life is too short. Gatan stands for go and take action now. Reach out to every people. Try to be one with them, try to understand them, and try to unite not only your community, but the whole of us. So thank you. If you have other
Professor Pascualito Bigatan, for sharing with us your knowledge and expertise on institutionalizing the whole of nation approach in attaining inclusive and sustainable peace, creating a national task force to end local communist armed conflict, and directing the adoption of national peace framework. We are guided, of course, with our 1987 Philippine Constitution, where Article 2 states that the maintenance of peace and order, the protection of life, liberty, and property, and the promotion of general welfare are essential for the enjoyment by all the people of the blessings of democracy, and that the state shall promote a just and dynamic social order that will ensure the prosperity and independence of the nation and free the people from poverty through policies that provide adequate social services, promote full employment, a rising standard of living, and an improved quality of life and all. So according to our guest keynote speaker, go and take action now. Gatan 2023. Thank you so much for that, Sir Piolo. Tinatawag natin siyang Papa P sa PUP, for the time and commitment you shared with us in this conference. So let us welcome back again Dr. Thompson for the open forum. Later na lang daw. Sige, we proceed, of course, with, it is also our pleasure to have with us a commissioner from the Commission on Higher Education and the founder of the Volunteer Individuals for Peace and the Ambassador for Peace himself, Dr. Ronald L. Adamat, for the orientation and introduction of the Volunteer Individuals for Peace.
Thank you very much. Sorry, medyo nagmamadali lang kasi may commission in bank kami. But nevertheless, magandang umaga sa inyo. Greetings of peace to everyone. May I just request to share the greetings of peace to the person seated next to you. Peace be with you. And if he's a man, please tell him napakagwapo mo ngayong umaga. At kung siya naman ay Siya naman ay babae, pakisabi, "You're so beautiful this morning." Pero mayroon akong narinig, dalawang bagay. Number one, sabi niya, pautang naman dyan. Tapos yung isa pa, mas masahol. Sabi niya is, rest in peace. Joke lang yun, joke lang. Of course, nagpapasalamat ako sa organizer ng event na to. This is a very important event at a joint program of PUP and the sponsors here. I cannot read, although they have the seals here. Hindi ko nababasa, pero kasama dito yung VIP. That's why I'm here to say something about VIP. Pero since this is research, no? Siguro bigyan natin ng pansin lahat ng mga sinabi ng ating mga lecturers or keynote speakers. Katulad nung una kanina, sinasabi niya na feminism is very important now, especially among Islam. In short, in layman's term, that is women empowerment. So kailangan natin ma-empower ang mga kababayan. Kaya mayroon nga akong quote dyan, and it runs this way: women are as strong as men, or even better. While all of us go through hardship in life, women are better off in carrying them behind their smiles. Ang mga lalaki, pagka medyo nahirapan sa problema, makikita mo talaga sa behavior nila, sa mukha. Pero ang babae, because maybe of patience, talagang nakasmile pa kahit may problema. So tulungan natin ang mga kababaihan. Although culture is very important, pero hindi siguro pwedeng basta-bastahin mawala yung kultura, kasi I believe that if you lose your culture, then you lose your identity as a people. Me as an IP, I have to keep my culture, especially that my belief is that generally speaking, Filipino culture are general culture are borrowed, no? Generally speaking, except for the indigenous people's culture, the bedrock of the bedrock of Philippine genuine culture. So, yan ang tandaan natin. Tapos, bago ko ibigay sa staff ko yung explanation about VIP, gusto ko lang sabihin, kasi this is research, we will just take note of the 3 types of peace, no? 4 types of peace. Number 1 is preventive peace. Sabi ni Director Gatan o Professor Gatan, dapat we have to deal with the root cause of unpeace or violence or criminality. And I call that preventive peace. Preventive peace. So do something to address the root cause so that unpeace will not take place. So, yun siguro yung dapat pag-usapan nyo sa research, kung paano tayo gumawa ng isang framework na ma-prevent yung occurrence ng unpeace, violence, and criminality. So, the next type is positive peace. Okay? Positive peace means you have to do affirmative action programs. Hindi lang para sa ikauunlad ng community or ang mga estudyante or kung sino man. Hindi yung okay na tayo basta walang nanggugulo, kahit na walang development basta walang nanggugulo, okay na tayo. Hindi tayo okay. That's I call negative peace, which is the number 3. So positive peace, you have to do something. You have to do something affirmatively to help people in trying to succeed in life, just like the professors, like teaching the students, giving them enough knowledge to prepare for the future and to become competitive, not only locally but internationally. So I was talking about negative peace. Yung ano lang tayo, kung walang nagreklamo, may peace at okay na. So hindi dapat ganon. Dapat gumawa tayo ng isang bagay na matulungan natin ang isa't isa. So, ang pinaka masakit dito, yung isang part o type ng peace, which is the curative peace. And that's in most cases, that's the paradigm government are employing, the curative peace. Halimbawa, nagkagulo, mayroong mga insurgency, etc., etc. Anong gagawin ng gobyerno? I-cure natin yan, bigyan natin ng ganito, ipasurrender natin, etc., etc. So, hindi yun eh. That's palliative. Then, the better way of doing is, number one, preventive peace. Look for the root cause and address the root cause. Number two, positive peace. If you have identified or recognized the root causes, hindi lang dapat i-address, kundi do something affirmative to develop, to give development to our people. Then, hindi rin ibig sabihin pagka wala nang nagreklamo ay mayroon na tayong kapayapaan. Hindi po. Negative peace yun. At lalo nang hindi dapat curative peace. Kaya, in my case, because it is acknowledged that education plays a vital role in the promotion of peace, I established VIP in 2019, Volunteer Individuals for Peace, and even composed its theme song. You can access that in YouTube, in my YouTube channel. It's already translated into different languages throughout the world as adapted by HWPL. That's one of the reasons why I was awarded the first Filipino Mahatma Gandhi Prize for Nonviolent Peace in 2020, but was actually awarded in March 2022. And aside from that, the integration of peace and IP education into the higher education curricula by virtue of CMO number 1 and CMO number 2 respectively. For the first time, mayroon tayo na-integrate yung peace education into the higher education curricula and through my sponsorship. Kaya pagtulungan natin lahat ng mga eskwelahan ngayon, HCIs, private and public, ito'y we're implementing this, and as far as CHED is concerned, we have trained already professors by batches to develop the curriculum, and we are looking forward to invite more professors to undergo the necessary training to equip them to with the nuances of peace, because not everyone can teach peace. You've got to be equipped, you've got to be skilled about it. And first and foremost, you've got to be a peace advocate. Kasi hindi ka po pwedeng mag-pretend na peace educator ka tapos deep down in your heart, you are not a peace advocate. That's why you've got to have what I call personal peace. And to have personal peace, you've got to be at peace with your God. Because if you are not at peace with your God, then you will not be able to achieve personal peace. And if you have personal peace, you are standing on solid ground in trying to spread or promote the culture of peace, first in your family, in your community, in your province maybe, and in the entire country. And as again, the role of education is very critical, because the youth who are supposed to be the bedrock of peace has to be trained, has to be taught, has to be acquainted, has to the culture of peace has to be embedded in their hearts and souls, because they are the future leaders of our nation. Once they become part of the workforce of our society and that peace is embedded in their heart, they can bring that along with them. That we can minimize criminality, corruption, etc., etc. So napaka-importante po. So, yung staff ko, siya na yung mag-explain kung ano yung BIP. By the way, as just a promotion, yung mga songs ko nasa YouTube. I have song for education, song for peace, for thank you, for environment, etc. Just click just to subscribe and click the notification button. So please, okay? It's also available on Spotify. And before I'll close, advertisement din. One of my movies entitled The Blind Soldiers, which I personally directed along with another director, kami ni Long Mejia, Sulaiman Cruz in Provinciano, is going to be screened or shown in SM theaters or cinemas in September 15. September 15. So please kindly promote the movie and please watch it. Amongst our students, among faculty, you are all invited to watch that. That's a very, very historical, educational, and cultural song. Has something to do also with the importance of peace. The other one is The Blood Brothers, kami na Cesar Montano, out of my book carrying the same title, The Blood Brothers. Baka sa December ito. Sa December, entry sa Metro Manila Film Fest. So, sana mapatronize natin. Okay? So, that's about it. Again, congratulations, Director Dr. Cheryl Morales is here, Director Professor Gatan, and of course, Dr. Muhi is supposed to be here, pero wala. At yung presence nyo made this more meaningful. Okay? And I hope we will get something out of this conference to make it more significant in our life and the life of our students and our community. This afternoon, I understand Secretary Galvez would be here and that we can listen to the programs available in OPA Pro, and we can ask him. I encourage you to ask him specifically around the program of government, around the 3 or the 4 types of peace that I have mentioned: preventive peace, positive peace, negative peace, and curative peace. Kasi yun yung ginagawa ng gobyerno, cure lang. Walang sustainable development. Kaya nung sino yung naka-attend dito ng first National Peace Convention ng BIP sa PICC. So we have adopted a resolution adopting a framework on the attainment of peace, which I call PBBMSD. Parang kung titingnan mo, literally, President Bongbong Marcos Sara Duterte. But the deeper meaning insofar as peace is concerned is peace builds, binds minds for sustainable development. So take note of that. That's the framework we have adopted. And part of the framework is the establishment of a national peace holiday. Alam niyo, pagka na-create natin yan, sana nandoon na kay Presidente yung framework na at saka yung request na for the establishment of the national peace holiday. Napaka-importante because we can designate one very, very important day in our history, in our time, na tayong mga Pilipino, both public and private sectors will come together and share and celebrate the nuances, the gains of peace. And for that matter, inviting those people who are in the other side of government to go back to the folds of government. So, ito'y bagong pag-asa, kumbaga. Kung nasa US, mayroon silang Thanksgiving Day, which is better celebrated than New Year and Christmas Day. I hope we can have one National Peace Day in the Philippines, wherein all citizenry of this country will come together and share the values of peace, and maybe a truce day for that matter, a time for us to make amends to people whom we hurt down the line. So, without much ado, again, congratulations to the organizers and thank you for your presence. My staff will take over. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you once again, our good commissioner, Dr. Ronald L. Adamat. May we welcome back again Dr. Thompson on Zoom. Ay, umuwi na. Okay. Dr. Thompson, are you there with us?
I'm here, yes.
Any question for Dr. Thompson? Apologies, Prof. Gatan is not available. Any question on the topic, the expectation set for Philippine presidents and the realization of their attempts to carry out social reforms? Yes, we have one question from Dr. Rodrigo De La Rosa. Can we hand him a mic, please? Sir, kindly just approach our microphone here. Then we'll also proceed with paper presentations afterwards. Sir De La Rosa.
Good afternoon, good noon, good morning po, Dr. Thompson, Dr. or Professor Director Pascualito Gatan. Actually, this question is addressed to this speaker at kahit sino lang sa kanila pwedeng sumagot. The question is all about peace and negotiation agreements. And these peace and negotiation agreements have been practiced since the time of former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. between the government and the communist rebels, or even from the Mindanao peace process, the Moro National Liberation Front, or the MILF under Normie Suarez. During the time of President Duterte, we have the anti-terrorism law passed and approved by Congress. And now we have the NTF-LCAC, which was discussed by our speaker also, Sir Gatan, to end conflict with the armed rebels. So we talk about peace. For me, peace is the absence of war. And if there is no war, there is peace. There are wars happening right now between Ukraine and Russia. So war is inevitable. My question is, how do we achieve the real peace for our nation if there are wars? Thank you. Thank you.
If that question was meant for me, I'll have to say that I'd pass to Professor Gatan, who I guess has left the session. He was talking very eloquently about that. Maybe the only thing I'll add based on my talk was the interesting aspect of the history of insurgencies over the last 100+ years that I discussed in my talk. We saw I mentioned the Sacdalistas, often forgotten insurgency of the 1930s. Of course, the PKP, which preceded the CPP. I think as Professor Gatan was saying, often these insurgencies, although they result in terrible violence and suffering and destruction, are often a kind of a symptom of social ills. And, this is something, for example, that Quezon in 1938, a social reform program addressed directly. Of course, President Marcos, when declaring martial law in 1972, addressed that as well. And subsequent presidents have been addressing this issue too. So this is just maybe put it in historical perspective. This is something that's been discussed for a long time. The PKP Huck insurgency did come to an end, only to be replaced by another insurgency, the CPP-NPA. So peace efforts are obviously laudable and important, and seem to be making progress, hopefully, anyway. But I just want to point to their long history in the Philippines, and that perhaps one could say at the core is the issue of social injustice, poverty, and dealing with those issues. I think often is a very important aspect, I would say, and this is not just the Philippines but in other countries, an important aspect of any peace process.
Thank you, Sir Thompson. We also have one more question for you. We also have one more question from Professor Bahar.
Hi, Professor Thompson. I've been reading your papers, and actually I've been studying your papers. I had one paper with Asian politics and policy, and all of my references are mostly from you. You've been an expert on populism in the Philippines, and you've written in your book in 2009 about the populism, the historical trajectories of populism. I'd like to ask you, what if the Philippines achieves greater peace? Say, for example, would it mean that we have lesser leanings towards populist ideals or populist ideologies?
Thanks for that, and also for the kind words. That's an interesting question that I have to think more about. I think that there's kind of, as they say in the medical profession, it's kind of like a syndrome. It's hard to disentangle the various factors and offer a causal explanation. But as I suggested in my previous answer, peace and the issue of insurgency is, in my view, related to this issue of social reform and its previous failures, or at least its inadequacies, or its lack of adequate implementation, and the fact that poverty incidence remains very high in the Philippines. And I'm comparing that to other countries in the region, right? So it's not just saying it abstractly, poverty is high, but it is compared to, say, a country like Indonesia with a similar standard of living, but yet, even though average Indonesian has a similar standard of living to the average Filipino, the distribution is such in the Philippines that there's a greater degree of poverty, and that shows up in various surveys as well. So people feel themselves to be deprived. About half of the Social Weather Station does surveys. Half of Filipinos say that they are, poor, mahirap. So that relates into the peace issue. So populism, I think, feeds ultimately on, disillusionment with the status quo, with the so-called elites who are in charge of the status quo. And one thing I tried to point out is that there was another kind of populism, doesn't exist much anymore, it seems, at least one doesn't see many indications of it. And Joseph Estrada was, as I know, a very controversial president, but he did represent for many poor Filipinos a hope, as we saw in, EDSA Dos was what toppled Estrada. EDSA Tres is what his supporters launched when he was arrested. They were so upset by that. And so once this kind of populism that was focused on the poor, right? Estrada was saying, I'm for the poor. Era para sa mahirap, as he would say in his campaign slogans. That populism shifted under Duterte and became more oriented toward not more, it became centered on the war on drugs as a kind of silver bullet, as I suggested, to the country's many problems, including poverty and peace and order. And so, I think that as long as these kind of issues remain, people are looking for solutions, and some of the solutions are are more plausible than others, in my view. And once those issues are dealt with, issues of peace, or more adequately dealt with, issues of peace will also become easier, and a peaceful society will perhaps have less populist impulse, although there's some pretty peaceful places in the world, like Scandinavia, where populists are also on the rise. So it's a complicated picture, but in the Philippine context, that's, I think, what I would offer as my assessment of some of the factors involved in its rise.
Thank you, Sir Bahar. At this juncture, thank you so much, Dr. Thompson, for all your insights and time you shared with us this morning. And let's officially award our certificate of recognition to Dr. Mark Thompson. Let me read the citation. Certificate of recognition is awarded to Mark R. Thompson for his invaluable contribution as session speaker on the topic, the expectations set for Philippine presidents and the realization of their attempts to carry out social reforms. During the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference with the theme, The Role of the Populace for Peace and Development and Sustainable Governance through Evidence-Based Policy Making. Signed by Ms. Susmita Piyadarsani, Director of the Core Research Foundation, Dr. Manuel Emuhi, the President of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and Dr. Ronald L. Adamat, Commissioner from the Commission on Higher Education. Thank you again, once again, Dr. Thompson.
Maraming salamat. I enjoyed it.
Lunch, so just enjoy, and then we'll proceed with the introduction on volunteer individuals for peace. We have with us a representative from the organization, Mr. Roland John Kilaman.
Magandang tanghali po sa lahat. Patuloy lang po natin yung pagkain dahil ang gagawin po naman natin maikling pagpapakilala lang sa Voluntary Individuals for Peace dahil ang essentially yung diniscuss naman ni Commissioner Adamat kanina halos yun na rin yung naglalaman ng VIP kung ano man yung vision, mission, goals and objectives nito. Ano po? Ang Voluntary Individuals for Peace, actually ang founder nito, si Commissioner Ronald Adamat, ay lumaki sa hirap at sa lugar na kung saan ay common ang giyera. Lumaki siya sa Mindanao. Karamihan din ng incorporators nito ay lumaki sa mga ganong kalagayan. Kung titignan, nag-iisa sila na nagdadala o nananawagan para sa kapayapaan. Doon nagmula ang pagkakabuo ng Volunteer Individuals for Peace. Dahil brainchild nga po ito ni Commissioner Adamat at ng kanyang mga kasamahan pa na naging masalimuot yung naging karanasan sa buhay. Registered na rin po ito sa SEC. Noong December 2018 nga po pala ito formally na itayo. Ano po? Yan po. Kaya kung titignan po natin, nagiging peace advocate po si Commissioner Adamat mula po sa kanyang karanasan at sa kanyang pagsisikap noon na pumasok rin o maging miyembro ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Kaya nga lang, sabi nga niya, sa ilang pagsubok niya na mag-apply, na maging trainee, hindi siya tinanggap. Ang ending niya, magiging isang peace advocate.
naniniwala po, dahil nga po nabuo na rin ang VIP sa panahong commissioner na rin po ang ating founder, malaki ang pagsandal niya, umaasa siya sa edukasyon bilang pangunahing sandalan para sa pagpapalaganap ng kapayapaan. Kaya nga po yung Peace Education ay itinulak niya rin upang makilala ito or magkaroon ng formal na pagkilala na ituturo ito sa mga higher education institutions. Kaya kung tutuusin po, yung CHED Memorandum tungkol sa Peace Education ay nasa pagtutulak din po ng ating founder ng VIP at ng ating na siyang commissioner din po rito sa CHED. Isa po ang PUP. Maliban po sa iba't ibang state universities and colleges na tumulong o kasalukuyang tumutulong at sandalan ng VIP sa pagpapalaganap ng kanyang mga adhikain o ng kanyang mission, vision, and goals. Kung titignan po, karamihan po ng members ngayon ng VIP ay nanggaling po sa state universities and colleges. At kung tutuusin nga po, yung ating previous speaker kanina, si Professor Gatan, ay isa po sa Peace Ambassadors ng Volunteer Individuals for Peace. Ganon din po yung ating presidente sa PUP, si magkaroon po tayo ng iba pang peace convention, hindi lang po yung naganap na National Peace Convention, kundi peace convention sa Mindanao, sa Visayas at sa dito sa Luzon. Magkakaroon din po tayo niyan sa mga hinaharap. Ito nga po yung nabanggit ko kanina, no, promote peace through education, dahil naniniwala po talaga tayo. Yung edukasyon, siya po talaga yung i-imbibe sa mga kabataan, dahil sila rin naman sa bandang huli ang makikinabang sa peace advocacy na ating inilalaban sa ngayon. Ito po, katulad ng nabanggit ko kanina, patuloy po yung ating papalawak ng ating network sa VIP. Nagtatayo po tayo ng linkages natin, hindi lang sa international, kundi lalong-lalo na sa ating local organizations, local government units. Sa kasalukuyan po, ongoing yung talks natin with YMCA Quezon City, ganun din po sa Philippine National Police. Nagkakaroon po tayo ng communications yan. With the ILG, on process pa po yan dahil meron pa tayong mga requirements na kailangan i-comply as per sa requirements nila. Ayan po, ito naman po yung mga ilang activities na naganap na sa atin. Ito po yung mga unveiling ng peace monuments natin sa iba't ibang schools. And then meron din po tayong mga oath-taking among individuals, maliban dyan yung ating typhoon assistance and donation drive, dahil hindi lang naman po tayo nagpapakalat ng peace, kundi tumutulong po tayo directly sa mga biktima ng kalamidad. Just recently, tumulong din po tayo sa Pasig, yung mga nasunugan doon. Ganun po yung mga activities ng VIP. Sa kasalukuyan po, patuloy po tayong nagpaparami, kaya ini-invite po namin kayo na i-check yung ating website sa vip.adamat.com.ph dahil may website na po ang VIP doon. Doon nyo po makikita yung mga activities. Naandun rin po yung profile ng ating organization, naandun yung vision, mission, and goals, at ang napakarami pong activities na naisagawa na natin. Inaasahan po namin na marami po ang magmiyembro, lalo na sa ating mga youth and students. Meron na po tayong isang chapter ng students sa Nueva Ecija, University of Science and Technology. Inaasahan po sana natin na magkaroon rin tayo sa PUP. Maraming salamat po. Yan po ang VIP. Para sa information po, karagdagang information, pakuan na lang po sa ating website. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald Kilaman, for presenting to us the backgrounds of volunteer individuals for peace. Let's proceed to paper presentations. Ano tayo? Push tayo ng push. Let's have
Sir,
building.
wait po, our apologies since we did start a little bit late due to technical issues and an incidental situation. So we will be on a working lunch. So while we are waiting, actually the staff of Secretary Galvez is already here. So while we are waiting, we can proceed to the presentation pa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Sharima. So we have the paper titled Building a Resilient University, Re-engineering the Academe Towards Disaster Resiliency and Anticipated Governance by Mr. Chris Allen Matute and Mr. Erickson D. Calata.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the title of our paper is Building a Resilient University, Re-engineering the Academe Towards Disaster Resiliency and Anticipated Governance. Next po. So, re-engineering the academe towards resiliency and governance is a vital key to attain effective and competitive governmental. This is accordance with the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management or DRM Act of 2010. It is necessary to empower all societal stakeholders in DRM to realize the vision of safe, adaptable, and disaster-resilient communities toward sustainable development. Employees in civil service or the public sector are included in the scope of work or in the RRM. Under the Rule 8, Section 1 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations of RA 10121, it requires training local and national public sector in DRM in all government-related services, including the SUCs or the state universities and colleges in the Philippines. Additionally, by addressing the risks related to disasters, those working in the public universities and colleges or SUCs failed to achieve the highest maturity of resiliency due to lack of research extension and disaster preparedness programs and initiatives. This study focuses on developing a framework to SUCs on how to deal with the harmful effects of disasters to employees and students. The authors employed a qualitative method. The responses from the SUC's officials through the focus group discussion were gathered to triangulate with existing literature and studies. Next. Next po. Disasters have become more destructive and threatening through the years. In the study of May and C 2016, it was revealed that typhoons in the Southeast Asia have increasingly intensified. This results in more devastating typhoons landing on countries within the location and causing devastating effects to the country. Natural disasters have become extreme over the past decades, causing about 2 million deaths and $3.6 trillion of economic losses globally. So as we all know, the Philippines is located in the vulnerability of Pacific Ring of Fire region. So it is important to educate, or we have to aware the students and employees of the SUCs about these disasters by being taught the essential rescue skills that can significantly mitigate their effects, as well as what are the tools or techniques that are vital aspect of disaster reduction and disaster education. Next po. So these are the thesis or the problem statement. How is head counting beneficial in securing safety of stakeholders in SUC? How has PUP developed head counting used as preparedness measures? The third one, what innovations and best practices in the head counting during disasters were developed by PUP since pandemic? And lastly, what are the challenges that need to be addressed towards improving the head counting system? Next. So the central objective of this policy is to assess the effectiveness of the Philippine universities in terms of the disaster risk reduction management and its significant role in building a resilient community that can withstand natural and societal disasters and emergencies. Consistent with the paper's focal inquiry, the specific objectives of this research study are to assess the adequacy of the Philippine universities in the risk reduction management in the terms of mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery mechanism system. Number two, to provide a system that can aid local and regional government units in the Philippines in enhancing their disaster risk reduction management capabilities and their disaster resilience. And lastly, to provide recommendations, suggestions to enhance the capabilities of the Philippine universities as an initiative in managing disasters. Next. So these are the policy options of the study. The first one, organize a well-functioning university DRM council in every SUC, not just a focal person catering for the whole university. The second option is that appoint DRM CCA focal person in every office of the university with clearly stated functions. The third one is to organize a specific office, center, institute to assist the UDRMC in instituting the daily task of the UDRMC. provide a comprehensive emergency command system, or ECS, that the SUCs will adopt. This is a communication tool that will follow a command from the emergency commander to the focal persons. And lastly, provide a tool such as probe registry, wherein the head count system and the activation will be properly recorded in times and after disaster or emergencies. Next. So upon analyzing those policy options, the researchers have decided to adapt a real-time and on-site borders an evacuees registry or probe registry, wherein it refers to the registry of the number of people who are present in rooms and offices within the premises of the university. This probe registry actually contains two classes of stakeholders, the real-time and the on-board borders. In times of emergency, the focal persons will record how many students are within the school premises. It will give us how many or what will be the head counting in times of disaster, during and after the emergencies. The second one is to adopt the ECS, or the emergency command system, which is actually a command system of the PUP, wherein it activates the university incident commander during drills and actual disaster like earthquake and fire. The ECS serve as the real-time communication and reporting system between the disaster control group, or DCG, and the DRM focal persons assigned in different offices, colleges, and campuses across the PUP. With the establishment to foster re-engineering the academe towards disaster risk reduction, it is vital that a system will be established. A system that will mitigate the harmful effects to the students and employees of the SUCs. The ECS and probe registry will help for the head counting in times of disasters and emergencies to identify the number of students when the emergency occurs compared to the number of evacuees in the evacuation area. Next. A framework is vital to support this policy, such as the early warning system and the incident command system as a framework in this policy. EWS is a system or set of tools and procedures designed to detect, monitor, and alert communities, authorities, and organizations about potential hazards or impending disasters. Its main objective is to deliver timely and accurate information, enabling people to take appropriate actions to protect themselves, their belongings, and their livelihoods. Early warning systems play a vital role in disaster risk reduction and management, significantly reducing the impact of disasters on vulnerable populations. Aside from the EWS, one of the policy is that to have an incident command system, or ICS, within the Philippine universities as a standardized management framework utilized by emergency response organizations to coordinate and manage incidents ranging from small-scale local emergencies to large-scale emergencies. It provides a flexible and adaptable structure that enables multiple agencies and personnel from different jurisdictions to work together cohesively. Next. So this is the example of a probe registry wherein the head counting should be recorded while this disaster, example, if we have an earthquake or fire or other emergencies is occurring, and right after disaster, it provides us how many are the people within the evacuation areas. Next. Recommendations. To re-engineer our SUCs in the Philippines, an emergency command system and probe registry should be provided as a tool for every office in the SUCs. Classrooms and offices should have a copy of the registry which is ready to be filled in when the disasters occurs. Implementation of the emergency command system without the proper flow of communication from the emergency commander to focal persons of the offices, there should be a proper designation of the focal persons of the offices to avoid confusion. Each SUCs should have an established ECS as a communication tool when to do the head counting and when to deactivate it. This tool will be an alarming system from the SUCs as well as the community to reduce the risk and lessen the impacts. The establishment of these tools can be strengthened through the efforts of the SUCs by putting it as a part of the academic policy for the public service continuity plan. So I think that's all. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Allen B. Matute, the Chief of the Disaster Resilience Institute of PUP Manila. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Allen Matute and Mr. Erickson Calata. Next policy paper presentation is from Mr. John Anthony M. Labay and Dr. Christopher Manguillas on the paper Core Competencies of the Department of Education Finance Personnel and their level of work performance in selected divisions in National Capital Region, basis for financial management program.
Good afternoon. Our study is about core competencies of the DepEd finance personnel and their level of work performance in selected divisions in NCR, basis for financial management program. Next slide. Yung pa rin, yung pa rin po yung ano, di po yan yung ano. Space po yung file niya. Due to globalization, the Philippines underwent significant changes in many fronts, including the economic, political, cultural, and social fronts. The majority of Filipinos feel frightened by this change since it would reevaluate and redefine their employment and abilities in order for us to keep up with global trends. Governmental organizations accepted these changes brought on by globalization, decentralizing its organizational structure, which places financial management at the level of field offices and schools, is one of these adjustments. The bulk of the data obtained in these studies to improve the abilities and the performance of finance officers in the chosen National Capital Region divisions, which will strengthen the performance of a government agency, which is the Department of Education in NCR. Management and financial officers play critical roles in the financial management and budgeting communities. Employees occupying these positions serve as the office generalists, participating in a broad range of activities related to the budget and accounting practices of their agencies. So while lacking the specific expertise or educational background of many of their colleagues, management analysts and financial specialists often possess a broad array of personal qualities, including strong organizational, analytical, and communication skills that make them valuable to management and capable of leading office-wide exercises such as planning, training, or program liaison. Next po. The objective of this study is to foster heighten the performance of a government agency through enhancing the competencies and performance of finance personnel in the selected NCR Schools Division offices. Hence, this study aims to determine core competencies of the finance officers in relations to their level of work performance. Next one. This study aims to assess the core competencies in relation to their work performance levels of finance employees in selected SDO in Department of Education NCR. So based on the findings, the problem statement, what proposed program or policy to heighten the finance officers' work performance can be provided. Next. A proposed program was developed as a guide in enhancing the core competencies of the finance personnel in NCR in terms of accountability, interpersonal relations, job knowledge, customer service, and communication. Also, the work performance as to research and development, self-development, information technology, knowledge management, and empowerment. Next. And finance personnel shared similar assessment on the work performance of the finance employees of the organization based on demographics. The work performance of the finance employees was very good as to research and development, self-development, information technology, knowledge management, and empowerment. The level of core competencies of the finance personnel directly influences its work performance that led to exceptional organizational financial performance. An intervention program is important to further improve the core competencies and work performance of the finance personnel of the 3 cities of the National Capital Region. And then lastly, the recommendations. The divisions may opt and implement the proposed intervention program to further improve the core competencies of the finance personnel in the schools division offices of DepEd in NCR, which will enhance their work performance. The proposed intervention program, next one, consists of different projects to effectively and efficiently address of the core competencies and work performance of the finance personnel. So these 2 projects, yung acronym niya is Filipino term related to finance, the Project Sakto and Project Tipid. Project Sakto ensuring systematic, accountable, keenly observed, and transparent financial operation, and Project Tipid, timely implementation of professional activities for an improved performance and delivered financial services. So the objectives of or purpose of Project Sakto is to help the finance officers or finance personnel handles conflict in a constructive manner and seek solutions acceptable to all, and then help them to demonstrate clarity, fluency, impact, conciseness, and effectiveness in his or her written and oral communication. The other one focuses on finding solution or offers alternatives. So among the objectives or purpose of Project Tipid, it helps the finance personnel to involve them in establishing a vision and in setting goals, and then inspires a shared vision for comprehensive integration of technology to foster an environmental and culture conducive to the realization of the vision. So this Project Sakto and Project Tipid will help the finance personnel or finance officers of the agency to perform their work effectively and efficiently. So thank you po.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Anthony Labay and Mr. Dr. Christopher Mantillas for the paper titled Core Competencies of the Department of Education Finance Personnel and their level of work performance in selected divisions in the National Capital Region, basis for financial management program. Next paper presentation is from Miss Marnie Rose B. Terceño, titled Baby Bump, Narratives on Teenage Pregnancy of Young Learners During COVID-19 Pandemic under Peace and Health.
Nakikita niyo po ba ako? Good afternoon sa ating pong lahat. It is honor and privilege po to present my humble contribution, my research from SDO Tarlac province po. Okay? So, as a mother of two children at the age of 29, it is undeniably that one of the most wonderful experience is to become a mother. However, it is also a backbreaking and a strenuous one. It is even more crucial when it comes to early, unwanted, and unplanned pregnancy. So, next slide, please. So there are several terms used when a young girl became pregnant at the early age. So we have adolescence pregnancy, that is according to WHO, early pregnancy from American Pregnancy Association 2021, and according to DepEd, or DepEd defined teenage pregnancy when a girl usually within the age of 10 to 19 becomes pregnant. So because adolescence and teenager is synonymous with each other, because at this age there is a transition between childhood and maturity. Next slide, please. So there are several factors or several concerns and challenges when a young girl became pregnant and gave birth to a child, especially when studying. Early pregnancy is confronted with different challenges or concerns. First is the physiological concerns, prenatal and postnatal care. Second one is the psychological issues, mental health, personal development. Another issue is a societal issue wherein young pregnant women or teen mother experience humiliations and discrimination in the society. And even they experience pressure from the family. And lastly is economic issue, which result educational challenges, dropouts from school, and unemployment. Next slide po. So with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, young girls are vulnerable to early pregnancy. It is documented that there is an alarming number of cases of teenage pregnancy around the world. Next. Okay. So according to WHO, every year, an estimated 21 million girls aged 15 to 19 years in developing region became pregnant, and approximately 12 million of them give birth. Data on childbirths among child aged 10 to 14 are getting more widely available. Although there is a decrease in trend of pregnancy rate, teenage pregnancy rate during the pandemic, but there is an increased rate in terms of young cases of younger age. Ibig sabihin, bumababa during pandemic because of school closure, bumababa yung cases of teenage pregnancy, pero tumataas yung mga bata na nabubuntis sa early age. And the next slide, please. So prior to the pandemic, the Philippines had one of the highest rates of teenage pregnancy in the Southeast Asian region. Although access to contraception has gradually improved after the implementation of RH Bill, or the Reproductive Health Law, in 2013. So next, please. Okay, so in the Philippines, about 1 out of 10 babies are born with adolescent mothers. So in the press release of PSA, between the period of 2016 to 2020, adolescent birth showed that there is decreasing trend in the past 5 years. However, births to mabuting nanay, wanting to continue education and concerned about supporting their child. So based on the result of the study, these are the recommended policy options and analysis. Next slide, please. So continuation or status quo in terms of the implementation of the existing policy and program in DepEd Order 031 Series 2018 policy guidelines on the implementation of the comprehensive sexual education. So for the policy analysis, it will reduce teen pregnancy, educating adolescent about reproductive health and responsive sexual behavior. It will improve learners' well-being. But aside from being a comprehensive approach, kailangan extensive din po siya. Because in the senior high school, isang subject lang yung pwedeng i-integrate ang sex education, which is the personality development. Okay? And lack of standardization. The content and the quality can vary depending on the available resources and utilization. Requires funding and financial costs for the reproduction of these materials. Next slide po. Next is modification of the existing policy in terms of integration, access to adequate and appropriate information and healthcare education. So the positive or the benefit is upskilling educators, and the drawback is fund allocation. We all know that we need fund in every program. Okay. And last option is the policy review and evaluation and the existing policy on sex education and reproductive health law in different perspective, from the perspective of learners, teachers, implementers, health providers. So there is an increased stakeholders involvement if we do that. However, kapag gagawin natin yon, this is time-consuming process. Okay, so scheduling meetings and collecting feedbacks and reaching might potentially delay the implementation of the necessary changes. And lastly, different perspective and conflicting interests may arise. So these are the recommendation. Enhance school curriculum on sex education, monitoring mechanism, and strengthen the school capacity building on the implementation of comprehensive sexual education. So we should increase qualified manpower, facilities, training, and instructional materials. We need to create a specialized committee for this and link education to health services and providers. And lastly, provide an alternative learning modality in senior high school for pregnant mom and newborn mother. Kasi po diba, sa junior high school lang madalas ang ALS. So kailangan, if we have cases like this, dagdag natin sa senior high school level. And I would like to end my presentation with this line inspired by the speaker kanina po. Let us teach them how to feed their children while pursuing education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marnie Rose Terceño. And she will be our last presenter for this morning. And I will now relinquish my duty as moderator to the afternoon moderator. And I'd like to end my time with I'd like to end my session with a message from Queen Elizabeth II. The lessons from the peace process are clear. Whatever life throws at us, our individual responses will be all the stronger for working together and sharing the load. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference with the theme, The Role of the Populace on Peace and Development for Sustainable Governance Through Evidence-Based Policymaking. I am Instructor Ayan Joel Escobar from PUP Quezon City, and I am your moderator for this afternoon. Let us welcome back again Commissioner Adamat on stage, and let's give him a warm round of applause. Commissioner. Commissioner. Let's give him again a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Again, I was here a while ago. Again, I'll greet you, greetings of peace, and that I'm glad that we have a very important guest of honor this afternoon, who is the person who is really authorized to speak about the importance of the culture of peace. None other than he will be is going to be formally introduced a while ago. I'm referring to the Secretary, Secretary Galvez. Okay, Mr. Secretary, just for a little background, when I came to CHED in 2016, I brought along with me 4 or 5 advocacies, one of which is peace education, IP education, federalism, agriculture, and good governance. So all of these 5 advocacies I have, I made significant contribution and mainstreaming it as far as the Commission on Higher Education is concerned. For this afternoon, we are talking about the significance of peace. This is a policy research wherein we will draw ideas from all of you, and that out of the presentation later on of the good secretary, we will be able to get more insights about our research proposals on peace. Having said that, as I've said to this good secretary a while ago, I started this advocacy in CHED. And in 2019, to be specific, Mr. Secretary, I introduced in the Commission in Bank the integration or a resolution calling for the integration of peace education into higher education curricula, as well as the integration of indigenous peoples education into the higher education curricula. And indeed, the Commission passed 2 resolution or converted into CHED Memorandum Order number 1 and number 2 for peace and IP education series of 2019. So at this point in time, this CMO had been implemented across HCIs throughout the country. We have trained, we have upscaled the professors because not all can teach about the nuances of peace. So based on our effort in CHED, we have trained already a series of professors along this line. So when I was able to convince the CHED for the crafting of the CMO on this, I also organized a peace organization who can on the other side do parallel activities, peace initiatives to support the teaching of peace through the higher education curricula. I'm referring to the Volunteer Individuals for Peace. This was created in 2019, duly recognized or registered with the Commission on Higher Education. So we have done many activities through BIP, Secretary, one of which is, of course, the integration of peace education. And number 2 is we have established peace monuments in so many HCIs, specifically the state universities and colleges. The monuments, peace monuments of BIP as well as the HWPL. Because the belief I have is that if we have a peace shrine within the campus, this will be a place wherein students and officials of the university to make reflection on the importance of peace. And for that matter, the student will always be reminded that a peaceful academic environment will lead to academic excellence. So that's the purpose of that. And some state universities have already created the different peace clubs among students, peace clubs. Because if you notice, some of the state university students are engaged in left-leaning organization, and they start fighting the government or the school itself, school officials. UP is notoriously known for that. PUP is also in the same situation, although as far as Professor Gatan is concerned, he doesn't admit that. But good thing na medyo nabawasan na ngayon, medyo wala nang masyadong radicalism sa mga state universities and colleges. So we also created some established peace centers in state universities and colleges, particularly those under me, under my charge. PUP has its own peace center wherein PUP can do something about research on peace and extension program for that matter. And I heard from the secretary a while ago talking about having extension programs amongst the combatants, etc., etc. So these are the things that we have been doing. And in January 25 of this year, we conducted the first National Peace Convention, wherein it was attended by General Purisima at the time. And we passed two major resolution, Mr. Secretary, one of which is a framework on the attainment of peace and development, which I personally drafted, which I call PBBM-SD. Literally, it can be President Bongbong Marcos Sara Duterte, or the deeper meaning when it comes to peace is peace builds minds for sustainable development. So that's the roadmap we have prepared, and we adopted that, and we have already coursed this, a copy of this through the office of Undersecretary Purisima at the time, and I don't know if it reaches the office of the president. And the other one, Mr. Secretary, is we have passed also a resolution on the establishment of a National Peace Day. I think National Peace Day, I think as far as I'm concerned, this is something very, very important, so paramount. Designating a day, bringing the Filipino people together in the name of peace. And it can also be a truce day, wherein time for us to invite our brothers and sisters at the other side of government to go back to the folds of government. So if the National Peace Day will be spearheaded by OPAP and CHED and OPAPRO, I should say, OPAPRO, CHED, and all the state universities and colleges, along with the agencies of government and the private sector, I think that would be a blast. That would be a blast and unprecedented in the history of the Philippines. And it can only take place during the BBM administration. This would be a momentous and historical event if we can do that. So from my end, Mr. Secretary, if you find this significant, maybe if we can work together to convince the president that a National Peace Day, which is a special working holiday, by the way, and that bringing together all the Filipino people in one day to promote the culture of peace. So yun yung mga ginawa na namin, and this time we have this group doing research on trying to make peace more to promote peace through research. So thank you very much. I hope I have given a little background of this. Thank you very much once more.
Thank you, Commissioner Atamat. Now, we are very lucky to have with us this afternoon an outstanding government official, or maybe considered as the highest ranking official who joined us in this event. To formally introduce him, may we welcome on stage Director Jaime P. Gutierrez of the PUP Quezon City branch.
Secretary Galvez is a graduate of the Philippine Military Academy class of 1985. He later received his master's degree in project management at the University of New South Wales, Australia, and also took the executive education program at Harvard University and Asian Institute of Management. He served in various vital positions in the Armed Forces of the Philippines as commander of the 104th Brigade in Basilan, 6th Infantry Division in Central Mindanao and Western Mindanao Command, and also served as the unified commander of all forces during the 5 months intense battle to liberate Marawi. He rose to become the Philippines' 50th Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines from April to December 2018. Secretary Galvez was also a recipient of the prestigious United States Eisenhower Fellowships in 2006. In 2007, he was awarded as one of the outstanding Philippine soldiers by the Metrobank Foundation Incorporated and Rotary Club of Makati Metro. Following his retirement from military service, Secretary Galvez was appointed as Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity in 2018 and held several positions such as the country's chief implementer on the National Task Force Against COVID-19 in 2020 to 2022, and later as the vaccine czar during the height of the pandemic. On 16 June of 2022, Secretary Galvez was conferred upon the Order of Lacandula Award with the rank of Grand Cross, Bayani, and several awards such as the Legion of Honor, Distinguished Service Medals, and other administrative and combat recognition, among others. Secretary Galvez continued to hold the position as Presidential Peace Advisor under the Marcos administration until he was appointed as the officer in charge of the Department of National Defense from January to June 2023. After his 5-month stint as the helm of DND, Secretary Galvez was reappointed as the PAPRU to continue to push forward the Philippines' comprehensive peace process under the Marcos administration's 5-point peace, reconciliation, and unity agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present and welcome the guests of honor to the university's Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference on the role of populace for peace and development on sustainable governance through evidence-based policymaking, our Secretary Carlito G. Galvez Jr.
Thank you, Sir Jimmy Gutierrez. Maraming salamat po for your kind introduction. First of all, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Commissioner Ronald L. Adamat, the Commissioner of Commission of Higher Education, my idol. Kasi kami po talaga yung talagang we are pushing for peace education. Dr. Ana Ruby Capasin, the Vice President for Research, Extension Planning and Development, PUP, Madam. Professor Pascualito Bigatan, the Vice President for Branches and Satellite Campuses. Ito po yung kapangalan ko po, si Sir Litz. Associate Professor Roseler M. Malabanan, Assistant Vice President for Branches and Satellite Campuses, PUP. Dr. Christopher Mantillas, Dr. Angelina Borican, Director Jaime Gutierrez, the PUP, Quezon City. Presenters of the participating institutions and government agencies, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Quezon City branch and its partner institutions, other distinguished guests, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me here in this very prestigious occasion. We would like to also thank the CHED and the PUP for this very humble presentation that we will be having today. To our fellow peace workers, peace advocates, and members of the civil society, fellow civil servants, and representatives from the academe and international development community, a good day to all of you. It is an honor and a great privilege to be part of this convergence of peace and education champions. First of all, I thank the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, led by your visionary president, Manuel Muhi, for inviting me to be a resource person of the Nemesio Prudente Policy Research Conference 2023 to speak on the topic Peace, Ethics, and Dialogue Initiatives of the PAPRO. The theme of this year's conference, the role of populace on peace and development for sustainable governance through evidence-based policymaking, could not have been held at a more opportune time given the emerging developments in the peace, security, and socio-economic front. And considering also in the last SONA of the President, he mentioned more than 4 topics and 4 phrases for the success of our peace process nationwide. As such, we in the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, or PAPRO, believe that this gathering is an excellent platform to showcase on how our agencies has embedded the peace ethics and dialogue across all the interventions it is carrying out. Ladies and gentlemen, and this is the outline of my presentation. I will concentrate myself on the social healing and peace building and also peace education, paragraph 4 and paragraph 5. Next slide, please. Our agency's expanded mission and mandate aim to achieve a just and lasting peace for the nation and for all Filipinos. This is anchored on President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s unwavering commitment to push forward, build on sustain and gains of the comprehensive Philippine peace process. Thus, under the Marcos administration's banner on peace, reconciliation, and unity, the PAPRO is working closely with local and international peace partners to ensure that all sectors of society have a key role to play in the implementation of the peace process, and no one should be left behind. And the academy is very much welcome. At saka nakita po natin nung last 2 weeks ago, we signed a memorandum of agreement with the Mindanao State University. Also, we have also signed agreements also with Ateneo de Davao with the sharing of the human fraternity talk. So kanina nag-usap po kami ng ating PUP officials, and we are more than willing to take some part also of having some sort of memorandum of understanding in really propagating peace and development in our country. Next slide, please. By virtue of Executive Order number 158 signed on December 27, 2021, OPAPRO's mandate was expanded to manage, direct, and integrate, and supervise all aspects of comprehensive peace process, including initiatives that promote and reinforce national reconciliation and unity. Nakikita po natin ngayon, medyo tumatahimik na po ang Pilipinas. And based on the accomplishment report of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, there are only 2 more guerrilla fronts that have been existing in our country. So marami po sa mga guerrilla fronts natin, more than 89, have been dismantled already. And many regions have already declared that the regions are now insurgency free, including Davao, Region 9, Caraga, and other regions. So with this, we would like to say that the comprehensive peace process must be conflict sensitive and peace promoting, full of society on its approach, and empowering toward the meaningful participation of all sectors, especially among vulnerable groups, and bring about social healing and reconciliation. Next slide, please. What we are doing. We are now implementing the 5-point reconciliation and unity agenda. We are guided by the Marcos Administrative Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, which operationalize the policy direction set forth under EO 158. Particularly in the completion of the peace agreement with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the Moro National Islamic Liberation Front towards healing and reconciliation in the Bangsamoro. During his SONA, he already emphasized that there are many developments and achievements that we have already achieved with the Bangsamoro. Particularly, recently, we have a signing of the Intergovernmental Relations Body Energy Board that we can already explore the gas and coal mines in the BARM. So nakikita po natin, malaki po ang ating chances na yung ating kakulangan sa ating energy can be put up in the BARM, because the BARM is very gas and coal minerals. And also ending local communist armed conflicts by expanding the transformation programs for local conflict peace process. And number 3, the completion and sustainment of the gains of the design agreement with the Caldera Bodong Administrative Liberation Army, or the CBA, CPLA, and the Revolutionaryong Partidong Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, Revolutionary Proletarian Army, Alex Moncayo Brigade, Tabara Paduano Group. So nakikita po natin yung sa grupo na to, si Congressman Paduano is really one of the success story of the Alex Moncayo Brigade in Negros and also in Aklan. Next slide, please. This slide shows a PAPRO's revised strategic roadmap that reflects the strategic objective of our core programs. Ito ginawa po namin for almost 4 years. Strategic road mapping is part of ng tinatawag nating Philippine governance system, which is espoused by Secretary Stanislao. Ito yung tinatawag nating International Solidarity Association, wherein yung strategic roadmap, ginagawa po natin yung lahat ng mga gagawin natin, starting for our core values and going up, nandito po lahat sa isang document. This document is composed of, ito po yung tinatawag nating one book, na lahat ng gagawin ng lahat ng mga programs ay nahandito po. So this is basically the strategic road mapping that we have done for almost 4 years. Next slide, please. The President recognizes that our journey to progress will require unity and social cohesion amongst our people. Hence, UPAPRO, through its social healing and peace building or SHAPE program, aims to improve social cohesion between and among individuals who have been affected by armed conflict, their communities, and government institutions. So, ang ating SHAPE program is very active sa Marawi. Kasi nakita natin na even after 5 years of the ending of the battle, nakita natin yung ating mga Maranao brothers are still languishing in the evacuation site. Next slide, please. This is an example that we partner with the different academy, and one of our partners is Ateneo de Davao, and also we have partnership with Ateneo de Zamboanga. interreligion. At dito rin po yung gagawin po namin, we have already talked sa Marawi with with Father Benitez. Siya po yung sa interreligious priest na nabasbasan po ng ating CBCP. Siya po ang in charge sa intra at saka inter religious organizations. So bubuuin na po namin muli yung tinatawag nating CBCP, yung Bishop Ulama Council. Next slide. Ito yung ano po natin, binubuo po natin na meron po tayong EO na magkakaroon na po natin EO na over the years, the PAPRO has worked closely with the academic community to promote the culture of peace among the youth across the country. We have done this through the conduct of various activities such as learning exchanges and reflection sessions, among others. Early this year, the Anti-Terrorism Council approved a resolution endorsing the proposed executive order on strengthening the institutionalization of education for peace and sustainable development in the basic and higher education sector for the presidential approval. So malapit na po ito ma-approval, and we hope that this coming September, which is September is our peace month, ay sana po ay magkaroon po tayo ng EO na para po ma-harmonize ang ating mga educational institution to have yung tinatawag nating peace education. So yun din po, titingnan po natin sir na how we could promote na magkaroon tayo ng Peace Day. Pero ang ginagawa po natin yun, we are celebrating our Peace Month during the month of September. And then meron din po tayong weekday of peace doon po sa Zamboanga and also sa other areas on the month of October naman po. Next slide, please. So ito po yung OPAPRO together with our peace partners through its peace education transformation model endeavors to promote transformation in former rebels and the development of young learners to possess the following skills and mindset to be able to navigate on the personal, interpersonal, social and organizational and societal and national global domains. Itong model na to, maganda yung model na to, ladies and gentlemen. When I have the Eisenhower Fellowship in Colorado, I was able to visit yung Center for Creative Leadership. Yung Center for Creative Leadership is one of the best leadership school in the world. Itong model na to, nakopya namin, nung nakita ko to, kinopya namin itong model na to. Meaning, ang ano natin is, meron tayong individual and collective, and then within individual and within organization, and meron din tayo na beyond individual and organization. So yung lahat ng learning natin, kasi yung mindset natin, is dapat it will start from ourselves. Yung tinatawag natin self-mastery, self-education, self-development. And then yung next is tinatawag natin yung building and maintaining relationship and partnership with your family and with others. And then after that, yung work facilitation, and then yung tinatawag natin yung national and global group. In our peace education, dapat ito po yung tinitingnan po natin sa peace education. We have to develop ourselves to become peacemaker, and then later on, we will facilitate yung tinatawag natin yung how we negotiate and mediate. And then later on, yung how to build yung tinatawag natin a moral culture or tinatawag natin moral environment. And then later, itong natin na we can have yung tinatawag natin na human fraternity and harmony in the future. Itong model na to, napakagandang model nito, and we wanted it to be propagated with the different academy. And maybe we can discuss this later, so that we can elaborate this academically. So next. So what is our key messages for our economic and academic partners? Number one is to strengthen our partnership in peace building, particularly in helping to highlight the gains of the comprehensive Philippine peace process. Number two is to become a peace partner and help develop learners who are committed to become agents of peace, mutual understanding and dialogue in the university, their families and communities. Number three is to strengthen the institutionalization and integration of peace concepts in their programs and activities. And number four, to start becoming advocates of conflict sensitive and peace promoting approaches in both your personal and professional spheres. I would like to end by mentioning the pronouncement of the President during his State of the Nation address, which are testament of his unwavering support to the comprehensive peace process. He highlighted the success of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and I quote, "We are proud of the progress of the BARM has taken. It will be self-governing, it will be progressive, and it will be effective. But this was only made possible because of the cooperation of all key groups. We talked with the local government, the royal families, the MNLF and the MILF were all consulted and represented in the transition phase. The international community has also supported us in this smooth transition. Former adversaries are now partners in peace. Its functions had been defined, and its basic laws are now being written. Through the BARM, we are strengthening the nation's prospect for finally achieving the sustainable progress and anchored on true and lasting peace in Southern Philippines. We will continue to support the progress of the BARM apace with our singular vision for all Filipinos, and unquote. He also expressed his hope for and support of the rehabilitation of Marawi and reported that the compensation for the victims of Marawi siege has commenced. We went there last July 18 with Secretary Nemesio, and he conveyed his aspiration for the continuing peace and development in Marawi City. The President also manifested that we will push for more gas exploration in other parts of the country and reported that the national government has also partnered with the BARM in regards to energy exploration and development, and also its utilization within its territorial jurisdiction. And lastly, he also underscored the progress towards peace and development and vowed to grant amnesty to the rebel returnees with the support of the Congress. That ends my presentation, and maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Carlito Guansing Galvez Jr. from the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity. It is indeed our pleasure to have you physically here in the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference. We are delighted to gain close insights and knowledge on the peace, ethics, and the dialogue initiatives of your office. Let us share another warm round of applause for Secretary Galvez. So now we are opening the floor for your questions. The first one is from Sir Jano Isip. He's one of the professors of PUP Quezon City.
Good morning po, Secretary, and good morning to everyone. Masyadong mababa yung mic. Thank you for sharing to us your time in spite of your demanding schedule. We really do appreciate that you give us your afternoon with us today. And for me and personally, together with the PUP Quezon City family, we really do appreciate your time po. My question goes in regard to your topic earlier. As the Presidential Advisor for Peace and the OIC of Department of National Defense, also considering your strong educational background, what do you think is the paramount structure in educating youth about peace, considering our Philippine culture, religion, generation, and most especially our political perception, in which encompasses differences? Ano po yung mga bagay na pwede namin bilang isang mga guro na mai-echo or maibahagi sa mga kabataan from your department to us and to the youth of the Philippines? Thank you so much po.
Yes, basically yung kung makita natin yung model na pinakita natin kanina, na we have 4 domains of learning. When we saw that, very ano yun eh, very thematic na talagang very basic na mano yun. Ang nakikita ko po na talagang being an educator, I also a professor of PMA for almost 2 years, and also kami yung gumawa ng mga modelings dun sa advanced course. Ang nakikita namin talaga is really dapat maging comprehensive siya, na dapat yung lahat ng tinuturo natin meron siyang peace lens. Meaning, what is the impact of this on what we are doing this on our peace and order. For example, yung sa basic education, nakikita natin sometimes may nakita natin na may mga issues. Ang namin sa kanila is if there are issues, kailangan ang solution natin is non-violent. Meaning we should explore every means. Kaya makita nyo sa military, di ba? Normally ang military is the option of last recourse. Meaning kung wala na yung options, dapat ang natin is yung military lang sa last. So ganoon ang ginagawa din namin sa ating peace process, and even dun sa aming ginagalawan sa military, na talagang dapat ang natin is in everything that we will do, there are many issues, there are many problems, there are many tinatawag nating mga options, but ang lagi namin sinasabi, in all the issues that may arise in our life or in our relationship with others, it should be resolved to peaceful means. Yun ang isang namin. Second is yung dapat tayong lahat, even academe or even mga estudyante, always look at the peace and order situation sa area natin. Kaya ang nakita nga namin yung when we were teaching in PMA and also in the other kasi nag-ano rin kami nagtuturo din ako sa Asian Institute of Management pertaining yung bridging leadership on how you will bridge issues and yung tinatawag nating mga conflict. So yun ang nakita natin na as academe, dapat ang laging perspective natin is really on how to translate the value of our instruction on its effect to our societal peace and order. So yun ang namin. Then nga sinasabi ko na yung resolution of issues, it should always be peaceful.
Thank you very much po, Secretary.
Did I answer your question? Kasi medyo mahirap yung
I was waiting for the model po. So ayun,
Yeah.
baka pwedeng i-send sa amin so we can forward to the students.
Alam nyo kasi yung when I have the Eisenhower Fellowship, yun ang it struck me yung moral awareness. Kasi when I spoke with the Dean of Leadership Education dun sa Annapolis, sinabi niya kasi there are 5 spaces of moral leadership: moral awareness, moral courage, moral effectiveness, moral culture, at saka yung tinatawag nating moral development. Karamihan sa atin, we stop on moral courage. Maybe we are morally aware, pero yung moral culture, in order to convince others to do moral things, medyo mahirap. So dapat ang natin talaga dun sa mga estudyante natin, we have to institute yung moral awareness. It happened also to me when I was become a professor sa PMA. Diba? Lagi araw-araw hazing eh. Pero when we thought about moral awareness and we taught also yung positive leadership, we were able to stop hazing. We will stop yung violence dun sa PMA. In fact, when we have a review, out of 300 students, 80 of students have never been bullied, never been spiritually, emotionally, never been touched. But sa amin, halos araw-araw kami when we were plebes, we were being hazed every day. So yun ang nakita natin So ibig sabihin, as an academe, kailangan natin yung moral values talaga yung ethics. Ethos is very important. And the basic ng self mastery is ethos, the moral ethos. So yun ang dapat ang unahin natin because character development is the first of everything. In hiring, we hire attitude and we train skills. So yun ang tinatawag nga natin na character building is very, very important in peacemaking.
Thank you very much, Paulette.
Thank you so much, Sir Jano. And now we have a question coming from CPSPA.
Good afternoon.
Alexander P. Gonzalez po.
Good afternoon, Secretary Galvez. I am Dr. Alexander Gonzalez from the College of Political Science and Public Administration. I have two questions. One is with regards to education and the other is for peace. Okay, so can we develop a Bangsamoro education in a highly centralized bureaucratic education system such as what we have today? And the other one is, can you provide your perspective in solving community peace problems such as RIDO in the Bangsamoro region? Thank you.
I will give you a perspective on RIDO settlement and also the ongoing RIDOs sa Bangsamoro. Actually, ang RIDO is divided into four. One, yung ethnic. Ang ethnic is yung kunyari, for example, yung Tausug. They cannot really sa Yakan. And also yung Maranao, they look down sa ibang tribe. And then yung Tausug, talagang they never know. Yung mga when I was in Sulu, they look down also sa sa mga natin yung mga seaman natin, yung mga badyaw. Kasi gumawa kami ng CR, ayaw nilang paupuin ng badyaw doon sa CR kasi hindi raw sila Tausug. So talagang talagang yung ethnic may yan. Sometimes Yakans mas trusted sila sa Christians rather than the Tausug. Laging magkaaway yan. So normally pagka nakita mo magkarido doon sa Basilan, makikita mo kagad may ethnic siya. Yung palang isa is Yakan, yung isa pala Tausug. So yun ang isang ng Rido. Yung tinatawag natin yung clan war, it started also from ethnic. Second is yung tinatawag natin yung battle for resources. Out of 150 Rido in the whole BARM, majority ng dyan is land issue. Even friends, mag-aaway yan pagka yung muhon nilipat mo sa kabila. Talagang mag-aaway kayo. And then ngayon nakikita natin yung maraming nangyayari na yung mga political plans. Meron tayong mga issues ng tinatawag nating land dispossessions. Meaning during mga crisis, kinukuha yung binibili yung certain parcel of land ng napakamurang presyo. So nakikita natin ganun din. And then another is political. Kasi every year, every election, nakakaroon ng Rido because of yung magkalaban sa politika. And sometimes talagang nagtataniman na ng mga ugat ng mga kawayan. So ganun ang natin. And Ridos also exist even 25 years or 50 years. In Basilan, we were able to resolve Rido. 32 ang na-resolve namin sa Basilan. And then kaya nakita natin ngayon yung Basilan, doon ako nag-brigade, sinimulan namin yung tinatawag na peaceful negotiations with the different tribes. So yung sa Rido settlement, it should be legal ang settlement, it should be spiritual, and also it should be social. So meaning merong mga components yan na dapat yung lahat na yan, whole of nation approach nga talaga. So pagka nagre-Rido kami, meron kaming lawyer, meron kaming priest, meron kaming imam, meron kaming LGU, meron kaming mga elders, at saka meron tayong mga civil society organizations. And when we conduct Rido, talagang merong tinatawag natin yung we prevented yung blood money kasi pagka na tayo ng blood money, walang tigil na yung Rido kasi pagka nag-Rido, hingi na ng blood money. So ang ginagawa namin is yung social compensation. At saka yung tinatawag namin yung imam, nakakaroon ng tinatawag nating deliverance na parang ito yung tama, ito yung moral na dapat nating gawin. Bawal sa Muslim ang pumatay. Ang Muslim ay peace. So yun ang nagiging parang namin. And we were able to do that. And ngayon, ang BARM, they organize yung tinatawag ng Regional Peace and Unity Commission. So yun ang nakita natin na background natin sa BARM. And nakita natin sa ngayon, BARM is becoming peaceful every day. Medyo nade-develop na natin. Wala na tayong major conflict. Ang last major conflict natin is yung sa Bangko Seeds at saka yung Marawi. But ngayon, wala tayong ganong nakikitang mga rido. Kasi ang ginagawa natin, every politicians and also every military, we are serving as a peacemaker. Yung sinasabi nga ng ating mahal na presidente, yung lahat ng military sa Mindanao, he instructed us, yung ating mga military, to become peacemakers. And most of those militaries and also policemen, they are involved now on Rido settlement. And they are settling the Rido of the different areas. Yung 150, napakahirap po na talagang yun. Kasi talagang nagugat pa nung mga ninunula. At saka more than 50 in every clan ang namatay. Meaning, it's in his clan, meron silang namatay na 50, meron namatay din sa kabila na 50. Ang hirap i-settle nun kasi talagang nagugat pa sa So, yun ang nakita natin sa tinatawag nating peace mediation and reconciliation and unity. And we saw that, yung nakita namin yung development na ganyan, na maganda. Maganda ang sabi namin sa mga nagrido, you are like carabaos na nakatali sa nyog na hindi lumalaki ang iyon mo. Hanggang ikot ka ng ikot, lumiliit yung yung ginagalawan mo. And the family was almost most of the families that will settle yung rido. Halos yakapin kami kasi they can now go everywhere. Pwede na sila pumunta kung saan. Now, Sulu, nakita niyo ang Sulu ngayon. Before, because of Rido at saka yung mga conflict, vertical conflicts and horizontal conflicts, 2 o'clock wala ng tao. But now sa Sulu, we have now nightlife. Ang tao, hanggang 2 o'clock. Minsan nag-overnight sa mga beaches. The Sulu now is very progressive. Marami tayong, si Sir Popoy, nagbibisikleta na sa Sulu. Before, hindi natin magawa yun. Makidnap tayo doon. Pero ngayon, wala. No kidnapping, no killings, at saka maganda na nangyayari sa bank. Ano pa yung isang question nyo?
With regards to, as we say, tailor-fitting education for the Bangsamoro, while we are having, actually the system is centralized.
Yes.
The DepEd, both DepEd and CHED is a bit centralized. So how can we tailor-fit education?
Yun ang medyo inano namin sa Bangsamoro kasi sa Bangsamoro, ang ministry ng kanilang basic education, higher education, madrasa education, at saka yung TECBO, iisang tao lang. Ang sabi nga namin kay Minister Iqbal, Sir, mas maganda hati-hatiin natin sa 4 yan kasi sa national, 4 po yan. Pero sa kanila kasi, nasa law kasi nila na 15 ministries lang kasi ang Bangsamoro. But I believe maybe after the elections of 2025, we can break it up. Sa ngayon, ang ginagawa natin sa Bangsamoro, meron tayong mga private schools din doon. At saka meron tayong state university. Ang maganda sa state university, yung MSU, may 11 systems sila doon or may 11 na mga different detachments sila. Meron tayong MSU Maguindanao, meron silang MSU Tawi-Tawi, MSU Iligan, at saka napakaganda ng MSU. Ang MSU natin ngayon, there is a bill that MSU will become the National Peace University. So, ang nila, after the Marawi Seeds, nag-concentrate, sabi nga ng mga chancellors, why Marawi happened? Now, we are at the center of Marawi. And in fact, tinarget talaga sila ng mga ISIS. Kung hindi ko nalagyan ng isang batalyon doon sa MSU, kasama ang MSU sa sinunog. And meaning, sabi niya, bakit gano'n na even yung estudyante natin, susunugin yung ating eskwelahan. So ngayon, ang ginawa ng MSU, nagkaroon sila ng tinatawag ng inner realization na dapat ang MSU, being the center ng mga conflict dito sa Mindanao, they wanted to convert their curriculum to a national peace university. So ngayon, ang ginawa namin, yung MSU ngayon, yung transformation ng MNLF na more than 7,000 MNLF na hindi nakasama sa integration program ng Armed Forces, we released 180 million to them. Sila ang magpapropagate ng tinatawag nating transformation ng ano ng mga MNLF combatants natin. Kasi marami sa kanila agriculture, may mga magaling sa fisheries yung sa Iligan, magaling sa technology magaling sa fisheries yung sa Gensan, yung sa Iligan magaling sa technology, and then yung Maguindanao magaling sa conflict resolution. So yung MSU ngayon, sila ngayon ang pupunta sa mga 25 MNLF communities. At sila yung mag-execute na bibigay ng mga socio-economic projects through our Pamana project. So yun ang ginagawa natin ngayon na katulad ng MSU, maybe we can form a center dito sa PUP. And then alam ko na nagsabi nga si ma'am na meron kayong community work. We can support that, and we can also allow other international international donors to also partner with you. Ang pinakamasipag sa mga ganito mga kadim is yung Spanish government. Yung Canadian sa women's, napaka-active ng Canadian. Yung UK also very active. Yung Australian sa preventing yung radicalism at saka yung tinatawag nating yung Abu Sayyaf, yung 1,000 Abu Sayyaf, Australian po ang nag-aalaga. Meron kaming inaalagaan po ng mga Abu Sayyaf na sila they are transforming the Abu Sayyaf members now, almost 1,000 of them, na maging fishers, maging tinatawag nating entrepreneurs. So yun po natin. And we can lead you to the foreign donors.
Thank you so much. Are there any more questions? Last one po.
Good afternoon po, Secretary Galvez. I'm Attorney Jeffrey Reyes po from PUPQC po. So my questions po with regards to the NPA. So there were news before that some students engaged and recruited by the NPA. So what are the steps of your agency to resolve these issues? At ano yung mga rehabilitations po natin or may batas po ba para po doon sa mga tao o doon sa mga youths at saka mga students po na nagbalik loob? Saka yung second questions ko po, what are the programs of your agency that every citizens may participate in order to sustain peace and reconciliation in our country?
Unang-una, nagko-concentrate po tayo sa tinatawag nating mga critical areas at saka mga conflict-affected areas. Ang ginagawa po natin ngayon, may program kami sa Region 9. Yung lahat po ng rebel returnees, including yung mga students, ino-organize po namin sila. So ngayon, ang ginagawa namin sa isang region, 6 to 8, ini-employ po namin sila. Actually, meron na po kami sa Region 9. Ang ginawa namin, kasi para at least yung reformation, may ownership po yung mga tao na nagbalik loob. Ang tawag po namin doon sa nagbalik loob, Friends Rescue. Hindi po rebel returnees. Kasi dapat magano tayo ng sensitivity. Kasi kailangan yung tinatawag ng parity of steam should be there. Ibig sabihin, wag natin surrender. Kasi pagka-surrender, parang they were defeated. So sa OPAP, ang ginagawa namin is tawag namin Friends Rescue. We organize them into organization, people's organization. So ang ginawa namin is yung in-employ namin siya. So Region 9, Region 8, Region 11, may ginagawa na po kami na organization. And then it is being supported by the LGU's governor and also some of the academies and also DSWD and other agencies. Yung sa mga tinatawag nating yung mga academe, nagsusupport po ang tinatawag nating yung Kalinga State University. Nagsusupport po yan sa yung tinatawag nating yung mga Balweg group. So sila po ang nagpapaaral. Binibigyan namin sila na, for example, we gave them for 4 million, 3 million. Yung lahat ng scholarship na dapat gawin ng mga rebel returnees, doon namin po binibigay sa mga academe. Sila po ang mayroon na po kami pinipili ng mga tao, and then yun po ang ibinibigay po namin sa kanila. Ganun din po ang gagawin ng MSU, na yung lahat ng 7,000 families ng MNLF, i-identify po namin yung tinatawag nating yung mga anak nila na maybe future scholars. Kasi ang project namin sa OPAP is that if they are 10 in the family, kailangan 6 or even 7 are employed. And you can only have employment if you are educated. And yung maganda yung ano mo, maganda yung tinatawag natin yung potentials mo on how to to generate resources, maging ma-unleash yung potential ng isang tao. So yun ang ginagawa namin. The OPAP is concentrating by regions, especially sa mga conflict affected areas. Sa BARM, very strong yung namin intervention kasi nandiyan na yung BARM government eh. For the information of everybody, the government is giving 85 billion to BARM government. Black branch yan, hindi na dinidepend yan sa ano. And then they were also given another and rehabilitation for their individual needs, family needs, and community needs. And yun po, nakaano po sa pamana. And the national government will release OPAP mga 5 billion this year. Hopefully, makuha po namin yun, yung 5 billion this year. Yun ang ginagawa namin program for complete rehabilitations of the combatants. Because we cannot go yung cycle of violence. And nakita namin ito sa strategy namin sa Abu Sayyaf. Even nakita natin, these are extremist people. But pagka kinausap po sila, ang gusto lang nila is kabuhayan livelihood. And then, yung isang number 2 ng Abu Sayyaf, ang gusto niya lang, sir, pwede ba bili mo ng computer yung anak ko? After nag-surrender na siya with more or less 35 people. Nag-surrender na siya sa akin. And now, I'm rehabilitating the whole 52 people. Sa akin nakadirect talaga siya. Kasi ganoon ang yung relationship doon sa kabila. Minsan hindi mo ma-transfer yung kanyang So I'm transforming more or less mga 20 rebel leaders. Both MILF, Abu Sayyaf, and also some CPP, NPA leaders. So ganoon ang niya. Did I answer your question?
Actually, yung second question ko po yung programs of the agency that citizen and professors might participate in order to sustain peace and reconciliation, if there's any.
Sa OPAP, meron po tayong dalawang program na maganda po natin. Yung tinatawag natin na Youth for Peace. So yung mga estudyante at saka yung talaga mga kabataan na may mga potential and they want to volunteer and work with us, we have yung tinatawag nating National Action Plan for Youth for Peace and Development. Ang pinaka-head po niyan si Dr. Marjani. Dr. Marjani is the son of Mid Bantas. Siya yung number 2 man ng MILF. And he is the one working nationally. And we have that kind of yung tinatawag na pinanong po natin, United Nations for Youth for Peace and Security. Meron din po tayo na one of the primordial is yung tinatawag United Nations Women for Peace and Security, which is nakita nyo kanina si Deputy Minister Nur Aini Miswari, one of the daughters of Miswari. Siya yung isa sa primordial natin. Primordial natin kasi siya ang nagbubuo sa MNLF women. So yun ang namin. And our philosophy in order to have peace, may dalawa po ang namin, which is basically education and then empowering women. You know why women? Because Filipinos are matriarchal. But Filipinos are matriarchal. Ibig sabihin, medyo submissive tayo sa mga mothers. And very powerful ang mga women Even inside and outside the house. Very powerful. Alam natin yan. So ang natin is basically that's a Jordan model. Sabi nga ng isang Jordan na friend ko in order to have peace, you empower women and then education. So yun ang ginagawa natin, yung peace education. That's what we are doing right now.
Thank you, Secretary.
And now, at this juncture, the PUP Vice President for Research, Extension, Planning, and Development, Dr. Ana Ruby P. Gapasin, to lead the pledge of the commitment to peace policy research initiatives. And together with this, we will have the symbolic turnover of the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Output.
Pledge lang for peace policy research.
Okay, bago yan, no? Meron lang akong kwan. Kasi this is very, very crucial, no? We have to take advantage of the presence of the good secretary here. I'm happy to learn that, of course, women, mayroon nga akong quote dyan, Mr. Secretary. Women are stronger, as strong as men, or even better. While we go through hardship in life, women are better off in carrying them behind their smiles. So ganyan katatag ang mga kababaihan, and we really have to empower them. So in education, tama po yun. Education has really to play a vital role in the attainment of peace. First of all, we are dealing with the youngsters. We are dealing with the youth. We have to embed in their hearts and minds through education the values, the culture of peace, because they are the future leaders of our land. While we have to confront the challenges of peace at present in our countrysides, so many of them ranging from political, cultural, economic, etc. But we have to think long term. Long term means we have to start developing or introducing the importance of peace as early as basic education. I'm glad that DepEd has already also adopted peace education into their curriculum, and that in 2019 through my sponsorship, CHED came up with CMO number 1 and number 2. So the challenge now is for us to be trained as peace educators. Kailangan natin mag-undergo ng training kasi not all of us, we cannot assume that como peace advocate ako ay marunong na ako magturo ng peace education. Dapat may mga principles na dapat natin pag-aralan yon. At yung CMO number 42 ng CHED, which is the guiding principle in the teaching of peace education, you can refer to that. Ginawa na natin yan, that's a CMO already. So I'm glad that walang pabor-pabor kasi taga PUP ako, Mr. Secretary. I'm also teaching at the graduate school of PUP, pero on leave. Pero sabi nila, magturo na naman daw ako. So, but I have to salute PUP. Not that because I came from PUP and not that I'm also the chairman of the governing board of PUP, but PUP is really at the forefront of the pursuance of the culture of peace. Mayroon tayong peace centers, mayroon tayong peace extension programs. Now the question, before I'll go into that, I'm an IP, Mr. Secretary, from the province of Maguindanao. I belong to the Teluray tribe. I don't know if you heard of that, because what you can see in books is the word Tiruray. So I have a joke on that. Sabi ko nga, if you keep on calling us Tiruray, my tribe will become dangerous. With the letter S, if you cannot listen to me, I might terrorize you. So the right pronunciation is Tiruray. Okay, our predicament in the BARM is that the BARM is a minority with respect to national population of the country. But we are a minority within a minority. While we talk about the empowerment of BARM, but how about those belonging to the minority of the minority, who are our tribe and the other indigenous people's tribe there? I've been working with the BARM during its inception, armed at the time in 1990. We started BARM, being a cabinet secretary of the Department of Tourism at the time. So I I'm immersed, Mr. Secretary, into the history of the conflict in Mindanao. I belong also to the Regional Consultative Commission. We drafted the Organic Act in 1987, 88 for that matter. And being a secretary of the Department of Tourism, kami po ay nagsimula ng institutionalization ng arrival ni Sheikh Makdum, Karimul Makdum in Simunol, where the first plant of first seed of Islam was planted. Maybe I can give you my book entitled The Blood Brothers. The Blood Brothers. May movie yan, sa aming December siguro papalabas na. So advertisement lang konti. So what I'm saying is that while we have to focus mainly on the issues of the Muslims, of the Bangsamoro, there is this one marginalized sector, which is the indigenous peoples. Based on the report of the National Security Council, 60% of the indigenous peoples are affiliated with the NPAs, specifically in Mindanao, precisely because of two things: lack of education, relevant education. What I say, which I have a quote on education: education must be grounded on values. Education without values will never amount to the upright transformation of a person. So I'm always saying relevant education. Dapat ang ituturo natin yung relevant. Kasi kung hindi relevant yan, pagka nakapag-aral yan, walang values, anong gagawin niya? Unang-una, kung IP yan, ang pakinabangan niya yung kapwa niya IP. I-marginalize niya yung kapwa niya IP. O di kaya magiging rebelde siya. So kung gagamitin niya yung edukasyon niya para tumulong sa national unity and development, yan ang relevant education. So, inulit ko, edukasyon talaga, the education has to play a great role in the promotion of peace. As I've said, the next leaders of our land are the youth. Si Rizal nga nagsabi, the youth is the hope of our motherland. Tapos, what shall I say? Karamihan sa mga SUK, Mr. Secretary, mayroon na silang mga peace centers at may mga extension programs. At through VIP, nag-establish na kami ng mga peace chapters sa mga SUK. I-convert yung mga SUK, state universities, into VIP peace chapters. Nang sa ganon, yung mga president ng mga SUK, faculty regents, student regents are being appointed as peace ambassadors. Sila yun talagang magpo-promote for the students amongst their peers, for the faculty, the same way, and that they have to share their experiences with other schools for that matter. So, my suggestion, Mr. Secretary, since you have budget in the promotion of peace through the higher education institutions, baka pwede mag-partner yung OPAP with BIP in the pursuance of peace, kasi yung BIP ay nandyan na sa mga schools ngayon through my representation. So ito naman ay kinikilala ng TED, yung initiative na ito. At kung may mga budget tayo for extension programs of the schools, i-identify natin yung mga may capability. Dahil hindi lahat ng, forgive me for saying this, hindi lahat ng SUK ay ready para sa promotion ng peace. Although pwede natin sila i-train, pero nandyan dapat yung commitment at saka yung sense of voluntarism. Importante po yun. So baka pwede natin tingnan yung aspect na yan. Mr. Secretary, you were saying that you would want to coordinate with me. I'm more than willing to coordinate kasi ako throughout my life, peace advocate ako. Naging membro din ako ng peace panel for talks with the MILF in 2008 during the administration of Cory Aquino. Tapos because of my peace advocacy sa Pilipinas, ako yung first Filipino na recipient ng Mahat M.K. Gandhi Prize for Nonviolent Peace Award in 2009. 20, but I was awarded in 2021, 2022. So, yun lang po. Hinihiling ko dapat mag-training tayo. Mag-training tayo. At since this is a research, pag-aralan natin yung tulad ng binanggit ko kanina, yung 4 types of peace, yung positive peace, preventive peace, negative peace, at curative peace. Try to make a research along that paradigm kasi napaka-importante po. Positive peace, ano ba ibig sabihin ng positive peace? Ano ba ibig sabihin ng preventive peace? Ano ba ibig sabihin ng curative peace? Kasi minsan, reactive tayo sa problema eh. Saka tayo kikilos, isolve natin yung problema kapag nandyan na. Pero hindi natin isip kung paano natin i-preventive yung conflict situation para hindi mangyari. Dapat that will be a good subject matter for research. Ano yung dapat natin gawin para ma-prevent yung conflict situation? Ano yung mga positive affirmative actions na gagawin natin nang sa ganun masustain natin yung peace? So, yun lang ang gusto kong sasabihin at saka yung sinabi ko, Mr. Secretary, na yung partnership in that case. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And now we would like to call again PUP Vice President for Research, Extension, Planning, and Development, Dr. Ana Ruby P. Gapasin, to lead the Pledge of Commitment to Peace Policy Research Initiative.
Thank you very much. Mapagpala at mapayapang hapon po sa lahat. Andiyan po ba kayo? Siyempre naman. To our Secretary Galvez, magandang hapon po. Maraming salamat sa pagpapaunlak at naging bisita kayo ngayong hapon. Sa atin pong Commissioner Ronald Adamat, the Chair of our Board of Regents. Hi, sir. To VP Gatan, nasa equally important meeting na po ngayong hapon. But nandito po kanina kasama natin with Director Jimmy Gutierrez, sir, of PUP Quezon City, and of course from Quezon City, PUP Quezon City, Director Jimmy, congratulations for hosting the very first Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference, with of course the assistance of our Research Management Office at sa panguna po yan ng inyong faculty member, Associate Professor Sharima Morales. And also with us this afternoon, our EVP for Research, Extension, Planning, and Development, Dr. Burican. And kanina po kasama natin si AVP Rox Malabanan. And I understand, partner po natin in this conference, ang VIP headed by our Commissioner Com Adamat and the College of Political Science and Public Administration headed by Dean Elmer Dulce. And with us this afternoon, our Associate Dean, Chris Mantillas. Dr. Chris Mantillas, thank you very much. And my role for today, for this afternoon, is to state the pledge of commitment to promote lasting peace and transform lives through peace policy research initiatives. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines do solemnly pledge our commitment to advancing peace research, propagating the teaching of peace, and fostering a mindset of transforming lives through peace advocacy in the Philippines. Recognizing the crucial role of education, research, and collaborative efforts in building and sustaining peace, we acknowledge that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but a dynamic and transformative process that requires all stakeholders' collective dedication and involvement. We affirm that our commitment to peace is grounded on the following principles. Research for peace. We pledge to conduct rigorous and interdisciplinary research to deepen our understanding of the root cause of conflicts and contribute to evidence-based solutions that will bring about lasting peace. We will focus on research that addresses the following priority areas: the causes and dynamics of conflict in the Philippines, the role of women in peace building, the impact of peace building on human rights and social justice, the best practices for peace, education, and advocacy. Education for peace. We pledge to integrate peace education into our curricula, and we will work to ensure that all students have the opportunity to learn about peace and conflict resolution and to develop the skills and knowledge necessary to be active peace builders. Advocacy for peace. We pledge to actively engage in advocacy efforts that promote peace, social justice, and human rights. We will use our platforms to raise awareness about the importance of peace and to challenge the root causes of conflict. We will also work to build bridges between different communities and groups and to promote understanding and tolerance. Collaboration for peace. We pledge to collaborate closely with one another and with relevant stakeholders in government, civil society, and international organizations to maximize the impact of our collective efforts towards peace building. We will work together to develop and implement comprehensive peace building strategies and share resources and expertise. Empowering women for peace. We pledge to ensure gender equality and women's empowerment in all aspects of our peace initiatives, recognizing women's vital role in conflict resolution and peace processes. We commit to support and amplifying their voices in peace-building endeavors. As representatives of various disciplines and fields, we acknowledge the importance of our individual and collective roles in fostering peace and reconciliation throughout the country. We are fully aware of the challenges ahead, but firmly believe that together we can build a more peaceful, equitable, and prosperous society for all. In the spirit of unity and cooperation, we pledge to remain steadfast in our commitment to peace research, peace education, and peace advocacy, striving towards a nation where the transformation of lives through peace prevails. Like what we always say in our hymno ng PUP, kami po ay magsisilbi at gagamitin ang karunungan mula sa amin, mula sa inyo, para sa bayan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gapasi. And now we would like to call our officials. Commissioner Adaman, Secretary Galvez, Director Jimmy. And photo op po tayo. Let us also award the Certificate of Appreciation to Secretary Galvez and allow me to read the text. So, Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Carlito Guansing Galvez Jr., Secretary, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, for imparting his knowledge and expertise as session speaker and guest of honor during the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference with the theme, The Role of Populists for Peace Development on Sustainable Governance Through Evidence-Based Policymaking. Given this 25th day of July 2023 at the Commission on Higher Education Auditorium, Quezon City, Philippines. Signed, Director Core Research Foundation, Sushmita Piyadarsani, and President of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Manuel Muhi. And then Commission on Higher Education, Ronald L. Adamat. Let's give him a warm round of applause po.
I believe I was very amazed yung sa pledge of peace natin. And being our commitment also, we will try our best na magkaroon tayo ng siguro maybe PUP and OPAP will have a partnership in the future. Alam naman natin, kayo naman ang most sought na mga estudyante. Mga estudyante natin, alam natin na ang laki ng population natin. And we will commit that OPAP, Winnie, isa na sa natin sa isa sa mga partner natin na pwede nating kasi ang partner namin MSU, Ateneo, and then yung doon sa taas, doon sa Kalinga State University. Then PUP, starting today, we are friends forever. So BFF na tayo sa sa peace. So when we will work with this and Winnie, natin na nakita natin na napakalaki pala ng community ng ng PUP. And we can generate a lot of this And then we will ask our foreign partners, especially Australia and Canada. Kasi ang Canada kasi na talaga women empowerment. So I'll talk to their embassy and also yung Australia. Kasi yung Australia kasi yung yung tinatawag natin yung peace education is very important to them. In fact, yung sinasabi nga yung sa when we studied sa Harvard, yung nagsabi sa akin yan is my Jordanian friend, a justice. Sabi niya, Charlie, in order for the Philippines to have peace is two things, education and empowerment of women. We have done that in Jordan. Every day, away-away kami. Pero Jordan now is very peaceful. I visited Jordan last 2017. It's very peaceful. And I believe yung dogma ng education and empowering women is very, very strong strategy for maintaining peace and order in our land. So starting today, OPAP will explore on really helping yung lalo na po yung ating research and development for peace. So hopefully we will ask for foreign funding for this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, in the part of the Board of Regents of PUP, of which this is the policy-making body, of which I'm the chairman, I guarantee you, Mr. Secretary, that the board will approve this partnership with the OPAP as far as PUP is concerned.
So sealed na. Thank you. All women daw.
happened in the home, while about 14.3% of those who attended school experienced physical violence in school. So the lifetime prevalence of psychological violence during childhood was estimated at 59.2%. This indicates that almost 3 out of 5 children have been verbally abused, threatened, or abandoned by their parents or guardian. So about 17.1% of children aged 13 to 18 years experience any form of sexual violence while growing up. So lifetime prevalence of overall sexual violence in the home was 13.7%. In school year 2021 to 2022, SDO Tarlac Province has only 6 registered guidance counselors and at least 1 guidance teacher designates for junior high school in the 71 secondary schools in charge of monitoring the children at risk and preventing them from becoming juvenile youth offenders. So the secondary schools in the division had enrollment of 83,042 in the junior high school for school year 2021-2022 with a guidance designate teacher student ratio of 1:2022. But according to yung policy ng DepEd, dapat 1:500 ang ratio ng guidance counselor to student. However, in DepEd Tarlac Province, we only have 6 in school year 2021-2022. So ngayon po, lilima na lang. So nauubos ang guidance counselor. So based on the student population in school year 2021-2022, SDO Tarlac Province should have 164 registered guidance counselors. So it shows that there is a severe shortage of RGCs in SDO Tarlac Province due to the high educational attainment set by RA 9258 known as the Guidance and Counseling Act of 2004 for licensure examinees and lower compensation and opportunities as applicants prefer to be teachers than guidance counselors. Magkano ba ang sweldo ng RGC sa DepEd? Ang starting salary nila ay salary grade 11. Pero kailangan master's degree holder po sila and RGC. So in the schools division of Tarlac Province, cyberbullying recorded the highest cases related to CAR during distance learning. It was also found out that there were undocumented and unreported cases of child abuse, sexual harassment, rape, and other forms of abuse committed by relatives of the victims during the distance learning. So di ba napaka-alarming po ito? Noong nagkaroon ng school closures, tumaas ang cases ng teenage pregnancy. And based on my interview with the participants, ang mga ito ay nabuntis ng mga relatives. So tumaas ang kaso ng incest. So if all incidents were documented, perhaps there would be more reported cases involving children at risk. So in the management of cases involving CAR, virtual meetings, telecounseling, and online chat through FB Messenger were made possible during the first year of the pandemic. Teachers and guidance designates find it challenging to identify children at risk cases in the distance learning modality and to provide suitable disciplinary measures and preventative actions kasi wala siya sa policy guidelines, wala po siya. So yun ang naging challenge. Okay, so since I have 3 minutes left na lang po. So various challenges arise during the administration of DepEd policy guidelines. So there is also poor management of CAR related is linked to lack of capacity building during the distance learning. Lack of interagency collaboration. Na itong problem na to, hindi lang siya during the distance learning, kundi bago pa magkaroon ng pandemic, weak na yung collaboration ng mga schools at ng mga agencies concerned like PNP and DSWD. So the problem statement, the DepEd faces several challenges in managing CAR during distance learning, including weak collaboration and coordination with agencies and stakeholders, lack of referral system and inadequate training to manage cases involving CAR, exacerbated by unsuitable policy guidelines. So what policy best ensures a strengthened mechanism for the protection of children from violence and abuses during distance learning? So to address the issues of the administration of children at risk during distance learning, the following options are proposed. It will, option 1, status quo, sustain the implementation of the management of children at risk with all its current provision. So for the benefits, it will not require additional costs and workloads for public schools. But ang drawbacks nito, it would deprive the children at risk of protection from violence and from other forms of abuse during distance learning, since the policy guidelines are unsuitable for distance learning. So policy option 2, issue a DepEd order in support to DepEd order number 18, series of 2015, amending specific provisions for case management and interagency collaboration for the protection of children from cases of abuse in the context of distance learning, and support to students in schools without RG seats. So the benefits, responsive policy measures on the management of children at risk during distance learning, reduce child at risk cases because of improved capacity building and referrals of cases related to child abuse, promote the general welfare of the vulnerable learners. The drawbacks, resource allocation and additional work for the Child Protection Committee in improving case management and strengthening the interagency collaboration. So option number 3, propose the lowering of the qualification requirements of guidance counselor item as stipulated in RA number 9258 or the Guidance in Counseling Act of 2004, increasing the salary grade for entry-level guidance counselors to the Civil Court Service Commission. So policy option 4, work with the Civil Service Commission and DBM to create another item which is guidance services assistant to be filled by a registered psychometrician or graduate of psychology or any related course with at least MA units in guidance and counseling, preferably with experience in guidance and counseling as an alternative to RGC to provide psychosocial support to students. So yung benefits nila offers the same cost and benefits as option 3. So ang benefit na may RGC, yun nga, yung benefits ng RGC, mapoprovide yung guidance counseling services sa mga students. In option 4, ang benefit niya, mabibigyan sila ng psychosocial support. But yung drawback po nun, hindi niya ma-provide yung guidance and counseling services that can be provided by the RGCs, which is very important in managing children at risk. Two times. Okay, so let me read my last slide na lang po. So for the recommendation, lowering the qualification requirements of guidance counselor items is considered the best option based on research findings, considering the guidance counselors play a vital role in case management, referral, and providing appropriate interventions for children at risk and other vulnerable learners. Lowering the qualification standards and increasing the pay for the registered guidance counselors will address the shortage of RGC. So increasing the salary of RGC or guidance counselors will also reduce turnover rates among guidance counselors in public secondary schools. Dahil yung iba po sa kanila ay nag-a-abroad na o kaya lumilipat sa teaching. So to create a multidisciplinary teams comprises of teachers and guidance advocates, counselors, social workers, and community members in addressing and handling the cases of CAR. So maliban doon, nire-recommend din na i-train din yung mga teachers in the absence of RGCs. So that's all. Thank you so much po.
That was for Youth and Peace Policy Analysis on the Administration of Children at Risk in Public Secondary Schools during the distance learning. And now we'll have the peace and the environment. First on the list, cities, economic and political rolling points, an assessment on the development history of Dasmariñas and Imus in Cavite, Philippines, by Ramirez, John Michael, and Sebastian Raul Roland. I hope I said that correctly.
So, magandang araw po. I'm John Michael E. Ramirez of Colegio de San Juan de Letran, Manila, a graduate of PUP MPA and currently a student of PUP CPS DBA. In behalf of my thesis advisor, Dr. Raul Roland Sebastian, DPA, I'm here to present my master's thesis entitled Cities Economic and Political Rolling Points, an assessment on the development history of Dasmariñas and Imus in Cavite, Philippines. As it happens, nandito rin po yung tatlong panel ko kanina, Doc Malabanan, and then now Doc Mantillas and Doc Omani. Next slide, please. Industrialization and modernization are often viewed as a new beginning for many. And in any case, the idea carries new approach and defined as the transformation of a society and community from rural to urban approach. This occurrence can be viewed as an economic opportunity that can attract investors and migrants to a specific area. According to Gunnar Myrdal in 1968, development is the actual improvement of many unwanted conditions in economic and political scenery that cause underdevelopment. These circumstances include low income, low output, and small levels of living in the community. Any improvement can be a clear manifestation or evidence to the goal of development. The attendant problems of overcrowding, decreasing arable land, and recurring pressure on infrastructure must be addressed. The cities of Dasmariñas and Imus in the province of Cavite were once a rural and agricultural land. But as time goes by, from the start of Cavite's Second Revolution, industrialization, agricultural modernization, tourism, development, rapid urbanization were started. Next slide. This research tackled the political and rolling points of development cities of Dasmariñas and Imus and aims to answer the questions: what are the significant economic and political events in the cities of Dasma and Imus from 1990 to 2020? Second, what are the effects of these significant economic political events? Third, how does the impact of economic and political events in cities of Dasma and Imus from 1990 to 2020 bring development based on modernization theory? And lastly, what is the possible policy output or development framework that can be used or recommended by the researcher to attain safe development? Next slide. The study used thematic analysis of data, triangulation of the results, qualitative narrative, and historical qualitative methodology approach. The study relayed the details shared by informants through FGDs and KIIs. A secondary documentary analysis of data and documents like the City Development Plan, HDIs, and resolution in the two cities were also done. Next slide. Over the years, according to its website of the province of Cavite, particularly the cities of Dasmariñas and Imus registered the highest rate of expansion in terms of economic and political perspective. New buildings, new industrialized and modern projects in development of new schools for Metro Manila. As shared by Edwina Hondo, a 52-year-old Dasmariña, to one of the FGDs conducted, its population growth is dictated by the opening of different establishments, industrial parks that created job opportunities and attracted people to live and work in the city. This team is also provided the work of Hayami, Kikuchi, and Marciano in 1998, saying that explosive population growth in developing economies is brought by the opportunities offered in the place. The growth of population from 1990 to 2020 could be credited to the influx of new immigrants since Imus is near to Metro Manila. The city captivated outmost population of NCR. One factor also is the creation of many uptown subdivisions which started during 1980s and manifested in one of the FGDs organized by the researcher. The idea of development in Dasmariñas and Imus seems rampant, especially the concept of economic dynamism, as indicated by the Cities and Municipalities Index of DTI. Last 2015, both cities recorded a high number of 33.33%, where they ranked second and third out of 100 component cities in the country. With this figure, economic development can be seen emerging as because of the opportunities and investments that were created to sustain the needed development of the cities. This type of development was publicized in the cities of Dasmariñas and Imus as they both have transformed their locale from rural to urban, industrialized, and modernized setting that brought the main theme of development with a sub-theme of opportunities for its people. But as time goes by, the theme of developmental problem with sub-themes of bigger problems such as traffic problem and environmental degradation developed. The issue of flooding in low-lying ranges emerged and remained unsolved. The problem was brought by inappropriate dumping of garbage or unplanned use of lands for development in suburban areas. Although efforts are being done by the local government of Imus to sustain the remaining agricultural lands so they can be used for other opportunities in solving other problems like food security. But as time goes by, without the proper solution to overpopulation and alteration of land, they can cause much bigger problems because these developments may lessen the essential minerals from farmlands. Interestingly, there are some advantages of having a prominent political family in a certain area because the continuation and execution of projects will be not delayed as they are already coordinated with different offices in the city, which family members are also connected. In the city of Dasmariñas, the husband and wife tandem of Congressman Elpidio Barsaga and Mayor Jennifer Barsaga as elected leaders in the highest positions of the city resulted to a fast and swift implementation of projects because due to the easy flow of communication between each other's offices. In the city of Imus from 1990 to 2020, the exchanging positions of different prominent families such as Haro, Advincula, Sakilayan, and Maliksi also happened. Because of this scenario, as manifested in the previous chapter by the present mayor of the city, different projects were divided. Three were divided. Moreover, the smooth flow of projects specific places did not happen as it will not create proper communication. The researcher recommends steps and actions plans for the two cities that were given to the local chief executive. Uh, the First, the future governmental studies and plans should focus on the topography of the place and not for the sake of industrialization and modernization. Further, this action should be multidisciplinary to undergo the real capacity of the local. Second, the local government can tie up with NGOs or private organizations based on Section 2C of Republic Act 7160. This partnership can make LGUs strong in a way that can promote the local history and local heritage of the local. Parang sa Europe, merong local heritage pero meron pa rin local development. And last, the researcher recommends for the creation of people's organization that can be a way of giving solutions because the participation of people is very important. Locals from the place should take steps because they will be the ones who can promote and also brand their identity within the local. Even if the place is overcrowded, proper implementation of industrialization and modernization connected with culture can also give income to the local government. Further, the researcher will also create new FGTs that will sure get the ideas of the majority of the locals and will be compliant and given again to the decisive agency. Maraming salamat po.
So that was city's economic and political rolling points and assessment on the development history of Dasmariñas and Imus in Cavite, Philippines. The next one is towards sustainable harmony, policy approaches for reducing carbon dioxide emissions in the Philippines by Bayani Meldanet and Corpus Robert Michael.
gentlemen, distinguished guests, and my esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. Today, it is with great honor and privilege that I, Engineer Meldanet Bayani, along with my esteemed co-author, Dr. Robert Michael Corpus, from the College of Engineering, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, stand here before you to present our paper entitled Towards Sustainable Harmony, Policy Approaches for Reducing Carbon Dioxide Emissions in the Philippines. This paper has actually been started since 2018 as part of the thesis and dissertation of my co-author, which has been published and has been presented internationally. And as we gather here to discuss the pressing issues facing our community, our research delves into critical aspects of environmental sustainability, and that is the reduction of carbon dioxide emission. In our paper, we explore policy approaches tailored to the unique challenges and opportunities that Philippines encounters in the global endeavor. In order to achieve sustainable harmony, this research evaluates policy options for lowering carbon dioxide emissions in the Philippines. It gives a general summary of the condition of carbon dioxide emissions today, points out the major industries and the sources that contribute to emissions, and talks about the effects of high emissions on climate change and sustainability. This research of ours makes suggestions for policy in 4 key areas. First, we have the transition to renewable energy that includes promoting renewable energy sources, investments in renewable energy infrastructure, increasing public awareness of energy conservation are also part of the policy proposals. Next is the energy efficiency programs, that is adopting energy and efficient building regulations. And thirdly, we have the transportation plans, wherein we encourage, that is by encouraging the use of electric cars, developing infrastructure for cycling and walking, and forest protection and replanting, which includes protecting and restoring natural forests and implementing community-based forest management initiatives. Now, it also emphasizes the value of monitoring and reporting systems for tracking development and assessing policy results. This paper highlights the needs to public and private partnerships, policy coordination, compliance with international climate obligations, and community empowerment. Putting these suggestions, such as enhancing cooperation, developing reliable monitoring and reporting systems, and integrating data gathering and analysis being all required, have this effect once put into practice and can be examined in terms of livable cities, economic development, energy security, and resilience in climate change. The research is then concluded that by urging decision makers and stakeholders to prioritize carbon dioxide reduction and to adopt coordinated action, sustainable peace in the Philippines can be established. The nation can contribute to the mitigation of global climate change, advance sustainable development, and build a resilient and livable future for the population by putting these policy proposals into practice and encouraging cooperation. Next slide. As one of the Southeast Asia's top emitters of carbon dioxide, driven by increasing energy consumption and industrial activities, this paper aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the current state of carbon dioxide emissions in the Philippines, sectors contributing to these emissions as well as the implications on climate change and sustainability. In the analysis of existing policies and initiatives, this paper will propose policy approaches and recommendations to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, and as we foster sustainable development and combat climate change. Next slide, please. For this slide, we have here the sectors that contributes to the carbon dioxide emissions in the Philippines. So as we can see on the chart, we can see that it is the transportation sector that contributes the majority or the 33% no, of the carbon dioxide emissions in our country. And that is because of the reliance of our transportation sector to the fossil fuels, that is gasoline and diesel, followed by the industry sector. Okay, the same thing, no? Our industrial processes also relies on fossil fuels as the production of cement and steel. The third sector that contributes highly to carbon dioxide emission is power. Okay, because due to our country's reliance on coal-fired power plants. And fourthly, or our fourth sector, that is our agriculture. And this one is due to the country's reliance on, or due to the production of rice and other crops, which release methane into the atmosphere. Now, though we have this 16% for the others, because this is adding up other sectors, no, such as waste management and deforestation. Next slide po. So let's look into the additional facts about carbon dioxide emissions in the Philippines. So the Philippines' carbon dioxide emissions have been increasing in recent years, reaching a peak of 136.8 million tons in 2021, and that emissions per capita are relatively high, which reaches at about 1.21 tons per person in 2021. Now, these first two bullets actually came from or are based from the World Data Bank. The Philippines has committed to reducing its carbon dioxide emissions by 70% by the year 2030 under the Paris Agreement. So what is this Paris Agreement? This is an international treaty way back 2015, which has been adopted by the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Paris, France, whose main goal is to stop climate change by limiting global warming. Next slide po. The Philippines is taking a number of steps to reduce its carbon dioxide emissions, and these steps includes investing in renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power, improving energy efficiency in buildings and transportation, planting trees to offset carbon dioxide emissions, and promoting sustainable agricultural practices. The Philippines is actually making progress in reducing carbon dioxide emissions, but there is still much work to be done. And the country's success in reducing the emission will depend on the implementation of this and other measures. Of course, when we take steps, there will always be challenges. Next slide po. Okay. So the challenges in reducing its carbon dioxide emissions includes the country's reliance on fossil fuels for transportation and power generation, the need to develop more renewable energy sources, the need to improve energy efficiency, and the need to address deforestation. Next slide po. Let's have the overview of carbon dioxide emissions in the Philippines. The Philippine carbon dioxide emissions have been on the rise due to increasing energy consumption and industrial activity. That's why in 2018, the country's total carbon dioxide emission reached approximately 122 million metric tons, making it one of the Southeast Asia's top emitters. Also, the major contributors to carbon dioxide emission in the Philippines come from sectors such as energy, transportation, industry, and land use, as we have presented earlier, and that the energy sector accounts for around 72% of the nation's carbon dioxide emissions, with coal-fired power facilities being a significant source. Inefficient fuel usage, reliance on private
perceptions of the farmer associations, yung mga leaders nila, because generally, they were the ones who are being tapped by the government in providing services to the farmer members. So next slide, please. Okay. Sorry, hindi yata ito. Anyway, sige, I'll just... okay, next slide. Okay. Based on the study, it reveals that the delivery of the agricultural support services of the municipal agriculture offices in the province of Pampanga, as perceived by the AEW respondents, yung AEWs, ito yung mga extension workers who are devolved following the Local Government Code of 1991. So for them, the delivery is very satisfactory before the devolution of function. It is in terms of agricultural plans and programs, monitoring and evaluation, and farmers' involvement and participation. In terms of budget, production support, irrigation support, farm machinery and equipment support, extension support, education and training were only at a satisfactory level before the devolution of function. Next slide, please. However, in the perceptions of the farmer leaders, all aforementioned indicators were at satisfactory level before the implementation of Local Government Code. After the passage of Local Government Code in 1991, yung level of perceptions, yung satisfaction level of both respondents, the AEWs and the farmer leaders, were at satisfactory level. Also, the study revealed that there were statistically significant differences in the perception of both respondents before and after devolution. Next slide, please. So in the Philippines, the implementation of Local Government Code of 1991 paved its way to the local autonomy through system of decentralization, which exhibits the concentration, delegation, and devolution of functions. So despite many years of implementing decentralization, both respondents perceive that not much has changed on the delivery of agricultural support services by the municipal agriculture offices in the province of Pampanga. Next slide, please. Problem statement during the study, of course, yung demographic profile ng respondents. Kasi very significant kasi yung demographic profile kasi ang minimeasure natin is yung satisfactory level before and after devolution. So kailangan malaman natin kung dun sa criteria pasok ba yung mga respondents. So after po makategorize yung mga respondents based on the demographic profile, they were asked, how is the delivery of the agricultural support before and after the devolution? And of course, are there significant differences in the assessment of the respondents? Next slide, please. Prior to the passage of Local Government Code, the municipal agricultural offices were under the supervision and control of the head of the Department of Agriculture. Hence, the delivery of basic agriculture services was spearheaded and conceptualized by the personnel and leaders of Department of Agriculture. So, since the passage of the code, questions about the benefits and effectiveness of such reforms continue in relation to the capacity of LGUs in delivering public goods and services of high quality that meet public preferences. Kasi during the Local Government Code, hindi lang agriculture ang na-develop sa local government units. It includes also yung social work and health. So hence, the main objective of the paper is to present a research-based policy in the hopes that it will address the issues and concerns surrounding the delivery of support services in the agriculture sector. It hopes also to contribute to the efficient, effective, and ethical and economical delivery of services. Tatlo yung policy options na nakikita dito based on the study. Of course, number one is the continuation of status quo o yung i-maintain kung ano yung meron as provided by the Local Government Code. Number two, discontinuation of devolution through system of renationalization. Ito yung ibabalik ulit sila kasi based dun sa research, hindi satisfied, may bumaba yung satisfaction level ng mga respondents before and after devolution. And of course, three is the modification of the existing policy. Next slide, please. On the analysis of status quo, discharging the duties and responsibilities of LGUs in accordance with the code without resolving yung mga issues and concerns will affect the farm productivity, thereby resulting to food insufficiency. Kasi based on sa study, may sinasabi sila na ang mga budget ng local government units, nung nag-devolve yung mga functions, is napunta lang dun sa mga personal services at hindi rin na talaga nila na-deliver yung mga devolved functions. They are still reliant on the national government. Kung policy option number 2 naman is yung ibabalik ulit yung mga devolved sa central offices or the national government, it is more like a step backward and returning to the old system. So kung hindi mo rin talaga in-address kung ano yung reason bakit sila na decentralized at ibabalik mo sila sa central office or sa national government, hindi rin talaga maririp kung ano yung intention ng policy. And then of course, number 3 is the complete devolution of function, which will foster full responsibility and accountability. Providing LGUs with a just share of financial resources will ensure that funds needed to discharge the mandated functions of delivery of services is sufficient and readily available. Next slide, please. So among the 3 options, I recommend po yung third option is the existing LGU will be having fiscal autonomy once full devolution is implemented. Heads are duty-bound to design, install, implement, and monitor a strong and responsive internal control system that will safeguard the assets, provide accurate and reliable data, ensure efficient, effective, ethical, and economical operation in compliance with laws, rules, and regulations and other policies. Next slide, please. Lawmakers should also make a sound policy recommendation in reference to whether the basic principle of decentralizing delivery of agricultural services has materialized. Next slide. Next slide. So the national, as I already mentioned, kailangan merong strong feedback mechanism so that it will ensure that funds are utilized according to their purpose, that performance target and expected results in the interventions intended to agricultural sector were achieved. Next slide, please. So that's my references, and thank you very much po for the opportunity to present my paper. Thank you.
So that was delivery of agricultural support services in the province of Pampanga before and after the devolution of functions, basis for policy formulation. And still for peace and the environment, we'll have determining pre-preparedness emergency plan of PUP Quezon City branch, basis for program development. Soberano Maricar and Soberano Philip.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. Greetings in the name of public service to our dear colleagues, different public sectors. Good afternoon po. Okay po, so our humble research in behalf of Assistant Professor Philip San Juan Soberano, may we please stand to be recognized? Good afternoon po. Okay. Determining Preparedness Emergency Plan of PUP Quezon City Branch, basis for program development. Next slide, please. The abstract executive summary: the PUP is an institution that adheres to the national government plans and program for disaster risk reduction through OCD or the Office of Civil Defense. Furthermore, service-oriented in fostering public service continuity. This study aims to understand the preparation before an emergency of the PUP Quezon City campus community composed of the faculty members, administrative staff, and of course, our dear students. To our introduction and background, the PUP community as educational and government instrumentalists participate in national government plans and programs through the Office of the Civil Defense, particularly its campaign drive for earthquake preparedness. The simultaneous earthquake drill that was conducted nationwide is one of the keys to an at least less injury, hence relief, rescue, and survival are included in the aftermath of any disaster that may occur. So our thesis problem statements are the following. Number 1, what are the challenges encountered by the respondent towards emergency planning? Number 2, what is the level of the preparedness emergency plan of our respondent? And of course, the number 3, what is the level of willingness of the respondent to develop a prepared emergency plan? So the aims of the objective of this study, the study aims to identify and increase the university awareness of hazards and risks, undertake steps for strengthening mitigation, and develop a policy program that would incorporate the value of resiliency through comprehensive approach of community-based action. So with the goal of less impact, fast recovery, and of course, survival. So our policy and analysis with this first table, policy option number 1, formulate policies and programs that limited to training and preparedness should include response, survival, and recovery phases. With analysis evaluating alternative, the disaster preparedness frameworks requiring adopted by all agency, both private and public, to enable the implementation of NDRRMP thematic areas. We have also prevention and mitigation, the disaster preparedness, of course, the rehabilitations, and of course, the recovery area. The strength of this mainstream framework for disaster preparedness has been transformed through the years. Hence, of course, despite lessons learned from our past experiences, gaps are still present, particularly for the vulnerable sector, factors like socioeconomic status among others. So, Polytechnic University of the Philippines stakeholders and community participation in the conducted of this pre-disaster preparedness will contribute to the success of the NDRRMP framework. Policy option number 2, strengthening the disaster risk management plan, of course, through the developing fiscal management. On this policy option, the analysis evaluating alternatives, new revenue government institution, given our SUCs, are expected to develop fiscal management system for the delivery of the NDRRMP thematic areas. So our SUCs that focuses its mandate for education services, fundings are limited for its operation, developing fiscal management, of course, allocating and appropriating funds, of course, in the adherence of the NDRRMP. So the recommendation of our study are as follows. Number 1, for universities and institutions, continuous training, procurement of equipments, stocking of essential as part of pre-disaster preparedness will give not more than knowledge, but of course, survival as well. Our number 2, for lawmakers to establish clear financial guidelines for non-residents, such as, of course, the state university and colleges, to institutionalize its goal for risk reduction, moreover, to fill the gap in the undertaking of the risk management. And of course, organizations and other stakeholders to develop risk-based thinker by taking appropriate action for preparation, response, survival, and recovery. And of course, at this month is our national risk disaster month po. As per the Google said that the theme for this year is Bidang Pilipino, building a stronger Filipino well-being towards disaster resilient. That's all, and good afternoon.
So that was determining pre-preparedness emergency plan of PUP Quezon City branch basis for program development. And now we'll have driving towards peaceful and sustainable mobility, generating drive cycles for environmental policy research in the Philippines by Corpus Robert Michael.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. So I am delighted here today, to present the findings of my research journey, so over the last 5 years. So this research, which has been an integral part of both my PhD dissertation and master's thesis at UP Diliman, explores the crucial issue of reducing carbon dioxide emissions in the transportation sector of the Philippines. Together with my co-author, Engineer Meldanet Bayani, we know, as we all recognize, transportation plays a vital role in economic growth and societal progress. So, however, it also contributes significantly to carbon emissions, posing a challenge for achieving sustainable development. Can we move to the next slide? So throughout my study, I have emphasized the importance of evidence-based policymaking to address the pressing concern effectively. So at the heart of my research lies the concept of drive cycles or driving cycles. So this is an indispensable tool in assessing vehicle emission and fuel consumption. So by meticulously generating country-specific drive cycles that capture diverse driving conditions and behaviors across the Philippines, I have gained valuable insights into the energy consumption and emission profiles of vehicles. So this insight from the bedrock for crafting effective environmental policies and promoting sustainable mobility solutions. So as we can see, we have big issues or problems in regards to our transportation sector. I think every day, laging problema yan ng ating mga commuters, ng ating mga bumabiyahe, papuntang work, papuntang school, at kung saan-saan man. So meron tayong slow progression. As we move forward, my presentation will delve into the policy alternatives derived from the analysis of the drive cycle data. So I will emphasize also the importance of cost effectiveness, so practicality and efficiency in these policy options. So hopefully, we can empower policy makers to make well-informed decisions for a greener and more sustainable transportation sector in the Philippines. So to conclude this summary or this executive summary, so I stand before you today with a sense of pride and conviction in related to my research. I'm ready to share the culmination of my research. So I sincerely hope that my findings and recommendations contribute to a brighter, low-carbon future for the Philippines and serve as a stepping stone towards more sustainable and harmonious world. Okay, so next slide. So we can see, the transportation sector plays a critical role in the country's economic growth, but also contributes significantly to the carbon dioxide emission, so impacting the environment and public health. The challenges lie in striking a balance between economic development and sustainable mobility to create a greener and healthier future for all. So throughout this presentation, we will explore policy approaches that can address the issue of high CO2 emission in transportation. So by adopting evidence-based and rational policies, we aim to achieve a sustainable and low-carbon transportation sector, so contributing to the Philippines' environmental goals and socio-economic progress. Policymakers may learn important information about the energy use and emission profiles of automobiles in the Philippines from the resultant drive cycles. So the environmental effect of the automobiles may be reliably assessed using data from the drive cycles, and emission mitigation plans can be specifically tailored to the needs of the nation. So the promotion of green and effective transportation solutions that are appropriate for the particular driving circumstances in the Philippines is also made possible by this country's specific drive cycle. So anyway, no, to share with you, drive cycle is different for different routes, different areas, no, different countries. So we must update the drive cycles actually every year, every month, no? Kasi nagkakaroon tayo ng iba't ibang klaseng drive cycle from time to time, no? Hindi lang time to time, from area to area, from route to route. Sige, next slide. So drive cycles, no, to introduce you, I think many are not familiar about the term drive cycle. So drive cycles are realistic simulations of driving circumstances that include representative patterns of vehicle acceleration and speed. So they provide a standardized framework for monitoring the environmental effect of automobiles and are crucial instrument in assessing vehicle emissions and fuel consumption. And driving cycles, which take into account numerous elements such as vehicle speed, fluctuations, idling, no? Idling and acceleration patterns, depict the dynamic character of driving. They act as standards for evaluating and contrasting the performance of various vehicles in lab settings. Drive cycles are significantly because they may give consistent measurements of pollutants and fuel use. And policymakers and academics, they may collect reliable and comparable data by adopting repeatable and consistent drive cycles, supporting efficient policy formulation and environmental evaluation. So, Guro, to summarize, different way of driving, no? So, depende sa pag-drive natin, kung maayos tayong mag-drive, pwede tayong maka-emit ng low emission pollution, no? Low emission, low carbon dioxide. We can reduce carbon dioxide sa ating way of driving. So, ayun. Sige, next slide please. So, for the problem statement, the transportation sector in the Philippines contributes significantly to carbon dioxide emissions, exacerbating climate change and air pollutions. Existing policies to reduce emissions lack specificity, as they do not consider the diverse driving conditions and behaviors across the country. I think lacking tayo ng policies about in our way of driving. No? The absence of country-specific drive cycles hinders accurate assessments of vehicle energy, consumption, and emissions profiles, leading to suboptimal policymaking. Ito yung nakita ko before. So walang drive cycle to a specific route. No, actually, yung ginawa kong study before about drive cycle, yun lang yung study na existing. So hopefully, more researcher will research about the drive cycle, no, method, no, in the Philippines. So without representative drive cycles, policymakers face challenges in identifying emission hotspots, formulating targeted intervention, and promoting sustainable mobility solutions. So to achieve substantial reduction in transportation-related CO2 emissions, there is a critical need for evidence-based policy options that leverage life cycle data to address the unique challenges faced by the Philippines. So in short, no, if we have drive cycle in every route, no, let's say we have this drive cycle in every route sa Philippines, no, agad-agad, no, madedetermine natin, okay, sa route na to, mataas ang carbon emission. Sa route na to, mababang carbon emission. No? We can be aware na, or magiging aware tayo na itong specific area na to, sa ganitong
addressing social concerns. So this study, therefore, will analyze Bontoc Igorot's model of governance and bureaucratic practices using the lens of Max Weber's concept of bureaucracy. Now, what is Bontoc Igorot? No? So it is located in Mountain Province. No? So, there are 7 ethno-linguistic groups in Cordillera, and Bontoc Igorot is part of. There are Ibaloy in Benguet, Kankanay of Northern Benguet, and Western Mountain Province, the Kalinga, the Ifugao, the Isneg of Apayao, the Tingian of Upland Abra. No? So, although some scholars would believe that these people did not originally come in the Philippines, no, they came from our ancestors from Malayan and Indonesian groups. But of course, this is further studied. Now, let's talk about the unique traits of Bontoc Igorot practices before indigenous practices. Now, there are unique cultural traits identified which are evident to Igorots of Bontoc. They have this common language with dialect differences. They have common belief in Lumawig or the supernatural belief, and they share the same culture and they have common myths. They call it amulo. They have common dance patterns and songs, common house type, same manner of dressing, and common practice of superincision and common social, political, and religious institutions such as rice agricultural system rituals and ceremonies, hereditary priesthood, the men's meeting place, or they call it ator, common rights and common rules of welfare and peace pact. Now let's talk about the system of governance. Next slide. Yeah, yan. Okay. Class status among the native members was significant determinant on Bontoc Igorot's exercise of decision-making and the process of existing socio-political institutions. Distinctively, they have 2 classified socio-political institutions. One is the ILI, or the Territorial Administrative Unit, or the tribal groups composed of the ATO, for sub-village level unit. In the current or modern context, these are our local government units. So they were already practicing decentralization even before the concept began or even institutionalized. No? And they also have the concept of central government. No? They call it supra-ato, or the supra-ato organization, a village level unit which are responsible for carrying out decision and resolving conflicts within the village and neighbor villages. All right, so next slide, please. Let's look at the comparison. Next slide, please. All right, so if we will now compare the bureaucratic characteristics and the Bontoc Igorot's organizational model, so here you will notice that they also follow a particular hierarchy. No? So that is one of the characteristics of bureaucracy. It's formal and hierarchical structure of power and authority. No? So from the sub-level unit, no? There are unique functions, and then you go up to the central government, no, or the supra-ato or the village unit, and the 17 ato or the political unit, small political unit, no, will be represented by their council or chosen council of elder. No, each ato or sub-political units, they have council of elders. No, parang may congress po sila, no, sa central government. And kapag may dispute, hindi nila ma-resolve sa central level, they will go to the most powerful man in the tribe, no? Yun po, no? So nagiging basis yung wealth, no? So dun lang siya papasok. Okay? So taking all the next slide, please. Okay? So it's also rational and systematic division of labor, no? Nakita niyo naman, no? Sa sub-level unit, and then to the village level unit, and then meron pa silang tiebreaker on top. No? So these manifestations, next slide please. Another one po pala, no, I almost forgot. There are also formal rules and regulations for decision making. No? There are tribal arrangements. Of course, no, if there are particular manners on which they can resolve dispute, no, done of course, no, in their own ways. And these ways are agreed upon by the body, no, by the council of elders. No? So next slide please. So similar to the characteristics of Weber's bureaucracy, Bontoc Igorot's organizational model possesses a formal framework which suffices the need for effective governance within its sphere. These significant similarities of Bontoc Igorot's organizational model to the concept of bureaucracy of Weber pose its important contribution to the indigenization of Philippine public administration. It describes how early Filipinos managed to consider the importance of governance, especially the harmony of the social, economic, political, and religious life of their people. Although Bontoc Igorot's culture and governance practices may be different from other indigenous groups in the country, this still shows how indigenous PA was practiced in an organized manner, following similar characteristics of Weber's bureaucratic model. Thank you, and I hope you learned something.
Again, that was internal scanning of Bontoc Igorot's organizational model examining similarities to Max Weber's theory of bureaucracy. So now we have safe spaces or playing safe, assessing the implementation of RA 11313 or the anti-bastos law among senior high school institutions in the Philippines. Naharila Mary Jane.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Mary Jane Naharila, and with me is my undergraduate thesis advisee, Ms. Charina Marin. We're from the St. Louis University, Baguio City, and the title of our paper is Safe Spaces Are Playing Safe, assessing the implementation of RA 11313 or the anti-bastos law among senior high school institutions in the Philippines. Let me start. Almost 5 years from its approval, the implementation of the anti-bastos law is due for evaluation. From a qualitative exploratory study conducted from February to April 2023, teachers from 12 randomly chosen senior high schools from Northern and Central Luzon revealed that despite the clear mandate, the provisions of the law are not properly enforced. The study further revealed that our teachers continuously experience sexual harassment in the workplace. Next slide, please. Sexual harassment is a universally persistent problem. These conditions may come in, number one, unwanted physical contact, such as non-consensual touching of clothes, different parts of the body, and unwelcoming sexual advances. It may also be in verbal forms, such as whistling, catcalling, uttering sexist remarks or jokes, or it may also be nonverbal, such as staring at a person in an up-down motion, stalking, exhibiting sexually suggestive visuals, performing any sexual gestures such as licking of lips and winking. It is worth noting that for every 7 Filipino women, 1 experiences sexual harassment at least once weekly. The following are some of the major findings from a study conducted that I mentioned earlier. Letter A, less than 1/3 of the respondents experience being called inappropriate terms of endearment or experience sexual harassment, usually in the form of verbal abuse. B, nearly half of the respondents encountered being the subject of sexual jokes and remarks. C, more than 1/3 of the respondents claimed to have encountered sexual comments about their clothes or body figures. Letter D, about 1/3 of the respondents experienced receiving unwanted attempts, messages, calls from someone in the workplace. Letter E, 2/3 of the respondents stated that the institution they belong to conducts seminar about combating sexual harassment. Letter F, a few stated that the administration in their workplace failed to regularly monitor the conditions of their employees. Letter G, more than half of the participants stated that they are aware of the different work-related cases happening in their workplace. And H, almost half of the respondents said that they do not have any idea about the Safe Spaces Act. The government has implemented the more recently approved Republic Act 11313. This legislation was signed into law on April 17, 2019 and penalizes gender-based sexual harassment and those done in cyberspaces as well. The Act states that the school head should 1, disseminate or post a copy of the law in their school. Number 2, conduct information campaigns. And number 3, create an independent internal mechanism, or what we call CODI, the Committee on Decorum and Investigation. Next slide, please. For our problem statement, are the stipulated provisions in RA 11313 or anti-bastos law, specifically those involving educational institutions such as senior high schools, implemented properly? The objectives, next slide please. Since the provisions were found to be not properly implemented, the paper aims to come up with concrete policies that the government can undertake in order to improve the enforcement of the anti-bastos law. So what we did was to come up with suggestions on policy options. Despite the fact that gender disparities are narrowing, the Philippine Commission on Women asserts that further actions are necessary to address the remaining gaps. Thus, the following options are provided for assessment. Number 1, to continue with its present level of implementation, notwithstanding the actual scenario in our senior high schools. Number 2, to issue a mandate from the Central Office of the Department of Education through their regional offices Policy, Planning, and Research Division to annually monitor that there is a strict implementation of the provisions of the Safe Spaces Act, as well as outlining and emphasizing the concrete penalties for the violators or non-implementation of such. To require school employees to compulsorily attend and actively participate in a yearly seminar regarding sexual harassment in the workplace, coinciding as well to the school's National Women's Month celebration as part of their evaluation for promotion. Number 4, to include Safe Spaces Act in one of the content areas in the licensure examination for teachers or LET. To conduct orientation regarding the anti-bastos law, be part of the pre-employment seminars to be given to aspiring teachers even before their actual teaching deployment. And number 6, for the Department of Education Central Office to issue a memorandum to all senior high school administrators regarding the production of handbooks and pamphlets which shall be distributed among all school staff in all public and private senior high schools in the country. Now for the policy analysis, next slide please. Since the school is an institution that nurtures awareness to the problem among students and the next generation, there should be no reported cases of sexual harassment in schools. With this thought in mind, the options were assessed using Kraft and Furlong's 8 criteria for evaluating policy proposal. This includes effectiveness, efficiency, process equity, liberty, political stability, social acceptability, administrative feasibility, as well as technical feasibility. The guidance in analyzing political problems provided by Meltzner was also used in the analysis options. The considerations include actors, motivators, resources, and sites. Having a status quo is not recommended since there are still teachers who are not aware of RA 11313. For the second policy option, which gathered the highest rating, it is recommended that an emphasis on the duties of the school administration be made and that the penalties for violating such should be stressed. This should be done in coordination with the DepEd Central Office, who will have to direct the regional offices Policy, Planning, and Research Division to monitor annually the implementation of the law. This policy is congruent with IRR, or the implementing rules and regulation of RA 11313, Section 31. To ensure inclusivity, the third option recommends that the participation of all the teachers in an annual seminar tackling issues such as gender and development, sexual harassment in the workplace, and the like while celebrating the Women's Month yearly. However, this will entail additional budget which might result to an increase in tuition and other fees, hence resulting to more problems in the access to education. Therefore, a redirection of the yearly budget might be needed for this policy. The fourth option is more proactive in the sense that even before they become licensed professionals, Teacher candidates will be oriented regarding RA 11313 and will be forced to understand the law since this will be part of their board examination. Excuse me. However, the approval of the Board of Examiners for the professional teacher as well as the Office of the Professional Regulations Commission should be consulted, which will need more time before it can be implemented. The fifth policy option, an orientation regarding sexual harassment in the workplace will be given to all newly hired teachers who pass the board examination and before the actual deployment. This task will be assigned to the Human Resource Department of both private and public senior high schools in the country. This might need additional time, but not so much in funding, since it will be integrated to the usual employee orientation. The last option will address almost all the problems identified earlier. However, immense funding will be a problem for the DepEd, and the urgency of the delivery of the materials will be affected since it has to undergo the process required by the Commission on Audit. There is also a high risk that teachers will not read the handouts or pamphlets since it will entail additional time to their already overloaded work assignments. It is recommended that in order to be comprehensive and proactive, a combination of the third and fifth policies be implemented initially, while waiting for the implementation of policy options 2 and 4, which will require longer time, consultation, and additional funding. Thank you very much.
And now we will have Women in the Labor Force, a 2012 to 2016 analysis in the Philippines by Narvasa Lorraine Fay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lorraine Fay Narvasa from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. I graduated my Master of Arts in Economics from PUP also. So at this moment, I'll be sharing insights from the study entitled Women in the Labor Force. I'll be correcting because the range is not 2026, rather it's 2016. It is a 2012 to 2016 analysis in the Philippines. Next slide, please. Female plays a vital role in the country's growth and development in attaining a high standard of living. Historically, female labor force was constrained by cultural and traditional restrictions, and currently, females are experiencing significant transformation in their position in society where they are actively involved in the labor market, achieving higher levels of education and consuming more time working and experience an increase in earnings. From 2013, World Bank emphasized that women had a share in the total labor force of 40%. It's because it enhances the country's equity and efficiency, where female labor force is the fundamental for socioeconomic growth and development. They emphasize that female labor force participation is diverse and depends on tracks of development, which outlines the regional culture, thus female work concentration, as well as impacts of already recognized cultures and family settlement. In addition, development was the first spontaneous aspect to intensify female labor force participation, while others emphasize the connection between female labor force participation and economic growth. Next slide, please. In this paper, the variability of Filipino women labor force across the Philippines will be investigated using the parameters educational attainment, wage, and average working hours. The questions for these are, what has been the behavior and performance of the female labor force participation rate, as well as the educational attainment, wage, and average working hours across the Philippine regions throughout the periods 2012 to 2016? And is there a significant association association between the female labor force participation rate and the selected explanatory factors across the Philippine regions during this period, and what are the proposed recommendations relative to the findings? The statistical results showed that the study comprised 17 regions across the Philippines, and it shows the behavior and performance of labor force participation rate per region such that there was no cross-sectional dependency for these periods. NCR still had the highest female labor force participation rate, with the highest number in education attainment and highest also in the average working hours, along with the regions 4A, Calabarzon, and Calabarzon. These were followed by the regions 3, 6, 7, and 8, or the Visayas regions. These regions were considered the most populous among all regions, boosting their participation in economic activity, including political, social, cultural, and educational activities. Moreover, as to the daily wage contribution, NCR still had the highest rate set and classified by the National Wage Productivity Commission in connection with the guidelines and implementation, guided also by the Philippine Labor Code and Department of Labor and Employment. It was also mandated and applied to all employees to have normal working hours of 8 hours per day. In addition to the statistical result, the initial and final pooled regression model showed that educational attainment, wage, and average working hours have significant and positive association. It showed that, on average, 1,000 increase in the number of college female education leads to about 2% increase in labor force. In addition, a 1 peso increase in wage would lead to a decrease in women's labor force participation rate by 2.65 percentage points. Moreover, a 1 hour increase in average working hours would lead to a 5.91% decrease in women's labor force participation rate. Furthermore, the female labor force participation rate was not significantly affected by the variations in the regional characteristics, proving no cross-sectional dependency among regions from 2012 to 2016. For my recommendations, the goal of job creation should be extended in the major cities. The Philippine government must lead and encourage women to engage in human capital in order to expand their number in the labor force throughout the Philippines. Women are encouraged to gain specialized skills that are required for the complicated and shifting job market because each location has different labor market needs. It also recommended to review the national programs created to increase the capital of women, encourage greater strategic efforts on regional level, and identify the municipal and regional programs. It is also recommended to boost financial economic initiatives and support special skills conducted by the government from the national and local also public and private institutions, and continually to sexually educate parents and children to listen out early marriage activities and assistance and encourage regional entrepreneurial activities from the different sector and ethnic groups. And this is also to acknowledge the financial aid provided by the Philippine government to finish college education and pursue higher education within and outside the country. In addition, a flexible workforce is also encouraged. As observed, flexible working condition for working women will not only cheer married women in the workforce as well, as they will have more time with their kids and family while working efficiently, but is also for the young and vigorously active women in the workforce. In addition, during the pandemic, it was seen and demonstrated during the COVID-19 crisis that flexible working hours were advantageous, particularly for working Filipinas. Public and private firms should also acknowledge full-time workers and will follow employment policies set by the agencies in the government. Next slide, please. In addition, women are encouraged for the awareness of the health, social, political, and economic activities in the respective areas, boosting gender equality and women empowerment, and inspire other women to secure productive and decent work. Gender equality in the labor market in the Philippines emphasize decent work, which includes many dimensions, including right at work, security, and conditions. It is recommended that the government and private sectors should extend their responses in expanding work opportunities and improve legislation and policies, including social protection and labor support to all Philippine regions. In addition, programs of contractualization in the Philippines should be scaled back. Leaders must consider these issues not just in terms of employment, but also in terms of an economic and sustainable labor force. Women in leadership positions are encouraged to comprehend, cultivate, and promote the use of legal working procedures as it will serve as a manual for critical advancements in female labor force initiatives and administration for both public and commercial businesses. Finally, this is to promote, support, and advance the gender and development, which focuses on the gender mainstreaming as a strategy for equality benefiting men and women by including their concerns and experiences in the design and implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of policies, as well as programs and projects in all spheres of society. The government must improve, implement programs steadfastly, and implement them completely. Thank you.
So the first one is in the international level. Okay, so we see here the role of women, particularly First Lady Imelda Marcos, in the negotiation with the Libyan government, which resulted to the signing of the Tripoli Agreement in 1976, which is one of the first milestone as far as the peace negotiation in Mindanao is concerned. And then in 2014, on the national level, lead negotiator Miriam Coronel Ferrer was appointed, okay, which also resulted in the signing of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. Okay. Next. Yeah. So on the regional level, so institutional law and order are often neglected, and people in the Bangsamoro region abide by their customs and indigenous justice system in addressing grievances and crimes instead of submitting to the established legal system in the Philippines. And that's actually part of what was discussed by Secretary Galvez earlier with regards to the resolving of the conflict as, such as the REDU. Okay? And then on the community level, the incidence of clan war, which is yung REDU, which can last for decades and which also decimates, okay, the fragile economic and social stability in the community. Okay, so in this case, or in this scenario, Women's Court through the Sharia provides an avenue for women to resolve conflicts in their or involving their families. Okay, because as we see that there are really a lot of people, okay, that shall we say are shall we say that we can say that became victim, okay, of this conflict. Okay. Next. Yeah. So another part as far as social perspective is concerned is education. So there is very little literature on the role of women in Muslim education in Mindanao, aside from the lack of qualifications of young female teachers of the Arabic language and Islamic values education, or shall they say, or they say as a live subject. And one of the cause of increasing social gender biases in the Bangsamoro region is the less access to education for women because they are brought up to play the role of a typical housewife. So yun pa rin yung traditional role ng mga kababaihan as far as the area in Mindanao is concerned. Kasi nga, because of lack of access to education, which also limits the opportunity of women in actively participating, whether politically, socially, or economically. Okay? Next. Yeah. So, another thing is, of course, the involvement of civil society organization. Okay? So there are a lot of organizations or civil society organizations that are actively helping in the effort to establish peace in Mindanao. Okay, part of which is the Gawad Kalinga, where they have female leaders and they are making difference as far as the Muslim communities is concerned, particularly in war-devastated or conflict-devastated areas. And women's organization movement in the Bangsamoro members help to educate young Moros and the Filipinos as a whole about the Bangsamoro history. Okay? Next. And as far as economic approach is concerned, yeah. So some of which yung kanilang mga economic activities, we can see that women economic activities in the Bangsamoro region are limited due to the peace and order condition and the lack of education and training that they receive. Okay, so that's part of it. And women are engaged in personal services or other livelihood activities such as weaving, and which contributes to their household finances. So nakakadagdag ito para sa panggastos ng kanilang pamilya, but not necessarily to uplift their economic conditions. Okay, so Muslim women are natural traders. Though, okay, many of them are being displaced because of the conflict in Mindanao, so most of them are trading outside, okay, of their native land, okay, so shall we say, or dun sa kanilang or in the Bangsamoro region. So some of them would go to areas such as Manila, would go to areas such as Davao, wherein they are the minorities, okay? Kasi nga magulo pa rin doon sa area nila, but of course, if the area would be given a chance, okay, to have an economic activity, they would choose to stay in their area. Okay, next. So as far as economic support is concerned, yan. So empowering women through their involvement in agricultural activities with proper support from government and concerned NGO can improve the nutritional and financial condition of the household. Yan. Kasi part pa rin or basic pa rin ang agriculture as far as the community, okay, or stability of the community is concerned for sabi nga natin, sustainable development. Okay? So, as far as our recommendation is concerned, yan. So, women play a vital part in all level of conflict. So, makita naman natin yun, from the international to the community, and their involvement in conflict resolution must be supported in the Bangsamoro region, okay, will require political, social, and economic reconstruction to empower women. Ayan, hindi pwede na isang approach lang kasi. So dapat holistic siya. Ayan. And then, further studies should be conducted on the role of women in the development of Bangsamoro education. Kaya nga sabi natin na hindi rin pwede na i-centralize natin ang education system because yung tinuturo sa Maynila might not fit yung pangangailangan dun sa Bangsamoro area. And then the Islamic scholars should also revisit the Islamic doctrines to lay down the foundation for inclusiveness and the extent of the socio-political involvement of Muslim women in the Bangsamoro area. Okay? So with that, thank you very much and a pleasant afternoon.
So that was the last one for Gender, Culture, and Peace. And now we'll move on to Youth and Peace. The first one on the list is Small Navy, Middle Power, Prospects and Challenges for the Philippines Naval Diplomacy by Espeña Joshua Bernard.
Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po. Sana ay gising pa ang ating diwa. So, to break the atmosphere, no? Mag-IR naman ako. So, this policy paper was inspired, actually it's a rehash of my book chapter contributions, co-authored book ko with Dr. Chester Cabalsa and Mr. Miguel Hermo, entitled The New Middle Powers of Southeast Asia. So, specifically, we talk about how middle powers provide a role sa regional landscape. So, for this one, I'll talk about naval diplomacy, the dimension ng mga middle powers, including the Philippines. Now, proceed po tayo sa next slide. Next slide, please. Since 70% of the the world ay covered by seas, it is natural that humanity, since the evolution of the international system, ginagamit na yung karagatan. And sabi ni Dr. Ken Booth, the use of the seas indicates how much we are investing in navies. So throughout the literature, sabi niya, there are trinity functions of navies, which are the military, the most natural one. You also have constabulary because of the ecological, maritime security concerns regarding the use of the seas. And the third one is somehow peculiar sa mga tao, the diplomatic role. The argument here is that navies have diplomatic roles as much as there are military and constabulary roles. So diplomatic utility of navies, according to the literature, is now gaining traction in the Indo-Pacific regional politics. And indeed, naval diplomacy, according to the literature, it's a tool to communicate power relationship in order to advance your national interest. But the point here is, it depends on why you would use it and how would you use it. Navies are not necessarily coercive, but they also produce persuasive undertones in doing international relations with other countries. Now, the argument here is that, according to Dr. Jeffrey Thiel, all states can use naval diplomacy. Hindi lamang mga malalaking navies of the great powers such as US, China, Russia, whatever, hindi lang sila ang may karapatan na gumamit ng naval diplomacy. But countries like the Philippines can use naval diplomacy. The argument here is that we can optimize the rise of the Philippines as a middle power by capping on the benefits that we can take or we can take in doing naval diplomacy. So yes, despite our meager defense, particularly naval capabilities, we can still practice naval diplomacy. And there goes my thesis statement. Next slide, please. My question is simple. How will the Philippines, a recently emerged middle power, capitalize its small navy as a tool of naval diplomacy? And the argument is simple. Naval diplomacy should be clearly tied in the articulation of the Philippines in terms of its middle power status. Ano ba ang foreign policy ng isang middle power? Okay? So that's the point. By the way, middle power tayo because according to the Asia Power Index, since 2018, we have been consistently ranked by such index as a middle power. Pero hindi naman to usapin ng half-empty, half-full na kwento. Some scholars are suggesting small state lang tayo, but I would like to argue, ladies and gentlemen, that the Philippines is a recently emerged middle power. Marami na, according doon sa Asia Power Index, we have two indicators. One is diplomatic influence, and number two is defense networks. And I would like to cap on those indicators in my study, that is naval diplomacy. So moving forward, next. It's really important, next slide please, it's really important that we have to analyze how we can use naval diplomacy as a tool of the state. Next slide please. Next slide please. We have to optimize whatever the prospects, and we have to address whatever challenges that we can in undertaking naval diplomacy. So the following are the relevant stakeholders. The National Security Council provides the President, Commander-in-Chief, the Chief Architect of Foreign Policy, the direction in coordinating the state's foreign policy and defense bureaucracies. You have the Department of Foreign Affairs, the ones in charge of our foreign policy. Okay, you have the Department of National Defense. You have the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and as the force employers, and Philippine Navy as the force provider. Ibig sabihin lang ng force provider, they provide the what of defense capabilities. Department of National Defense and the AFP provides the why would you employ forces. Militaries should address or answer political questions. Although we are saying that according to the Constitution, we renounce war as an instrument of policy. Indeed, pero sabi nga ni Secretary Galvez, we are using militaries as a last recourse of policy. But the point of my study is that it provides an interesting middle ground, that navies are nonetheless middle powers, are nonetheless diplomatic tools. So that's my point here. So let me provide my policy options on how we can optimize naval diplomacy for our national interest. Next slide, please. I provided 3 options. Who shall take the helm in undertaking naval diplomacy? Option 1, DFA should take the helm. Number 2, DND should take the helm. Or number 3, in my previous works last year, I've been saying for the past months that we have to capture and embrace the narrative of what makes us a middle power. If anything, the 2016 arbitral ruling provided us the catalyst for advancing yung middle power status natin. And yes, narratives are very much important for strategic communication and national mobilization. Okay, so if that is the case, DFA should take the helm and then pass it on to the DND and AFP to manage the employment of naval forces. Again, hindi ito usapin ng gaano kalaki, gaano kalakas. You just use the Navy, whatever you have, using the narratives na ikakap ng DFA. And then, after nun, bababa ito sa force providers, that is the PN, to integrate diplomatic practice in the officer and sailor education. So that yung mga nag-aaral, we've been saying education is important. Yes, so that pag-advance ng mga officers ng mga to in their ranks, they would be able to communicate to their fellow naval counterparts. What does it mean to be a middle power? It's about taking responsibility of global challenges, especially right now, we are in the middle of a great power competition. So yes, avenues can be the Western Pacific Naval Symposium, one of the largest symposium kasi nandito ang ASEAN countries, you have the great powers, US, China, Russia, and you also have middle powers, right? Just like Australia, India, and Japan. Isang malaking network ito so that we can communicate what our national interests are and what we can provide to the table. Number 2, DND should take the helm. Next slide, please. Sabi nila, talk is cheap, but I dare argue, talking navies are not cheap. Bakit siya hindi cheap? Kasi mamahalin ito. You have to invest in shipbuilding, berthing, maintenance, weapon system, and advancement, etc. So therefore, you have to communicate it well by putting forces at the right place at the right time. I said in my previous work na, for example, the ASEAN Multilateral Naval Exercise or the AMNEX provides us a great opportunity to communicate ano ang ating gustong sabihin. And also it provides us to monitor the diplomatic moods of our partners and also to monitor the naval trends of modern warfare in the 21st century. Yes, the Philippine Navy, when should they adopt this diplomatic practice? They would also provide an implicit approach of coercion. It's like saying, I'm here, I'm playing nice with you, but should you play dirty with me, I'm gonna kick your ass. Right? So it plays an implicit narrative along those lines. So in order to truly manage the perception, there you'll have the Department of Foreign Affairs to provide us conveyance of what does it mean to be a middle power. Again, it's about taking more responsibilities for the stability of the regional politics. So that I think is the proper nuance of what it means to have an independent foreign policy. And lastly, number 3, the last one is that I recommend not to take any leadership roles because it's counterproductive. But in my conclusion, my recommendation nonetheless is last one. I dare to recommend policy option number 1. Why? Because middle power status, it is something na we can consider as a blessing. Kapag hindi natin na-play well ito,
we might recede pabalik sa isang small power na status. At sayang. So for me, we have to cap on the opportunity by doing whatever we can, whatever we have right now. So we need the DFA to take the lead alongside the DND and the Philippine Navy to do the naval diplomatic endeavors for the Philippine interest. Yes, there are challenges for policy number one. For example, overlapping roles. Diba? Ang daming ginagawa ng Philippine Navy, diplomatic roles pa. And also, ang mangyayari din dyan is that ang DFA, why do we need the Philippine Navy? We're the diplomats. But the point here is this. We can overcome the constraint of policy option number one based on two arguments. Number one, the regional security dynamic is changing. Navies are being more invested alongside coast guards because sea lane of communications are very much important. It's tied to the economic prosperity and human development goals. So yes, you invest in militaries so that you can tie it to your developmental goals. And also, the Philippines strategic culture is changing. According to Renato de Castro of De La Salle University, lagi tayong internal security. But we dare humbly add na our strategic culture is changing. We're looking at the maritime security as very integral to our development goals. So yes, there are challenges, yet there are ways to overcome these challenges. So yes, thank you so much. Yun lamang po. And hopefully we can cap on naval diplomacy.
And now we will have Creating Spaces, a case study on Linding Co. Calumbayan's anti-child marriage advocacy towards the promotion of youth civic engagement in Lanao del Sur. Moises Graciela Faye, Ezekiel B. And Corpus Julian Kim, Gracia Irving, Telmo Marian Leila James.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Graciela Faye Ezekiel B. Moises, joined by my co-authors, Irving Rasa and Marian Leila Jane C. Telmo. We are students from the College of Political Science and Public Administration of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Manila. This afternoon, we're extremely honored to be presenting our policy paper entitled Creating Spaces, a case study on Linding Co. Calumbayan's anti-child marriage advocacy towards the promotion of youth civic engagement in Lanao del Sur. Next slide, please. So yesterday, we heard speakers and presenters emphasize the role of the youth in peace building and sustainable development. My co-authors and I couldn't agree anymore. In fact, Section 13, Article 2 of the Philippine Constitution explicitly provides the same. These roles may vary from political to civic engagement through either formal or informal institutions, including electoral participation, organizational involvement, individual volunteerism, and collective action. Unfortunately, paper does not always equate to practice. The youth sector continues to face multiple barriers to sustained and accepted civic engagement. From 2020 alone, there have been countless instances of them being discriminated against or retaliated upon due to their age, lack of knowledge, and modern ideas that depart from culture and tradition. Next slide, please.
Linding Co. Calumbayan, a Muslim youth-led organization in Lanao del Sur, can attest to this. Originally named as the Lanao Initiative and Network for the Development of Innovative Growth for the Youth, their main advocacy is to initiate a conversation and work towards the prevention of child marriage. Their roots may be traced back to Oxfam's 5-year project entitled Creating Spaces to Take Action on Violence Against Women and Girls, held from 2016 to 2021 in 6 countries in Asia, namely Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and the Philippines. The primary aim of the project was to create spaces where young leaders and advocates could become civically engaged, especially on issues that affect them the most. Next slide, please. Yeah. For Linding Co. Calumbayan, this was the normalized culture of child marriage among Muslims, Maranaos, Magindanaoan in Lanao del Sur. During the Marawi siege in 2016, the province reportedly suffered from multiplied cases of child marriage. Contrary to what many families thought, Lindingco Kalumbayan saw these marriages as not only unhelpful to the plight of children, but detrimental to their rights and overall welfare and development. This marked the beginning of their controversial anti-child marriage advocacy. Next slide, please.
The primary purpose of this paper was to study the case of Lindingco Kalumbayan as they pursued the anti-child marriage advocacy from 2020 to 2021. It aimed to determine how the organization has promoted youth civic engagement in the communities of Lanao del Sur, especially as it proves to be a deeply religious, culturally unyielding, and policy-resistant context. More specifically, the paper sought to answer the following inquiries. 1. How does Lindingco Kalumbayan practice its anti-child marriage advocacy in Lanao del Sur? 2. What are the opportunities and challenges Lindingco Kalumbayan faces in the anti-child marriage advocacy? 3. How has the community received and responded to Lindingco Kalumbayan's programs and activities? And what are its effects on the community? And number 4, how can Lindingco Kalumbayan's current impact and influence be further harnessed towards the promotion of youth civic engagement in Lanao del Sur? Next slide, please. These inquiries yielded the following findings. From 2020 to 2021, Lindingco Kalumbayan practiced its anti-child marriage advocacy by conducting programs and activities within their partner areas, namely the Municipality of Sagiran, Municipality of Bubong, and the Islamic City of Marawi. They also made partnerships and alliances with several sectors, ensured participation and representation in the relevant engagements, and actively took part in policy-making process, such as bill crafting, consultation, lobbying, and awareness raising. Next slide, please. During this time, the members and mentors of organization gained from the following opportunities in advancing their anti-child marriage advocacy. They were fortunate to have sufficient manpower, key partnerships and alliances, and material resources from their mother organization, the Almujadila Women's Association, or AMWA. It also helped that they employed an inclusive approach towards their participants, had a variety of programs and activities, and were equipped with ample knowledge and skills in youth leadership and advocacy. The fact that most of the members and mentors had lived or extended experiences of child marriage also increased the legitimacy of their organization and advocacy. And finally, their characteristics as youth proved to be their greatest opportunity. They were more It can also prevent sudden interventions and threats to security from opposing individuals and organizations. On a related note, one way to ensure their safety without risking their immobilization is to establish youth centers in barangays and municipalities. These centers can serve as safe spaces where the youth can conduct meetings with their organizations, interact with fellow leaders and advocates, and plan for their programs and activities even after curfew. The establishment of youth centers by SKs and LGUs also sends a strong message that youth civic engagement is highly encouraged and always welcome in the region. Exemplary performances. The bestowal of awards, distinctions, or related incentives is likely to increase the motivation of young people to become more involved in their sectors and communities and youth organizations to perform with consistency and direction. Next slide, please. Next slide po. All things considered, the main takeaway is that creating spaces is key, figuratively and literally. If we want the youth to continue contributing to social justice, peace, or sustainable development, we must create spaces for them to actually do so. While the youth proves to be important resources, they cannot do the work alone. They still need the support and collaboration of stakeholders, specifically fellow organizations, governments, and community members. Linding Columbayan's anti-child marriage advocacy may have spurred youth civic engagement in Lanao del Sur, but it would take more than that to sustain it in the future. The creation of spaces for the youth need not be an abstract idea. It ought to be turned into actual action. Next slide, please. Hence, for our policy recommendation, we propose the establishment of youth centers in barangays and municipalities. These centers can provide actual and accessible spaces for young leaders and advocates to mobilize, organize, and engage with their fellow youth without the personal costs of money, safety, or security. It can also serve as venues for training beginning leaders and advocates and stimulating connection and cooperation between existing and new youth organizations in the area. Most importantly, the establishment of youth centers is bound to eliminate many of the structural challenges to youth civic engagement, such as, for example, geographical limitations and threats to the members' personal safety and security. Next slide, please. Again, this is Bidger Shalafe, Ezekiel B. Moises, Irving Rasa, and Marian Leila Jane C. Telmo. We are honored and grateful to have presented our policy paper before you today. Thank you very much.
So now, before we continue, we'll have our open forum with the reactors. We would like to acknowledge the presence of the Philippine Commission on Women. We have them on Zoom while the tech team is still fixing it. I would like to acknowledge Mildred L. Corral, Supervising God Specialist, Ekaterina Alessandra Ocampo, God Specialist 2, and Suline Marie Legaspi, God Specialist 2. So we have, again, the PCW, Philippine Commission on Women, to react on gender, culture, and peace.
Good afternoon. The PCW would like to congratulate first the presenters for coming up with policy paper researches that cover a variety of topics on education, environment, women's economic empowerment, and peace and security. I believe the presentation also happened yesterday, the first day, and today. Congratulations also. I thank you also to PUP for partnering with PCW in this endeavor and for inviting us well in this Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference. I would like to specifically congratulate the presenters, particularly on the policy paper researches on gender mainstreaming, which I believe was discussed yesterday, specifically in the PUP and on the review of literature surrounding the gender mainstreaming among SUCs in the Philippines. We congratulate the PUP because the institution utilized the gender mainstreaming evaluation framework as a tool to measure its performance, especially the gains and successes in gender mainstreaming, and identify areas for improvement in the way the institution mainstream God perspective in the institution. As the oversight agency in the implementation of RA 9710 or the Magna Carta of Women, the PCW through the Sectoral Coordination Division, which Ms. Solen, Eka, and myself belongs, annually monitors the gender mainstreaming performance of agencies by conducting desk review and validation of the GMF assessment ratings of agencies. And we also encourage the government agencies, including the SUCs like the PUP, to regularly undergo GMF assessment and submit to PCW for validation. Once again, thank you and congratulations to PUP for utilizing the GMF tool, and we will welcome the submissions from SUCs, including the PUP. Thank you very much and magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Again, we would like to acknowledge PCW Philippine Commission on Women. And now we will be awarding them their certificate. I would like to call our director, Jaime Figo Cheres, and our academic head, Dr. Demelin E. Monzon. Again, let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you again, PCW. Let me read first. Certificate of recognition is awarded to Philippine Commission on Women, our partner organization, for their invaluable contribution on the conduct of Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference with the theme, The Role of Populists for Peace and Development on Sustainable Governance Through Evidence-Based Policymaking. Given this 25th day of July 2023 at the Commission on Higher Education Auditorium, Quezon City, Philippines. So again, thank you, PCW, Mildred L. Corral, Catarina Alessandra Ocampo, and Zulene Marie Legaz. And now we will be continuing with peace, ethics, and dialogue. The first one is Code of Conduct in South China Sea, Cultural and Nationalistic Position of Southeast Asian Non-Claimant States by Duran de Biche.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. This is the policy dimension of my dissertation, which I finished in 2021. So this paper was written from the perspective of a communication scholar. So the nitty-gritty part of maritime law is a different aspect. Interstate policy is a post-Cold War global phenomenon. And in the Asia Pacific, it is a prevailing discourse. This cross-sectional study analyzes cultural and nationalistic position of selected non-claimant states in mainland Myanmar and Thailand, and maritime Southeast Asia. So Southeast Asia is separated. There are two Southeast Asia. One is mainland, which is, they say, has continental mindset, and maritime Southeast Asia that includes archipelagic countries like Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei. key expert discussion involving authorities from non-claimant states gives the study in-depth focus in investigating policy implications and the practical generative framework in the light of Southeast Asian exceptionalism, which later I will discuss. Here's the rationale of the paper. The maritime dispute in South China Sea implies a risk in transnational cooperation and regional peace initiatives, but an interstate policy may build stronger ties and economic opportunities for countries in Southeast Asia. Thus, the implications of the policy can bridge understanding on cultural and nationalistic gap already existing in the region. The function of non-claimant ASEAN states and the code of conduct is very vital in balancing power and call for peaceful resolution in the disputed waters. Another function of non-claimant states is to pursue consensus-based solutions in the face of great power interest of China and the United States. So that's their rationale. Here is the statement of the problem. The study is important because it focuses on the cultural and nationalistic position. So I investigated the interstate policy, and it's so to answer the primary question, what are the cultural and nationalist positions of non-claimant ASEAN member states on code of conduct in South China Sea towards transnational cooperation and regional peace initiatives in Southeast Asia. And basically, my objective is to explore the balancing power of the government of Thailand, Myanmar, Singapore, and Indonesia. These are non-claimant ASEAN member states in support of COC for regional peace and economic stability. Here are the policy options. So as provided by the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in South China Sea, leading to the Code of Conduct, the signatories reaffirm their commitment to the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, and other universally recognized principles of international law, which shall serve as the basic norms governing state-to-state relations. All international policies mentioned are towards the same goal. 1, mutual respect for independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. 2, the right of every state to lead its national existence. 3 is non-interference in the internal affairs of one another. 4, settlement of differences or disputes by peaceful means. 5, repudiation of the threat or use of force. And 6, effective transnational economic cooperation. So the goals seem very vibrant and practical. However, external factors keep shaping how member countries make diplomatic and trade choices in the region. It is important to note that UNCLOS was organized by the United States. Though it signed the agreement in 1994, it is not a signatory of the convention. Meanwhile, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence was spearheaded by the People's Republic of China. The US and China have their own separate geopolitical interests, designed both on gaining upper hand in economic and military agenda. Only the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation was founded by Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand in February 24, 1976. In addition, the Declaration of Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea is a formal declaration affirmed by ASEAN member countries that would lead to COC, but without progress. So this policy paper highlighted culture and nationalism and how it affects the decision process of the non-claimant states. Let me, so here is the framework, which is actually based from May's cultural nationalism, but cultural nationalism may sound broad and vague in Southeast Asian context because it was first applied in South America and in Southern Europe. But the concepts are comparable to the situation in the region. So you have social preconditions that would include concepts like culture, economic security, and ideology. Remember that non-claimant states like Thailand is Buddhist, but they have their own understanding of the so-called non-alignment, non-interference. They are not non-aligned, but they are into neutrality. Vietnam is non-aligned, so it is pursuing the principle for non-alignment because of its experience from the past, that it was invaded by the US, but they won the Vietnam War. The Philippines also is somehow, it has a vague definition of non-alignment because literally we were freed from Japanese invasion because the Americans came. And whatever policy, international policy that the US would pursue, the Philippines will try to affirm such a policy. Singapore is multicultural, so its decision-making in international affairs is different. It's more on trade, it is mercantile, and it seems that Singapore is using ASEAN as its screen. It needs China, and at the same time, it needs the US. So that's the basic foundation of these non-claimant states. So as can be gleaned, culture and nationalism of non-claimant states are the basis, the guiding principles of the Code of Conduct to maintain peace and transnational cooperation initiatives in Southeast Asia. So economic security is another ground, or a social precondition in Myanmar's and Indonesia's support of COC. Basically, Myanmar has more important domestic problems, so it does not indulge itself in international affairs that much, especially on the issue of COC. So giving significance to Article 2 of ASEAN Charter 2008, it provided that ASEAN and its member states shall act in accordance with the following principles: respect for independence, sovereignty, equality, territorial integrity, and national identity of all ASEAN member states. So non-claimant states may appreciate economic assistance extended by the Chinese. The former's efficacy or willingness to take the advice or help may not be a reason to violate their sovereign rights, though in the first place, they have no piece of claim in the South China Sea. I'm talking about Myanmar, as I mentioned a while ago. All right, can I move to the recommendation? Before recommendation, may I read first the findings of the paper. So findings revealed that non-claimant countries have a balancing power in promoting peace and security in the region, undermining conflict and geopolitical tension caused by unclear rules in the assertion of sovereign rights. But according to my to the experts I interviewed, there is a debate if whether the South China Sea is a crisis or a conflict, because from the point of view of the Western perspective, sovereign or territorial sovereign rights develop after armed conflict, the so-called Westphalian history. But for us, there is peace, and there is this is an understudied part of Southeast Asia, and this would be the contribution of the region. Its global contribution to the region. Let me continue reading the findings. So historical details of the predictor may vary from mainland to maritime Southeast Asia, but the grounding is similar. All are post-colonial sentiments. Results also suggest that Myanmar, Thailand, Singapore, and Indonesia are essentially independent of their concurring position towards a binding code of conduct. In sum, cultural nationalism in this study posits a unified and economic inclusiveness guided by respect in culture and ideology. A significant and effective regional peace initiative is a rules-based order in Southeast Asia. Now let me read one of my recommendations. So it bears repeating that Myanmar, Thailand, Indonesia, and Singapore are in full support of this peaceful initiative in solving the current geopolitical tension. So claimant ASEAN member states may look closely and consider the function of culture and nationalism on the positions of non-claimant countries towards code of conduct in South China Sea in maintaining regional peace and transnational cooperation. Thank you.
And now we will have enhancing public service delivery, a comprehensive analysis of public service motivation and job satisfaction among government employees of San Pedro City, Laguna by Colot John Carl.
Good afternoon to everyone. So, sana marami pa tayo. Okay? So, my paper is about enhancing public service delivery, a comprehensive analysis of public service motivation and job satisfaction of government employees in the city of San Pedro. Next slide, please. So again, next slide for the introduction. So I will just summarize everything. So one of the key important results in the paper is that public service motivation has no direct relationship with the job satisfaction. And I intend to present this paper because the San Pedro Laguna being the first class city, no? The first town, the boundary, Muntinlupa, and then the first city for the Laguna, no? So there has been a problem when it comes to the delivery of public services. And aside from that, according to the RRLs that was presented, no, in the paper, so the delivery of public services is not that good, and therefore the citizens are not satisfied with the services or with how they acquire, no, or what are the results of the services being delivered to them. So the next slide. So the delivery of public services is less effective in San Pedro primarily due to poor governance and coordination or inefficient governance and coordination compared to other local government units. So duplication of effort, delays, and confusion are caused by unclear policies, conflicting roles, and inadequate coordination systems. Rapid urbanization and population also increase, can also put a burden on infrastructure, healthcare, education, and transportation services. There can be a higher demand for public services in highly urbanized areas like San Pedro, which might not be appropriately provided. Why? Because nag-increase siya, so it was converted to city from a municipality. But then, as to the services, no, walang pagbabago. That is why it results to this. No? Organizational support is crucial because it can have a good impact on both the public service motivation and work satisfaction. This is because the availability of supporting organizational structures, policies, and practices that support public service principles is significant. Employee job satisfaction may increase when they feel appreciated, acknowledged, and supported in their efforts to the public. So next slide po. So for the thesis statement, so for the SOP number 1, what is the current state of public service delivery? No? And what is the level of public service motivation and job satisfaction among government employees? So just like what I have said a while ago, no, according to the results, there is no relationship between the public service motivation and job satisfaction of employees. Okay? So what are the main challenges and barriers to achieving efficient public service? No? And what are the most effective strategies for enhancing public service delivery through improving public service motivation and job satisfaction among government employees? Next slide. So researchers and policymakers can learn more about what motivates people to work in public sector and what makes them happy about their jobs by conducting this analysis. This knowledge can be used to develop strategies and policies that will improve the working conditions and productivity of public servants. The results of this analysis can also be used to point out areas where government employees might benefit from interventions and support systems in order to increase their motivation and job satisfaction, which will improve their productivity, efficiency, and overall ability to provide for the public. So the life of every organization is in human capital. In the absence of humans, in the absence of government workers, definitely, no, the organization will not exist. That is why, no, the objective of the study is to revisit what are these existing policies of the LGU and try to look, no, for a solution on how the public service delivery may be improved, no, by what? By enhancing the capability of the government workers. Next slide. So there are 3 policy options, no, according to the results, because one is communication and transparency. One of the problems being presented is that there is unclear policy. There is lacking when it comes to communication from the top level management, no, down to the rank and file. So hindi nila naiintindihan ano ba talaga ang gusto ninyong mangyari. So they are just giving the policies and then after that, oh, bahala ka na. Okay? That is why it is number 1. So encourage management and employees dialogue to be open and transparent. To encourage trusted involvement among employees, communicate information about company goals or institution goals, choices and changes on a regular basis because policies are changing. And therefore, if these policies are changing, there must be, no, a communication between the servants and the managers or the government employees rank and file and the managers. Okay? Recognition and reward system. So create official recognition programs that recognize and honor exceptional performance, creativity, and quality in public service. Employee motivation and job satisfaction can be increased by reorganizing their efforts and accomplishments. And lastly is about the training and development opportunities. As we can see in the local government, there is very, very lacking when it comes to training and development. No? Kung hinire mo yan before 2009, kung ano yung alam niya before, yun pa din niya alam niya hanggang ngayon. Why? Because there are some LGUs that are not offering this training and development to employees. So, kung gano'n ang mangyayari, di walang enhancement of knowledge. If walang enhancement of knowledge, definitely what are you going to expect? With the services of public delivery, then there is none. All right? So next slide. So for the policy analysis, so examine the existing guidelines for training and development of government personnel. Determine the aims, targets, and reach of these policies. Para ka lang nagbibigay ng training needs assessment. Why? Because on that way, it is very important so you can identify what are those areas that needs to be enhanced. what are those areas that needs to be addressed. Okay? So next slide. So for the recommendations, since according to the respondents, they have this lacking training and development. What they know 5 years ago is still the same. There is no enhancement, right? So conduct workshop and seminars. So organize seminars and workshops on a range of subjects that are pertinent to working for the government, including leadership, development, project management, communication abilities, and decision making. Aside from that, they have to implement mentoring programs. No? Mentoring programs is very important. So to create a mentoring program so that senior and experienced government personnel can assist and guide junior colleagues. Next is encourage professional certifications. So that is why it is very good, especially sa atin sa PUP, na we are partnering with different government agencies no, na kino-continue na nagma-masters, nagdo-doctorate. Why? Because it is very, very important. No? Without this, no? So hanggang doon na lang ang alam ng empleyado. So anong ine-expect natin, no? So in order for us to expect more, we have to feed them, no, the information that are needed. We have to train them. We have to offer them education. Right? Next slide. Ayun na pala. So that's it for my presentation because later on, I will have again. No? Thank you.
So now we'll have the next one, the Lupong Tagapamayapa Barangay Justice Performance, the case of Barangay Aguho Pateros by Generoso Sherry Denis.
Good afternoon po. My thesis is, I would say, a policy paper. It involves the judicial justice system that protects the sovereign rights and the other rights of every Filipino. And the title, the Lupong Tagapamayapa Barangay Justice Performance, the case of Barangay Aguho Pateros. It may look simple, but it will help our judiciary when it comes to barangay justice system. Next slide po. For the introduction one. This study, that is while specifically deals with the barangay justice performance of a particular barangay judicial body, Lupong Tagapamayapa of Barangay Aguho, Pateros, Metro Manila. It is imperative to discuss briefly the concept, rationale, and history of the barangay judicial system. Barangay judicial system takes its root from the community's respect for the elders and their wisdom in settling disputes among the members. Even before the formal introduction of this concept, the early groupings of communities already had its set of rule in settling disputes, which were implemented by the council, mostly composed by the elders and the respected members of thereof after consultation hearing with the parties involved. It is the Council of Elders refers to the process of decision making by the elders, and the council serve as the governing authority or body of the community with the authority to settle disputes and conflicts with internally or with other village and make the decision that affect the community as a whole. And to some, as the society evolves, this formative judicial system likewise evolved. Hence, with the enactment of the local government and some subsequent amendment thereto, the barangay judicial system has been formalized and become part of the country's judicial system. To some extent, the court's jurisdiction have been delegated to the barangay lupon. It is now established by law that minor criminal offenses such as slight physical injuries and the other misbehaviors or violation of local ordinance are not cognizable by the courts unless the parties went through the alternative settling of disputes before the lupong tagapamayapa, and after the parties failed to reach settlement, that such matter could be elevated before the courts. And in addition, all civil cases involving disputes concerning real property located within the barangay necessitates that the same should first be heard before the barangay lupon, before such matter could be elevated to the courts after the lupon certified that no settlement was reached. It is the example of the civil cases of lease and ejectment, the real property that located only within the barangay. If there is no certificate to file action from the barangay and certified by the lupon, the case filed may be dismissed. And this system was also encouraged by the judicial and legislative branches of government, as it has to great extent declogged and the already clogged docket of the courts. Next slide po. And the problem statement. The study aims to assess the barangay justice performance of the lupong tagapamayapa of Barangay Agoho and the municipality of Pateros and the specific problems. First, what is the profile of the residents of the Barangay Agoho when classified according to age, sex, and civil status, education attainment, and the occupation, and the age, and for how effective the lupong tagapamayapa. And number 5, it is also one of the important question, how can the performance of the lupong tagapamayapa be improved? Next slide, please. And the objectives of the study aims to assess the barangay justice performance of the lupong tagapamayapa of Barangay Agoho and the municipality of Pateros vis-a-vis the objectives of the framers of the local government code, institutionalizing in the country's judicial system the basic institution that would be a tool in the administration of justice, the barangay judicial system. And next slide, please. And the policy option. It is common knowledge that maybe barangay cases are not all resolved amicably. Some parties to the dispute do not agree to settlement. They thus pursue their cases by just obtaining barangay certificate to file action. Other problems that resulted to disagreement by both parties are likewise recognized, unfair judgment or bias exhibited by the members of the barangay lupon. These scenarios or problems encountered in barangay judicial system will result in piling up the number of cases to the courts. Another layer needed and the efficiency implementing the barangay judicial system is the creation of the appellate court to provide an opportunity to rehear again the unresolved disputed barangay cases. It is submitted that there is no danger in trying to resolve in the unsettled problems of the parties seeking barangay justice system. It means to say that there is a lower lupon that here and settle the dispute and conflicts of the problem in the barangay. And there is another lower, and it should be the appellate lupon. Next. And the policy analysis, adequate remedy from the decision of the lupon should be also implemented without necessarily elevating dispute to the courts. There is no danger in hearing again a dispute by the appellate lupon, since settlement might be reached once hot heads have cooled off. And being part of the system, which is beset and affected by an imperfect society, the barangay judicial system is a number of cases fell vulnerable to corruption and political influence. Hence, there is a need to put a more stringent measure in the appointing members of the lupon. Dito natin makikita how the lupon is the key in settlement the disputes and conflicts in the barangay justice system. And considering that this barangay judicial system had been around for a number of decades, there should be audit on the performance of all the lupons nationwide as to the number of cases settled, cases filed against, perceived that the lupon members' best practices, support of government units, trainings, and seminars conducted by the legal expert and authorities in the alternative dispute resolution. On this respect, the potential of barangay judicial system may be further enhanced and respected by the community. Carefully viewing by the foregoing analysis, it is therefore admitted that the proposed changes cover, to some extent, reform in the overall judicial system. And next, and the recommendations to to the Congress of the Philippines, the creation of the appellate barangay. That would be here again, the dispute of the settled cases that were not initially resolved by the lower lupon. Ibig sabihin, yung mga unsettled disputes and conflicts happened in the barangay justice system, kailangan dadaan ulit para may appeal, magkakaroon ng appeal. Kaya yun ang tinatawag na appellate lupon, kumbaga another layer para the cases from the barangay hindi na agad mapunta to the court. Kumbaga the filing up of the number of cases to the courts should be magli-listen siya. And listen. And along this proposed amendment, adequate remedies thus provided to the parties from the decision of lupon to establish a clear system of implementing the final and executory decision of the lupon without necessarily elevating disputes to the courts. This lessens the clogging up of the cases in courts, although the present law provides to some extent a mechanism in the implementation of amicably settled controversy. That system still needs that it may elevate to the courts. Hence, indeed, there is need for the amendments of the matter. Kumbaga, there is a need and amendments to the local government code. Kumbaga, kailangan natin i-amend para maipasok natin ang the appellate lupon. Magkaroon siya na parang appeal sa loob ng barangay justice system para maiwasan ang filing off of the number of cases to the courts. Kasi yun lang naman talaga ang serve ang the barangay justice system para mabawasan ang pag-filing up ng number of cases papunta sa courts. Doon pa lang, maayos na sa barangay level. So anyway, mabuhay PUP and mabuhay PUP Quezon City. Thank you very much. That's all.
Next is no contact apprehension policy, overcoming its current impasse by Maali Antonio C. and Bihasa Carmelo Rico.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Uh, this morning, our host asked the crowd on among us who are actually working in PUP. And then the second question was that, who among you are teaching in other universities? And then I raised my hand, of course, on the second question, because I'm no longer connected with PUP. But, you know, I will always go back to my root, no, where I graduated. Obviously, it's PUP. I graduated in PUP in 1996, and I've seen some colleagues here, mentors, si Sir Jimmy Gutierrez. Sir, good afternoon po ulit. I'm happy to see you again. Professor Umali, Dr. Umali, my professor in the past, who happened to be Brad also in my fraternity in PUP and in UP. And I've seen Chris Mantillas, a friend in the past. And of course, yung alamat po ng PUP, si Dr. Alex Gonzalez. All right. Who among you have been penalized by this NCAP? Wala po yata. Mukhang ako lang po yata. Ano po? Twice I've been penalized, but it's in Las Piñas. Parañaque. Now, the title of our paper, this is definitely a policy paper, a policy issue paper. The title of our paper, by the way, in this paper, I am with Dr. Umali. Okay, I was working on AI and its likely implications to the academe. And when I bumped into Tony Umali, Dr. Umali, he said, we can probably collaborate now in this paper. So the title of the paper is No Contact Apprehension Policy, Overcoming Its Current Impasse. For the abstract, erase na yung time limit. For the abstract, the implementation of the No Contact Apprehension Policy has recently encountered a number of questions raised by all the concerned stakeholders. These questions obviously has created an impasse that encouraged several experts and academicians to do a policy analysis. Right before a question of constitutionality was raised, okay, there was already that impasse. And so some of those policy experts, they started to come up with a policy analysis such as this. Now, this paper, as can be gleaned, intends to analyze the no contact apprehension policy through the observations of the different stakeholders. Now, their observations, obviously, we did that, and we're doing that through what we call interview and then documentary analysis. Now, the analysis of the observations of the relevant stakeholders, as I've said, led to the identification of the three policy alternatives that include maintaining the status quo, discontinuation of the policy, and the modified version of the policy. We actually have five to six what they call this policy alternatives. Normally, according to Patton and Sawicki and even Bardak, Eugene Bardak, they would say that as much as possible, we need to come up with several policy alternatives or policy options, and in the process, you need to trim them down into 3 or 4. But obviously, maintaining the status quo, according to these policy experts, it's an imperative, because that will serve as a baseline on which we can compare, by which we can compare the different or the other policy options. All right. Of course, using the criteria that were initially established in the paper, the modified version of the policy emerges the most feasible and acceptable alternative among them. Ultimately, the paper recommended the modified version of the policy as the most likely alternative to overcome the current impasse of the no contact apprehension policy. Now, for the background, of course, it's deductive from the general going to the more specific. We anchored our, more or less, discussing the background, we anchored that with the ASEAN Regional Road Safety Strategy, which, by the way, came up with a decent and impressive discussion about the performance of the Philippines, only in the areas of road safety management and safer roads and mobility. Now, while it can be said that the country was able to establish its own road safety strategy, the implementation of other traffic related policies remains problematic. And this is where really the problem comes in. This was confirmed by the World Health Organization, which said that the implementation of its traffic policies was found to be below the average level. Now, the implementation of policies like speed limit law, child restraint law, drunk driving law, seatbelt law, obviously a lot of us, or the concerned agency, which obviously was, the information was shared with the World Health Organization in its report, the finding was basically below average insofar as the performance of the country is concerned. Now, on the other hand, the World Health Organization also asserted that the manner on how the violators of the said policies were apprehended made use of the conventional or manual process. This was the process that we were using, before the NCAP. And right now, we went back into that. Only that right now, I think the MMDA, together with the city governments, came up with a single ticketing system. The use of this physical or manual process may have contributed to the failure to identify the commission of other forms of deliberative violations. Now, given this as a background, the MMDA came up with this NCAP policy back then in 2000 on the basis of a resolution yata, if I'm not mistaken. And then in the process, other city governments, followed suit. The first one to implement that was, if I'm not mistaken, was the city government of Paranaque, and the last was the Quezon City. In Quezon City, that's where we did the interview, and we were able to get a lot of those, information which aid us in terms of working on this policy issue paper. Now, for the problem statement, I've seen a lot of those problem statements that were given since yesterday, and they were all actually pertaining to the actual thesis dissertations that they made. However, in the sense of the policy issue paper, what you do is that you cite particularly the problem or the problematic issue, and this is what we were able to put up. Amidst the steady implementation of the no-contact apprehension policy throughout the busy streets of the National Capital Region, the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, together with its partner city governments, encountered a growing number of questions about the policy. Now, these questions range from the issue of excessive fines. I'm pretty sure you are familiar with these things. Delayed notice of violations, automatic penalty to the real owners of the vehicles after the violation of the right to privacy. Apparently, these questions were raised by the concerned motorists, transport groups, selected lawmakers, and even the Land Transportation Office, which said that the policy needs to be reviewed. Now, the chairman of the MMDA, together with the mayors of the city, local chief executives of the city governments, maintained that the implementation of the policy is beneficial to all the motorists as it has convincingly reduced the number of traffic violations in the past 2 years. Now, the idea here is that looking at the different stakeholders, we see now the conflict, we see now the policy problem or the policy issue. On one hand, you have those who support what they call the NCAP, and on the other hand, you're seeing the ones who are not in favor of the NCAP. In fact, they were the ones who trooped to the Supreme Court and questioned its legality or constitutionality. Now, for the objectives, this paper intends to examine the no-contact apprehension policy through the observations made by the different stakeholders during its implementation stage. Similarly, this paper aims to determine which among the identified alternatives will provide the concerned government institutions with the best possible solution to overcome its current impasse. When you do a policy paper, what you're actually after when it comes to your objectives is to determine which among the different policy alternatives that you identified would be the ones that will solve the policy issue that you are actually addressing. Now, analyzing the implementation of the policy through the essential observations obtained by the stakeholders is an important precondition to understanding its inherent flows. Bardak said in one of his books, The Eightfold Path of Policy Analysis, if I'm not mistaken, he made mention about citing those as much as possible, the different policy alternatives, and then, as I've said, in the process, trim them down into 3 or 4 or even 5. Now, from the time when the policy was developed to the period when it passed through its implementation stage, these concerned stakeholders have practically witnessed its ups and downs. So essentially, you get those policy alternatives from the ones that you normally encounter when you're doing the interview, and of course, the different documents that you're actually getting. Now, for the policy options, I have 3 alternatives, as I've said. This used to be 5 or 6, but we trimmed them down, together with Dr. Umali, into 3. Maintaining the status quo. As I've said, this is an imperative policy option, simply because that would allow us to compare the different alternatives. Now, this alternative provides an opportunity to understand whether or not there is a need to alter the existing condition. It changes nothing but the continuation of the existing policy of the different city governments in the national capital region. Now, I am not saying that it did not produce any intended effects. Actually, marami din po. And as far as we are concerned, and the interview that we got, that we were able to do, we were able to compare NCAP together with the traditional or the manual apprehension policy. And it turned out that really with the NCAP, it's setting a difference in terms of instituting what they call the discipline and lowering what they call the different traffic violations. Now, for the discontinuation of the policy, this is a non-starter. No, it's a dead end. However, it's a policy alternative that we need to include simply because I'm just thinking aloud. No, there's a possibility that the Supreme Court may decide about the constitutionality of this NCAP. However, we are positive that it will not be in that direction. Simply because what we're seeing is that the Supreme Court, after hearing this oral arguments, would naturally decide in favor of NCAP and in the process come up with some suggestions as it decides in the process. All right. Now, the modified version of the policy, this alternative presents a more appropriate policy choice to all of the concerned stakeholders. Specifically, it will be suitable to the interests of the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority and the 5 city governments which approved and implemented the policy. Well, Professor Biasa, how come? What about the other stakeholders? Well, it will also more or less suit their needs, suit their concerns, simply because there will have to be discussion. There will have to be accommodations insofar as those changes that they would want to introduce. Now, for the policy analysis, as you can see, we have, next slide, please. Yeah. We made use of the word negative and positive. This is more or less a continuing study. In fact, we're not yet done with the study. We're still going to interview the other city governments, MMDA and the rest. We have seen the hearings sa House of Representatives, and of course, a lot of those documents that we were able to evaluate. Now, we said that there are 2 criteria, according to the scholars, that we normally use when you do policy analysis. One of the criteria is that we use what we call the economic concepts, cost-benefit analysis and the rest, and the likes. However, since we are not yet done with the paper, and it's a continuing paper, what we made use are the common evaluation criteria that Patton and Sawicki mentioned, and they are what? Legality, technical feasibility, political acceptability, and then of course the administrative operability. So in that way, using those, we were able to analyze our policy alternatives. So the first one, maintaining the status quo, on the aspect of legality, obviously it's negative. Okay, simply because it is the reason why there is an oral argument that's happening or has happened in the Supreme Court, and why, the majority of those stakeholders are actually questioning the policy. Now, technical feasibility, it's positive in the sense that according to Ms. Mendoza, the director of the Quezon City Traffic Adjudication Board, they were able to produce some positive effects insofar as reducing the number of violations is concerned. And then on political acceptability, it's negative in the sense that there were a lot of those, policy stakeholders who questioned the legality of that, maintaining the status quo of that policy. Administrative operability, yes, it's a positive. Again, they were able to do that in spite of the fact that there were some delays when it comes to the sending of notice of violations. But somehow, Quezon City, as we have interviewed it, Ms. Mendoza, they were able to resolve that. Now, discontinuation of the policy, in terms of legality, it's positive. In the first place, you don't have any policy to question because you are discontinuing it. But when it comes to technical feasibility, it's negative. Okay, how can you achieve something when you do not have a policy to implement in the process? And then political acceptability, of course, it's also negative because there are those who are actually in favor of NCAP. I myself is in favor of NCAP, in spite of the fact that I was caught violating NCAP, not twice in Parañaque. But the discipline is there. It already set the tone. And then, of course, when it comes to administrative operability, it's negative, Kasi when you discontinue the policy, you will go back, you will revert, to the old manner of apprehending violators. And when you do that, according to Ms. Mendoza, it will be costly on their part simply because they would hire additional traffic enforcers just to be able, no, to man the different streets, specifically the major crossings across Quezon City, which has, by the way, no, the biggest or the largest geographic, more or less space, no, when it comes as compared with other cities. Now, modified version of the policy, of course, it's all positive, as I've said, in terms of legality. After this oral argument, and by the time the Supreme Court decide, I'm hoping that it will be in favor. And then other questions in the process as they modify the policy will be accommodated. And technical feasibility, the way I see it's also positive, as I've said, implementing the policy has certainly reduced the number of violations. I made mention of some, data, in the background of the problem, wherein I mentioned more or less the violations committed, in 2023 versus the previous, year. So there is really a big difference, from 97,000 plus to 159,000 plus. So, and Ms. Mendoza said that it's actually decreasing back before the suspension. And then, of course, we have the administrative operability. Other questions about sending notice of violations, the way I see it would be resolved as they, again, move into the process of amending or more or less modifying the policy. So for our policy recommendation, based on the analysis and comparison of the three alternatives, the modified version of the policy appears to be the most feasible among them. Unlike the maintenance of the status quo and the discontinuation of the policy, the modified version of the policy has satisfied all the requirements of the criteria of legality, technical feasibility, political acceptability, and administrative operability. With a firm grip on the compliance of the modified version of the policy to the 4 evaluation criteria, it is without doubt that the third alternative will be able to perform well and reduce the traffic violations in the National Capital Region. It will be able to instill the necessary discipline among the motorists and establish a better and safer roads for everyone. In consideration of the foregoing, the modified version of the policy is therefore recommended for adoption and implementation. Thank you very much.
And last but not least, for peace, ethics, and dialogue, assessment on the implementation of compressed work week, a policy review on the case of CHED Unifast Central Office employees. My call of John Carl.
Good afternoon po uli, or ano ba? Evening na. So this is very, very fast, no? So this is not the closing remarks, by the way, but this is the last presentation, no, for... Thank you. So kanina, iba. So iba naman ngayon. So assessment on the implementation of compressed work week. It is a policy review on the case of CHED Unifast. Nandito yata, baka nandito si Yusek Ryan. No? CHED Unifast Central Office, no? Sige po, next slide. Introduction na po, introduction. So compressed work weeks, or commonly known as CWWs, are a type of flexible schedule that let workers work the same number of hours each week but on a fewer days. Because of the potential advantages it offers, both employers and employees arrange this management has grown in favor over time. So the altering nature of work and the rising demand for people to strike a balance between their personal and professional life can be blamed for the rise of compressed work weeks. So one reason for this movement's enormous popularity is its ability to address many of the societal issues brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay? So these issues include growing socioeconomic and gender inequality, declining employee mental health, and the need to revive the tourism and hospitality sectors, which the pandemic has hit the hardest. These problems must be addressed by organizations who are thinking about introducing reduced work week arrangements. It is essential to develop strategies to lessen the negative effects on workers and make sure they continue to enjoy their jobs. So, walang idea. So, when the pandemic came in, No, nagkaroon tayo ng tinatawag na compressed work weeks. And as of now, it's a good thing that there are some government agencies who are practicing this compressed work week. Now, what is the objective of the study? Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So evaluate employee satisfaction, measure productivity and performance, and assess operational efficiency. Definitely, what is the result of the compressed work week? No? Aside from maybe it evaluates or the results might it increase job satisfaction. And aside from that, what is now the effect of this compressed work week on the part of the agency? So, sige po, next slide. So for policy options, there are 3 policy options, no, according based on the results of the study, no. So communication and awareness, performance monitoring, evaluation, and flexibility options. Why? Because on the first part, sige, okay na yan, tama na yon, no. So for the communication and awareness, no, it can be a policy option. So create a plan for internal communication to increase staff understanding of the CWW policy. What really is or what is the objective? Why we have this compressed work week, no? Kasi hindi naman ibig sabihin na you are implementing compressed work week, definitely it is more on in addressing issues for the employees. But there is a sabihin natin merong counterpart siya that when you are availing this compressed work week, definitely you have to work hard, no? So kaya lumalabas yung performance, no? What is the performance now once we are offering this kind of setup? Okay? So to help staff members learn how to manage their time effectively, establish priorities, and maintain a work-life balance, hold frequent information sessions or workshops. For the second one, definitely ito ay pinapractice na. Every agency has this performance evaluation. But what make it differs is that set up a key performance indicators or the KPIs to track and assess the output of workers covered by CWW agreement. This can assist in detecting any performance gaps and if necessary, give targeted support or training. And to ensure continuing performance management and continual progress, put in place a structure for regular performance reviews and feedback sessions. The next is flexibility options. So offer flexible scheduling choices within the compressed work week framework, such as rotating schedule or the possibility for the employees to select their compressed work day. So it is not the agency now who will set every Friday ito. But definitely given the employee the leeway to choose anong araw siya gusto niyang i-avail itong compressed work week. So in cases where it is practical and in line with the goals of the company or agency, investigate the possibilities of telecommuting or remote work arrangement for specific position or task. Next. So for the recommendations, these are the recommendations. So definitely it focus on single recommendation, but it must be elaborated that there must be a comprehensive communication plan. Why? Because the employee is not present in the office. All right? So make a thorough plan for the evaluation that includes the timetable, communication channels, key messages, target audience, and objectives. By doing this, so everyone can make sure that the communication efforts are organized and successful. Next is identify the key stakeholders. Determine the people and organizations that will be impacted directly by the execution of the compressed work week policy, such as staff members of the CHED Unifas, their managers, and the appropriate department heads. Adapt communication strategies to speak their unique requirements and worries. Next is utilize multiple communication channels to reach a larger audience. Use several means of communication, emails, newsletter, intranet portal, staff meetings, bulletin boards, and social media sites that may all fall under this category. Make sure that everyone can access and understand the information. Next, number 4, clearly communicate to the purpose and benefits of the compressed work week. So there must be a detailed justification for the compressed work week policy, highlighting its advantages for both employees and the organization as a whole. Draw attention to prospective benefits including a better work-life balance, enhanced productivity, a shorter commute, and cost savings, both on the part of the employee and on the part of the agency. Next is provide a detailed guidelines and resources. So resources is one because definitely there are some employees na walang computer. No, it must be one of the consideration when doing the compressed work week. Provide the detailed guidelines and resources. Create and disseminate guidelines that detail the compressed work week policy specifics such as the requirements for eligibility, scheduling alternatives, and any restrictions. Provide tools like frequently asked questions on the policy manuals, and training materials to assist staff in comprehending and successfully implementing the compressed work week policy. So, ang resulta po nung research is the employees of the CHED Unifast, they are satisfied with the compressed work week. No, however, the purpose of the research, it can be a benchmark for the other agency to try to introduce the compressed work week. And definitely, in introducing all of this enhancement, so some considerations must be put for the betterment of the employees at the same time for the organization. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much po.
Let's give everyone a warm round of applause. Mas malakas pa po sana. Yeah, thank you very much to our presenters for this afternoon. Indeed, an evidence-based policy making is impossible without the policymakers, academicians, and social scientists working in collaboration, where each group must acknowledge the efforts and professional boundaries of each of these important individuals, ensuring that these policies meet the needs of the people. So before we proceed, we'd like to welcome another reactor here in front, our very own Attorney Jeffrey P. Reyes. Give him a warm round of applause.
So, first of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for a job well done. Magagaling po lahat ng mga centers namin. So, palakpakan niyo naman yung mga sarili nyo. Parang pagod na lahat, no? Kasi magsasabi nga nila may sobrang...
Hello.
Sobrang iksi na lang daw kasi sabi ni ma'am, papatayin na raw tayo ng ilaw. So all the research presented today were excellently crafted and supported by references. Furthermore, the issues including the background of the problem were clearly discussed by all the presenters. However, there were some points for your consideration. Ano lang naman to, very light lang. So number 1, some of the policies were not supported by legal basis such as law, rules, and regulations. A policy options must anchor its implementation and suitability based on laws, rules, and regulations. And the policy must also be compliant and aligned with the applicable laws, rules, and regulations. However, overall, all the research presented were very informative and clearly established the policy solutions to the respective problems. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Attorney Jeffrey P. Reyes. At this juncture, we will now be awarding our certificates of recognition to our presenters, and I will be calling our moderator during the morning, Sir Mark.
We will be, of course, giving your certificates na bagoy lumabas. We will be awarding na our partners. The Core Research Foundation is in Zoom. So we would like to call our director, academic head, Associate Dean Mantillas, no, for the awarding. Ayan po. So, can you, our partner, so that's Mrs. Priyanka. So, Ms. Jewel, paano yung, so we will be reading the certificate of appreciation to, and of course, what may say natin, we will call again Sir Roland Kilyaman, our partner for VIP, Core Research Foundation. Okay, so awarding of the certificate. We will just be reading. So again, Mrs. Priyanka. So Mrs. Priyanka is our partner for the publication. We will be emailing you the requirement of Taylor and Francis and the other details. Thank you, Ms. Priyanka. Can you just read po the content of the text?
So, certificate of recognition is awarded to volunteer in the Core Research Foundation partner organization for their invaluable contribution on the conduct of the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference with the theme, The Role of Populace for Peace and Development on Sustainable Governance through Evidence-Based Policy Making.
And the College of Political Science and Public Administration. So with same, ayan po. VIP po. Asan po si Sir Roland? Sir Roland? Yan.
And also to the Research Management Office of PUP. Thank you very much to our partners. We have Core Research Foundation, PUP College of Political Science and Public Administration, Volunteers Individual for Peace, and Philippine Commission on Women.
Yeah, stay put since we will be awarding. Ma'am Jewel, ikaw na po ulit. For the best paper presentation.
For our final awarding ceremony, the certificate of recognition of best paper presentations. These are the top 5 paper presentations.
Let me read the content. Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference. This certificate of recognition is awarded to for the paper titled Best in Paper Presentation. We have Mr. Joshua Bernard B. Espena for the paper titled Small Navy Middle Power Prospects and Challenges for the Philippines Naval Diplomacy. Another Best in Paper presentation for Miss Patricia Camille Villa for the paper titled Fostering Peace Through University Community Partnerships, a case study for strengthening extension programs in state universities and colleges.
The next award is for the paper title, Driving Towards Peaceful and Sustainable Mobility, Generating Drive Cycles for Environmental Policy Research in the Philippines, Robert Michael Corpus and Meldanet Bayan. And the next is awarded to Kier Franco for the paper titled Internal Scanning of Bontoc Igorot's Organizational Model, examining similarities to Max Weber's theory of bureaucracy. Photo op po ang lahat. So everyone, let's give them a warm round of applause. Congrats. So you may claim your certificates here. Thank you. Congrats again. So again, you may claim your certificates here po. After the conference. And to formally close our Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference, I'd like to request Associate Professor Sharima Morales, the overall chair of the Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference, to be with us here on stage.
Ayan. So muli po, all the certificates po, now we will just be giving it here. We apologize for the time. But definitely, we're all very thankful. Again, congratulations everybody. Congratulations to the best paper presentations. So, nahirapan po yung mga evaluator natin dyan. And this is the first, and you are the first best paper presenters for this year's Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference. Again po, in behalf of my director, Professor Jaime P. Gutierrez Jr. and our academic head, Dr. Demelin Imanson, we are very thankful and see you next year for the next policy paper po on urban studies and urban planning and transportation studies. Again po, magandang hapon. Certificates po, organizers, pakibigay po ang certificates.
Thank you again, Associate Professor Sharima Morales. So the 2-day schedule is not enough for us to share what we initiate for our community. Indeed, our candor initiatives, campaigns, agenda, and advocacies are our significant contributions to peace initiatives. Let us also count our role as academicians and policymakers on peace and development for sustainable governance through evidence-based policy making. Once again, the PUP Quezon City and the PUP Research Management Office and our partners, PUP College of Political Science and Public Administration, Core Research Foundation, Volunteer Individuals for Peace, and the Philippine Commission on Women warmly give our appreciation to our participants for actively participating in the first ever Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference. We also thank our good commissioner, Dr. Ronald L. Adamat, and the Commission on Higher Education for allowing us to use their auditorium. So again, I extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your attentive presence and participation. May the insights gained and connections formed today continue to resonate and flourish in our endeavors. Let us carry forth the spirit of learning and collaboration, inspiring positive change and progress in our respective paths, and most importantly, for our country. Let me end with this short phrase. Kasi sa'yo, it's a phrase used after someone has completed or finished a very long day at work or did something hard or challenging today. So before we end, tignan po natin ang ating mga katabi Tapikin po natin sila at sabihin, you did a great job today. Palakpakan po natin ang bawat isa. Once again, I am Instructor Andrew Escobar from PUP Quezon City, saying until the next Nemesio Prudente International Policy Research Conference, everyone. Mula sa iyo para sa bayan. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.